After the breakup, my scheming ex-girlfriend moved into my house. What does it feel like to date a girl? Ito-shin's answer: it's as bland and flavorless as glue. In the corridors of Tokyo's Keio Private Academy, Ito-shin, who had been reborn for 18 years, felt the gazes from all directions, accompanied by the hushed whispers of infatuated girls. Wow! It's Ito-kun and the new transfer student, Asano-san. I heard they announced their relationship a week ago. They look so good together. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl, just like celebrities. Everyone in school is rooting for them. Yeah. Their daily romance posts have already taken over the school forum. I'm totally shipping them. They are perfect together. In Japan, there's no such thing as forbidden young love. Most students gain ample experience in junior high and high school. Their parents not only refrain from opposing it but even subtly encourage it, believing that having an innocent romance during one's school years is a beautiful memory. Ito-shin couldn't help but marvel at how two neighboring countries could have such vastly different attitudes towards school relationships. Asano-san, with an audience present, couples should hold hands, he said, reaching for the girl's hand. It was hard to believe how soft a girl's hand could be, so delicate that even the slightest pressure could mold it into one's shape. Her fingers were slender and straight, resembling scallions, with slightly pronounced knuckles. If she were holding a banana, the skin would surely be crushed under those knuckles. Her small hand was cold, struggling slightly to pull away. Ito-shin knew she was startled. After all, they had been dating for a week, yet they had never once held hands, not even a single hug. That was abnormal. Considering Japan's norms, a week into a relationship, they should have already been in bed multiple times. But Ito-shin knew the real reason behind it. They weren't actually a real couple. They were only pretending. Name: Asano Hitami. Occupation: student unknown. Charm: 9. Intelligence: 7. Physical strength: 6. Description: a mysterious transfer student who often roams Shibuya, searching for something called love. Relationship: couple. Intimacy: 10%. 7-day sign-in reward: 100,000 yen, acting LV3. Note: maximum skill level is LV5. 7 days ago, Ito-shin awakened the system, a must-have for any transmigrator. At the same time, a transfer student confessed to him. Confirming a special relationship with a girl and maintaining it for a sufficient duration would yield sign-in rewards. The deeper the relationship, the higher the intimacy, and the longer it lasted, the greater the rewards. So, Ito-shin accepted the transfer student's confession. First, to test the system. Second, because she was truly stunning. Alright, perhaps he was mostly driven by lust. The first time he saw Asano Hitami, she was wearing a public high school uniform, standing on the podium to introduce herself. Over her white blouse, she wore a khaki knitted cardigan, paired with a slightly lifted pleated skirt. Her long, slender legs were wrapped in black 80D stockings, pressed tightly together. Her waist was slender, and her chest had a graceful curve. Her long hair cascaded down her back, strands lifting slightly in the April breeze from the window, half covering her fox-like, enchanting eyes. With her chin slightly raised, she revealed a fair, swan-like neck. Confident and captivating. In an instant, she had conquered the entire class. After school that same day, she confessed to him, saying, "I like you." And so, they had muddled through a week together. Recalling those moments, Ito-shin tightened his grip on the soft, struggling hand in his palm. Trying to run. Too late. Students continued to open windows along the corridor, eagerly watching the couple flaunt their affection. Someone said, "I really want to see them kiss." Hearing this, a sly idea flashed through Ito-shin's mind. He suddenly turned, pressed the girl's hand against the wall, and swiftly leaned in, lowering his head. A kabadon. His lips brushed against something soft, and the faint scent of flowers filled his nose. Her eyes widened in shock, lips firmly sealed, refusing to let him breach her defenses. The kiss lasted for a full 2 minutes. When it finally ended, Ito-shin gripped the girl's hand and pulled her toward the rooftop. This time, the small hand in his palm remained obedient, no longer trying to escape. Perhaps its owner was still dazed from the unexpected kiss. They kissed. They kissed. They are so in love, I'm dying from second-hand sweetness. I'm so jealous. I want to date Ito-kun too. Walking onto the rooftop and closing the door, Ito-shin noticed the small hand in his grasp exerting unprecedented strength, desperately trying to break free. He let go, granting the girl her wish. Bastard. Pervert. Creep. Scumbag. Asano Hitami clutched the hand that had just been held, her face flushed as she quickly took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with vigilance. The wind on the rooftop lifted and dropped the pleats of her skirt, revealing a faint glimpse of skin through the black ATD stockings. Ito-shin remained unfazed, leaning against the rooftop door with an indifferent tone. What's the big deal? The rumors say we've checked into a hotel 14 times already. Huh? We've only been dating for 7 days, how could we have checked in 14 times? They mistook our trips to the amusement park, aquarium, and cinema at noon as hotel visits for that kind of thing. A bunch of trash with nothing but filth in their heads. Asano Hitami cursed without hesitation. If others saw her like this, her perfect goddess image would be utterly shattered. She untied the bow at her collar, slightly loosening her blouse, letting the wind cool down her body, which was still overheated from the kiss. Not a trace of her goddess persona remained. Teenage hormones have nowhere to vent, so they can only fantasize about the two of us. Understandable. Ito-shin's tone was unusually generous after all, he had just taken advantage of the girl before him and was in a great mood. Outsiders had no clue about their real situation. But as one of the involved parties, Ito-shin knew the truth all too well. The girl standing before him, hailed as the dream goddess by all the boys in their private academy, was in reality an ill-tempered, ill-mannered, and two-faced person. You could even say she was a masterful fraud, tricking everyone into believing she was a perfect goddess and angel. She had deceived everyone. Except for him. Bastard, don't mock me, you bastard. Asano Hitami glared at him, eyes fierce as if she wanted to devour him whole, chew him to pieces, and spit him out. Outrageous. Disgusting. That was my first kiss, and this bastard took it so easily. Just thinking about it pissed her off. You should be grateful I'm not a real bastard. I didn't take full advantage of you. I'm not some lovesick fool who lets you use me and forgives you with a smile. That hand-holding and kiss. It was your first time, and it was my first time too. Consider it the payment for wasting a week of my time. You. Asano Hitami's face turned red with anger. Ito-shin recalled everything that had happened in the past week. He knew very well that she had only been using him as a prop. She had seen that he lacked dating experience and had used him as a shield to avoid the hassle of constant confessions. There's one thing I don't understand. Besides using me as a shield, you actually went on real dates with me. You avoided any real intimacy, but you seem to be documenting something like grinding levels in a game with an NPC. Asano Hitami's expression shifted. She let out a cold laugh. You figured that out. I thought you were just some good-looking bookworm with good grades. Yes, I was recording our relationship, the dating process. As for why, you don't need to know. A bookworm isn't an idiot. Don't mix that up. Ito-shin had no fondness for this two-faced girl, no matter how beautiful she was. You're being so honest with me, aren't you afraid I'll expose you as a fraud? I'm afraid. But you wouldn't dare. Asano Hitami smirked and pulled out her phone, opening a video. On the screen, a stark naked Ito-shin was taking a shower. It showed everything front, back, every detail. She had even precisely captured specific angles, proving she had studied the footage carefully. Asano Hitami grinned smugly. Ito-shin, you wouldn't want your naked shower video to be uploaded online, would you? She actually filmed me. In Japan, filming someone without consent is illegal. Does she not know that? A woman with no moral limits. Ito-shin's expression darkened. Asano Hitami sauntered forward, swaying her hips, her eyes gleaming with amusement, as if she had him completely under her control. If you don't want the video leaked, be a good boy and obey me. She reached out, as if petting a submissive pet, mocking his helplessness. Ito-shin slapped her hand away. Asano-san, do you really think I wasn't prepared for this? What do you mean? Her face changed. Ito-shin casually took out his phone and played a video for her. Another shower video. In the footage, a long-haired girl stood with her back to the camera, showering. Crystal clear droplets rolled down her delicate shoulders, tracing down her back and dripping onto the floor, splashing into tiny bursts of water. From different areas of her body, the falling droplets made a soft, rhythmic sound. She squeezed out some milky white body wash, lathered it into foam, and gently spread it over her tender skin, slowly covering her shoulders. The video continued. The girl was about to turn around under the shower stream. The most pulse-racing, heart-throbbing moment was about to unfold. Don't look. Asano Hitomi slammed the pause button. Her face turned bright red, and a thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead, as if she had just stepped out of a steam room. How? When? How does he have a video of me showering? This bastard. The thought that he might have watched this over and over, studying every detail, made her knees go weak with shame. She wanted to bite him to death. Ito-Shin slipped his phone back into his pocket. Asano Hitomi, you wouldn't want your naked shower video to be uploaded online, would you? An eye for an eye. This felt amazing. Asano Hitomi's face twisted in horror, as if she had swallowed a rotten fly and couldn't spit it out, feeling utterly nauseated. Ito-Shin shoved his hands in his pockets, watching her reaction with amusement. They both had leverage over each other. But in terms of damage potential, he had the upper hand. Asano Hitomi must have had a specific reason for maintaining her perfect goddess persona vanity, or something else, but she absolutely couldn't afford to let this video leak and ruin her plans. So, the winner was clear. Her eyes flickered with hesitation. After a long moment, she swallowed her anger and lowered her head. Delete the video, and I'll delete mine. We'll call it even. Hey, I'm not your servant. You think you can get away with this so easily? Keep dreaming. I put up with so much crap for you, and you repay me by blackmailing me. You really think I'd let you off that easily? Ito-Shin's expression darkened, looking every bit like a delinquent. Asano Hitomi bit her lip, eyes downcast, and humiliated, she whispered. Please, if you delete the video, I'll do anything you want. Anything? Ito-Shin looked her up and down the ultimate beauty with a charm 9 rating. If this were a doujin world, being blackmailed like this would have already led to. Don't even think about making unreasonable demands. She crossed her arms over her chest, stepping back warily. But after hesitating for a few seconds, knowing he still had her nude footage, she gritted her teeth and stepped closer. Puffing out her chest, her eyes dimmed with despair, as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. You can touch me once. That's my bottom line. Break up with me. Ito-Shin stated his condition. Huh. Asano Hitomi looked dumbfounded. Break up? That's all. Yeah. I don't want to waste my time playing pretend lovers with you anymore. Fine, then we're done. She typed on her phone and then showed him. I just announced our breakup on the school forum. Don't worry, I wrote that you dumped me, not that I lost interest. Relationship terminated. Sign incomplete. Continue seeking new girls to establish special relationships. Good. Your shower video won't be seen by anyone else. It will remain forever stored in my phone. Ito-Shin turned to leave. Seconds later, Asano Hitomi screamed. Bastard! You promised to delete it. Without looking back, Ito-Shin waved. I never promised that. Relax, no one else will see it, but I'll make sure to admire it before bed every night. You liar. Pervert. Scumbag. Don't watch it, you hear me? Hey. Ignoring her, Ito-Shin left the rooftop. At the stairwell, he pulled out his phone and resumed the paused video. On screen, a long-haired girl was showering, but the face was unfamiliar. Ill-tempered and not too bright. Just a random video from a shady site was enough to fool her. And she dares to call me a bookworm. What an idiot. Chapter 2, My ex-girlfriend can't possibly be at my house. Yingqing Private Academy, 2nd year Class C. Ito, don't be upset. It's just a breakup. With your qualities, you'll definitely find a better girlfriend. A well-built boy with tan skin and a buzz-cut patted Ito-Shin on the shoulder. His voice was so loud that the entire classroom could hear him clearly. He was Ito-Shin's friend in class. Hattori, you're an athlete. If you keep slapping me, my scrawny body is going to break. Seeing that Ito-Shin didn't seem heartbroken, Hattori felt relieved and said, since you're single now, why don't you join the kendo club with me? A man's true calling is kendo, a sport of flesh and sweat. Romance is just a childish game for kids. The girls eavesdropping on their conversation secretly scoffed. These stupid boys don't understand anything. Don't you dare lead our handsome Ito-kun astray. Is the Kendo Club really strict about recruitment? The senior members are temporarily stepping down to prepare for university entrance exams, so the club is short on people, especially since they need to train for the Kanto Kendo tournament. So, they are expanding recruitment across the academy. What do you think? Want to join me? Hattori looked at him expectantly. At that moment, Ito Shin's phone alarm rang on his desk. He stood up, packed his books, and slung his bag over his shoulder. I have to go to work. I'll think about it tonight and give you an answer tomorrow. Okay. I'll be waiting. After saying goodbye to Hattori, Ito Shin left the classroom under the gaze of his female classmates, some openly staring, others sneaking glances. As soon as he was gone, whispers filled the room. Ito-kun is as handsome as ever. It's a pity Asano-san took the afternoon off. Otherwise, we could have asked her why they broke up. Ito-kun is single now. Do I have a chance? Dating a guy with experience must be nice, right? You're drooling, you lovesick fool. Ito Shin had already left the classroom and naturally didn't hear these conversations. At the shoe lockers, he opened his locker. As expected, after a week of absence, love letters filled his locker again on the very day of his breakup. He sighed and carefully dug out his shoes from the pile of letters before putting them on. Asano Hitami was using me, but wasn't I also using her? Like these long-lost love letters, for example. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A message notification popped up on his phone. Shin, don't go to work today. Come home early. Dad wants to talk to you about something important. This was from his father, in this life a simple, honest middle-aged man who wasn't very good at socializing. He worked as an ordinary employee at an advertising company. In his previous life, Ito Shin was an orphan. When he came to this world, he was reborn as a newborn. His mother had passed away from illness when he was 3, leaving only his father to raise him alone. He never let his father down, maintaining top grades in his class and earning a scholarship to Tokyo's best private high school, covering all tuition and fees. While keeping up with his studies, he also worked part-time to earn money. Tokyo was an expensive city, where living costs were sky-high. His father's salary barely supported the two of them, and they still lived in an old, cheap apartment. Ito Shin was sentimental and valued family deeply. He was determined to get into a top university, land a high-paying job after graduation, buy a big house, and let his hard-working father enjoy life. ###, personal information. Name, Ito Shin. Occupation, system holder, student, freelance translator. Charm, 8. Intelligence, 7. Stamina, 4. Skills, Mandarin LV4, Japanese LV3, English LV3, acting LV3, German LV2, housekeeping LV1, cooking LV1. Established special relationships, none. Sign-in rewards, 100,000 yen, acting LV3. Besides working at a convenience store, he also did freelance translation in Mandarin, English, and German. Mandarin and English were common in Japan, so the rates were low. But German? That was rare, and document translations for small companies paid handsomely. Looking at his status, Ito Shin thought, with this, acting LV3, reward, should I get another part-time job? Maybe work as an extra on a film set or start making short videos. And with the 100,000 yen reward, he could buy his dad a new suit for his upcoming birthday. Ever since his mother passed away, his father had never cared about his appearance, wearing the same faded, old suit every day. A new one would let him show off a little at work. With these thoughts in mind, he took the train to Shinjuku Ikaramukai. The worn-down apartment complex lay ahead. Vines climbed up its peeling walls, bathed in the deep red hues of the setting sun. Ito Shin greeted the old security guard before heading inside. Room 602. A 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, a balcony, and an en-suite bathroom. He took out his key to unlock the door only to find it was already open. Right, Dad said he wanted to talk. He must have come home early. I wonder what it's about. He stepped inside, changed his shoes at the entrance, and instinctively called out, I'm home. In Japan, it was customary to announce one's return home. In his previous life, living alone for over 20 years, he never said it before. But after spending time here, he had gotten used to it. Shin, you're back. I don't know what to say. Don't worry, Sayuri. Shin is easy to talk to. A male and female voice came from the living room. Shin frowned. His dad, who had zero fashion sense and was clueless about romance, actually had the guts to invite a woman over. Stepping into the living room, he saw the woman. A middle-aged lady around his father's age, dressed in a plain white cotton dress, her hair tied into a simple high ponytail. Fine wrinkles lined the corners of her eyes. She clung to a man in tacky black framed glasses, their posture intimate, like a couple deeply in love. Shin wasn't he an idiot? He could tell right away. Dad is getting remarried? But he could understand. His father had been sighing over his late mother for over a decade. Only in the last 2 years had he started to recover. At nearly 50, it was normal for him to find a companion for the rest of his life. Loneliness was the biggest fear of old age. Besides, Mom had told Dad before she passed away, "Don't grow old alone because of me. Find someone to keep you company." So, this was fulfilling Mom's final wish. Setting down his bag, Shin casually sat on the couch. "Hello, Auntie." Hello. I'm Asano Sayuri, nice to meet you." She stood up and bowed nervously. She seemed a bit uneasy. Shin quickly struck up a conversation to lighten the mood. As they chatted, Sayuri gradually relaxed. Then, his father found the right moment to bring up the main topic. "This is my colleague, Sayuri. We've been dating for 6 months and are planning to be together in the future. Shin, what do you think?" His father spoke cautiously. The honest middle-aged man was afraid his son would reject the idea of remarriage, causing family discord. But what Shin actually thought was, "You sly old man. Dating for half a year and already talking marriage? You hit it well. I had no clue. I fully support you, Dad. Pursue your happiness." That's a relief, his father sighed, then hesitated before adding, "Oh, and one more thing, what do you think about having multiple younger sisters?" "Huh?" Shin glanced at Sayuri's slightly swollen belly. "Wait, this fast? This relationship is quite complicated. Stepsister? I'll treat her well." Shin was momentarily stunned. "Wait, there are only 2 bedrooms in our house. Where will she stay?" Click. The sound of a door opening came from the bathroom. Shin had been too focused on his father and stepmother to notice that the bathroom light was on and the sound of running water could be heard. Was his stepsister taking a bath inside? He raised an eyebrow. This stepsister seemed quite at ease. That child covered her mouth as soon as she got home, saying she had touched something dirty and needed to wash up immediately. "If this has caused any offense, I sincerely apologize." Sayuri stood up and bowed in apology. Shin quickly motioned for his stepmother to sit down. His stepmother was wonderful in every way, except for her overly timid nature, constantly bowing and using honorifics. However, a child raised by such a mother surely couldn't have a bad personality, right? Even if she wasn't the gentle type, she shouldn't be a bad person. Speaking of bad people, Shin suddenly thought of an acquaintance, Asano Hitami. She had a terrible personality, was a masterful liar, took secret photos, used people as scapegoats without hesitation, and treated relationships like a game. Whoever ended up living with her in the future would be doomed, trapped in a life of lies, with not a single day of peace, as if living in hell. Forget it, what's done is done. Better to think about something else, like how today seemed full of good news. Breaking up with Asano Hitami meant gaining freedom. His father got remarried, and his stepmother was a kind woman. They would likely be happy together. And now, he was about to gain a stepsister. This house was about to become lively. Shin noticed that the bathroom had gone quiet. The door had opened, but no one had come out. Was she feeling shy? Sayuri explained, "That child dislikes the stuffy feeling after a bath and likes to open the door for ventilation before getting dressed. It was always like this when it was just the 2 of us. But now I'll be sure to remind her to be more mindful of privacy so as not to trouble you, Shin-kun. How old is my stepsister?" "She's the same age as you. She's obedient, filial, and very sweet. She won't cause you any trouble." Sayuri had a very pleasant attitude. Shin became even more curious about meeting his stepsister. In both his lives, he had never shared a room with a girl. Asano Hitami, that terrible person, didn't count. Now that he was about to meet his stepsister, he couldn't help but feel a little stirred. What kind of person was she? Would she be easy to get along with? There were only 2 bedrooms in the house. His father and stepmother would take one, so he and his stepsister would share the other. Since they were the same age, could it be that she already had a boyfriend? How should he treat his stepsister's boyfriend? Should he say something like, "Hey, I'm entrusting her to you, so be a good man, or else you'll have me to deal with"? Was this what being an older brother felt like? It was quite an interesting experience. Ito-Shin stood up, ready to welcome his stepsister. First impressions were important. He was looking forward to this. The bathroom door slowly opened. A girl, now fully dressed, peeked out from behind the door, observing the living room. She had alluring fox-like eyes, and her damp hair clung to one side of her face, wetting the white pajama fabric, faintly revealing the skin beneath. She curiously scanned the room, but the moment she saw Ito-Shin, her expression instantly turned as if she had swallowed a fly. Her jaw clenched, and all traces of charm vanished. 2 patches of red, whether from embarrassment or anger, rose on her cheeks, and her eyes looked as though she was ready to devour him. The girl furiously shouted, "Bastard! Why are you here? I should be the one asking that. Why was it her?" Ito-Shin was completely stunned. It took him a full 3 or 4 seconds before he rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The person gripping the bathroom door was an all too familiar face. Wasn't he this the deceitful liar, the heartless scumbag, and the wicked paparazzo? "I just broke up with you this afternoon, and now you're at my house tonight." Chapter 3. Lie on the wall and lift up. Name, Asano-san. Age, 18. Occupation, student unknown. Charm, 9. Intelligence, 7. Physical strength, 6. Introduction: a strange transfer student who often appears in Shibuya, looking for something called love. Relationship: stepsister. Intimacy: 15%. Rewards for signing in for 1 day: Kendo Level 2, 1 ticket to the live house of the Shibuya Music Club. The next reward will be distributed in 7 days. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind. This was not a dream. Ito-Shin was a little confused. The stepsister is really my ex-girlfriend Hitomi Asano. Is it really necessary to be so bloody? Ito's father and Sayuri looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Judging from the way they were yelling at each other just now, it didn't seem like this was the first time they met. The 2 children seemed to know each other. Sayuri is a traditional woman. She was afraid to speak when she first arrived, so Ito's father had to ask. Xiaoshin and Tong know each other? No. Asano Hitomi walked out of the bathroom, subconsciously trying to hide their relationship. Ito Nobuyuki's mind worked faster, and he interrupted her directly. "Dad, Asano-san and I are in the same class. We are quite familiar with each other because of some things. That's why I was so surprised to see her just now." Asano Hitomi looked at him in confusion. Ito Shinji indicated with his eyes that this matter could not be kept secret, and the affairs of his classmates would be known to them sooner or later, so it would be better to find an unimportant matter to cover it up now. I don't know if my meaning has been conveyed. Asano Hitomi nodded in sudden realization, her eyes rolled, and she pointed at him and said, "Yes, we know each other. Uncle Naoto, he stepped on my foot after school. I asked him to apologize, but he ignored me. I'm still angry now. That's too much. When did I step on your foot? You still need me to apologize. This little report is a good preemptive move. Can't you just say something as insignificant as picking up erasers or doing group work?" Ito Nobu seemed to see a smug wild fox in her eyes, as if saying, "This is the retribution for taking pictures of me secretly. You'll be in trouble later." Ito Nobu glared at her, knowing that in this situation, she had to apologize, otherwise the situation would only get more confusing, and her previous relationship might even be brought up. He said to the 2 elders, "It's my fault, Asano-san. I'm sorry. And never mind. Apologizing so soon." Asano Hitomi pursed her cherry lips and shuddered suddenly, as if someone was staring at her. Why did that cold look just now make me feel a chill down my spine? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. That's right, admit your mistakes. Tong will be your stepsister from now on, you must protect her. Ito's father breathed a sigh of relief. I just heard that the 2 children had a conflict during the day, and I immediately became worried. I was afraid that the 2 children would have a grudge against each other and would not be able to live a normal life in the future. Sayuri told Asano Hitami. Tong, Shinjun is your stepbrother from now on. Don't be petty and be more considerate of him. Men tend to be careless and need you to take care of them. Yeah, I know, Mom. Hitami Asano wiped her hair with a bath towel, found a random braid to tie up her long hair, revealing her white swan neck, then sat next to Sayuri and affectionately put her arm around Sayuri's. Ito Shinshin muttered to himself, this is not the villain, voyeur, and liar you are during the day. Keep pretending, and I will show you how I will deal with you later. I was tricked by Asano Hitami just now, and I have to get back at her no matter what, but now is not the right time. I can't let the bad things happening between me and Hitami Asano ruin my dad and Aunt Sayuri's good mood about their remarriage. After both parents gave each other instructions on their children, they started talking about where to rest at night. There is also a small storage room at home, which can be used as a living room after it is tidied up. After that, Ito's father frowned and was in a dilemma. Who should live in the storage room? Asano Hitami had just joined the family, so she should live in a better bedroom, but this was unfair to Ito Nobuyuki. On the other hand, it was not appropriate to let Asano Hitami live in the storage room. Asano Hitami didn't want to live in a room that smelled like Ito Nobuyuki, so she took the initiative to suggest. Uncle Naoto, I'll just live in the storage room. Ito Nobu was surprised, and at the same time he looked at his father, and found that he was also surprised. His father should also prefer him to live in the storage room. Hitami, if you have any ideas, tell your uncle and don't make things difficult for yourself. Ito's father was afraid that his stepdaughter would be wronged. No, there's a reason why I live in the storage room. Asano Hitami found that the other party didn't believe her, so she had to explain, Uncle, think about it, there may be some things in the boys' room that I can't see, such as strange stains on the wall, colorful magazines hidden under the bed, and white paper balls in the trash can. If I saw them. Everyone was silent. This is what adolescent boys would do. Ito Nobuyuki looked very embarrassed. Among the things that Asano Hitami mentioned, the only thing in his room was a magazine, but that was forced on him by Hattori and he just flipped through a few pages and stopped reading. But this kind of thing definitely can't be said. Ito's father was very moved and turned to his lover and said, Sayuri, this child is really sensible. Sayuri touched the girl's head and smiled. Hitami is always like this, caring about others, very likable. Uncle, Mom, stop praising me, I'm blushing. Asano Hitami held her red face with both hands, looking shy. She was indeed a good liar. With just a few simple words, she made the two elders laugh out loud. Ito Nobuyuki sighed that she was indeed a perfect girl, and was loved by everyone both at school and at home. But he knew that this perfect girl was an extremely bad person who had just lied and slandered him easily. He glanced at the sky and found that it was getting late. Dad, I'm going to clean up the storage room first. Go ahead. Be careful. I remember there are a lot of boxes and iron sheets in there. Don't get hurt. Ito Nobu was about to leave, but Sayuri suddenly said, Tong, go help your brother. Sayuri wanted the two of them to do things together to get closer. Okay, Mom. Asano Hitami was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and continued to play the role of a good sister who cares about her brother. She got up and followed Ito Nobuyuki to the room on the balcony side, opened the door, and so that the space inside was about 6 square meters. The storage room is this big. This is my bedroom. Ito Nobu pointed to the useless clutter in the corner. I have some things I don't want anymore, so I'll take this opportunity to throw them away while I'm cleaning up the storage room. He added. You want to come into my bedroom? No. You're not afraid to come in, are you? Are you scared? Ito Nobuyuki deliberately provoked. As expected, without their audience, Asano Hitami's arrogant personality was exposed. She crossed her arms and pouted. Would I be afraid of you? Are you kidding? Just go in. Hitami Asano regretted it as soon as she entered the room. How could I agree to it after being provoked? Isn't this the same as walking myself into a trap? I am so stupid. Snap. The sound of the door locking. Asano Hitami turned around suddenly and found that the bedroom door was locked. Ito Nobuyuki leaned against the door with a playful smile on his face, his eyes looking at a prey trapped in a cage. A locked bedroom, a man and a woman alone. It's hard not to think of something. What do you want to do? Asano Hitomi covered her chest with her hands, took 2 steps back, and threatened, "I'm warning you, Uncle Naoto is outside. If I shout, your perverted nature will." Ito Nobuyuki didn't say a word, took out his mobile phone, opened a video, turned up the volume to the maximum and played it out loud. The sound of splashing of a shower came from the phone. "It's a bathing video. Don't look." Asano Hitomi became anxious and took a big step forward to grab the phone. Ito Nobuyuki moved faster and grabbed her arm, pressing the girl against the wall with his backhand. Asano Hitomi was subdued before she could react. The tall body cast a shadow under the incandescent light, and the pressure caused made her breathless. She raised her head and saw a calm and handsome face. Inexplicably, her heart began to beat fast. "It's time to settle the score for the slander you just made against me." Ito Nobuyuki lowered his head and stared at the girl's evasive eyes. "What slander? I don't know." The masculine scent hit her in the face. Asano Hitomi's cheeks turned slightly hot. She turned her head to the side and refused to admit it. Ito Nobuyuki was not in a hurry. He lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, blew gently on the light hair on her ear, and whispered like a devil. "Asano-san, you don't want the video of you bathing to be posted online, do you?" Scored twice. Ito Nobuyuki didn't have any video in his hand, but he was able to threaten Asano Hitomi and get something for nothing. Asano Hitomi widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. "You're such a jerk." "Same here, you're a voyeur and you still have the nerve to criticize me. What exactly do you want?" The girl felt ashamed. "I'm going to charge you. Turn around, lie on the wall, and stick your head up," Ito Nobuyuki said unscrupulously. Chapter for children who make mistakes will be beaten. Asano Hitomi was so angry that her teeth were itching. She was now lying on the wall, with her toes about 50 centimeters away from the wall and her body raised. The loose color-preserving pajamas wrapped her delicate body. As she bent over, the top was slightly lifted to reveal her pure white underwear. The pajamas showed her round figure clearly, with a hint of blue and white faintly visible. This posture is just like a naughty child who has made trouble and is severely punished by his parents. As far as I can remember, I have never suffered such humiliation. Ito Nobunobu stretched his muscles and joints, and his neck, wrists and ankles made crackling sounds. When Asano Hitomi heard the voice, her body trembled. Being beaten in such a shameful posture, for some reason my body began to sweat profusely and my legs became a little weak, but I couldn't help but tighten them. "Be gentle," she whispered. "Are you scared? If you admit now that you just slandered me, I can bypass you." "Afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that the noise will be too loud and my mother and Uncle Ito will hear it. Just because you secretly filmed me taking a bath, I will never bow down to you in my life. So, you're ready?" "I'm ready. Come on." Asano Hitomi closed her eyes in fear. Losing my vision, my other senses became more pronounced, and I could hear footsteps approaching slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected slap did not come, and this playing hard to get behavior made her hear her own violent heartbeat. "Why haven't you come yet? Is this guy trying to tease me?" The girl began to feel impatient and twisted her waist to relieve her tension, as if she wanted to open her eyes to observe the situation. Ito Nobuyuki is ready to take action. Asking for a price is certainly not as simple as a slap in the face. The uneasiness before the slap is more torturous than the pain of a slap in the face. This is a technique he learned on short video websites. In fact, corporal punishment is the best, but using hands is the most convenient option right now, so that's the only option. Ito Nobuyuki raised his arms, opened his hands, and landed accurately on the roundness. There was a crisp pop sound in the room, and one could feel the 2 pieces of flesh shaking in the palm of one's hand. The slap was very powerful, a warning to her not to push her too far. Hitomi Asano's face turned red instantly, and her ears also turned red. Although she was fully prepared, the shame in her heart still made her eyes fill with tears. After being slapped, she quickly turned around and pressed her back against the wall to block her roundness, as if this would ease the pain. She pursed her lips and said, "Okay, now I've paid the price, we're even now, delete the video now." "I didn't say to delete the video." Ito Nobuyuki took a few steps back and sat on the bed. "You?" Asano Hitomi wanted to rush over and teach him a lesson, but when she thought about the bathing video in his hands, she suppressed the shame in her heart and asked, "How can you delete the video?" "It depends on my mood. I'll delete the video when I'm in a good mood." Shameless. Asano Hitami's face was red and she was breathing heavily. She was angry. Relying on the video of me taking a shower, he plays with me at will. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and the angrier she got, the hungrier she got. She saw a bag of open potato chips in the corner, grabbed it, and, enduring the pain in her round neck, sat down cross-legged. He took out some potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth, keeping his eyes fixed on Ito Nobuyuki, chewing the chips hard, as if the chips being chewed were Ito Nobuyuki himself. After a few seconds, Ito Nobu said, "We need to keep the news of our previous relationship secret for now. Are you afraid that Mom and Uncle Ito will worry?" Asano Hitami sat up straight when talking about Sayuri. "It's okay to worry, but I'm afraid they won't be together because of us too." Ito Nobu said, "Our grievances should not involve other people." I know. I'm not a fool. I also want my mother to be happy." Asano Hitami lowered her eyes and the sound of chewing potato chips became quieter. "My mother treats me very well. By the way, Dad seemed to say that you are Aunt Sayuri's adopted daughter. Is this true?" Ito Nobuyuki suddenly remembered this. He wanted to ask at that time, but Asano Hitami happened to come out of the shower, so he forgot to ask. "That's right, I'm not my mother's biological daughter." Asano Hitami showed a vigilant look, clenched her hands, and the plastic bag made a sound of being crushed. "Are you going to continue to ask me who my biological parents are? I won't tell you. If you use the video to threaten me to tell you, I will hate you for the rest of my life." Ito Nobuyuki is not afraid of being hated by someone for his whole life, as it will not affect his eating, drinking, sleeping and taking college entrance exams. But Asano Hitami's current expression is like a hedgehog whose fur stands up when encountering danger. She will prick anyone who touches her, which is really unbearable. He is not a particularly gossipy person and has no interest in knowing other people's family affairs in detail. What is important is not who someone was in the past, but what that person is like now. Forget it, I don't want to think about it too much. Ito Nobuyuki stood up and prepared to clean up the storage room. Asano Hitami shrank her body, still feeling the pain from the slap on her round face, and was a little afraid of him. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in flirting with a voyeur. We've been in the room long enough. If we stay any longer, Dad and Aunt Sayuri will get suspicious." "That's right. It will be very troublesome if it is misunderstood." Asano Hitami said this and stuffed 3 or 4 more potato chips into her mouth. Ito Nobu glanced at her. "Then get up and work, and stop eating potato chips. By the way, those potato chips are a few days old, so eat less. It's not dirty and I won't get sick. I'll eat it." Asano Hitami ate more vigorously. She felt happy as long as she was against Ito Nobuyuki. It would be even better if she could make him unhappy and kneel down to beg for mercy. But first delete the video from his phone. The night deepens. This apartment building is quite old. The 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms are not large, and the storage room is even smaller, about 4 square meters. It has an openable ventilation window and can barely accommodate 1 person. The 2 of them wore dust masks and gloves and packed things in the storage room together. He took out a set of floor mats from the closet in his room and moved them to the storage room. The floor mats were clean and had been washed, and he had never used them. After everything is packed up, Asano Hitami looked around the small space. The ventilation windows were wide open, and the gentle evening breeze blew in, caressing her skin, which was very comfortable. She covered her chest, feeling a slight warmth in her heart. "At least I have a home now. I don't have to worry about being harassed by bad people every day like I did when I rented a house before. Even though I live with this bastard." Wow! The sound of flowing water. Ito Nobuyuki had taken off his mask and gloves at some point and was leaning against the wall watching the video with a serious look on his face. "This is a video sent by my good friend Hattori. In the video, girls in swimsuits jump into the swimming pool like dumplings, splashing water everywhere, which is pleasing to the eye. Hattori, I had to ask several girls to get the swimming club's assessment video. In view of my efforts, you must seriously consider joining the kendo club. Hattori, you are really my good brother." Asano Hitami stared at him with her charming eyes and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Don't worry, this is a serious video." "Is there a sound of running water in a serious video?" Asano Hitami's face instantly turned red. She guessed that he was watching a video of her bathing and said angrily, "You're lying. I heard the sound of running water. Is this a video of me taking a shower? Don't look at it. No, delete the video now." "No." Ito Nobu felt puzzled. "I watched a video posted by a friend, and you can associate it with yourself. You are too self-satisfied, right?" Asano Hitami was so angry. When she thought about the other person looking at her body with a scrutinizing eye, her body became hotter and hotter. What a perverted pervert. Just watch it, be careful of getting sty. At this time, her roundness still ached slightly. Chapter 5 is filled with. I looked at the time, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Okay, stop making trouble, pack up and eat later. Ito Nobu put away his phone and went to tidy up the books and cardboard boxes in the corner. Asano Hitami looked at him, her teeth chattering. Whenever she thought of him watching her bathing video over and over again, she wanted to bury her head in the ground and act like an ostrich. But his eyes were on her body, and she couldn't stop him from watching. Got it. Hitami Asano covered her mouth and giggled, then slowly squatted down, took out her cell phone, found the folder with the note "once every night," and clicked on a video inside. Wow! The sound of flowing water and the man's comfortable sigh echoed in the 8-square-meter bedroom. She covered her mouth with one hand, as if to cover up the sound, but she spoke loudly, deliberately for someone to hear. "Oh my, so white, so pretty, yo, I have to turn around tilde. It's developed so well, I'll give it to that little sister in the future tilde, it must be very comfortable tilde filled up tilde. Give someone a taste of their own medicine." Asano Hitami's Chinese class grades have always been above 90 points. She glanced at someone out of the corner of her eye and made all kinds of obscene jokes that no man could say. Ito Nobuyuki sighed. This was not the comfortable sigh of taking a hot bath in the video, but a sigh of worry and sorrow. He had a premonition that he would have conflicts with Hitami Asano in the future. She is a troublesome person in every sense of the word. 7 o'clock in the evening, at the dining table. A family of four sat opposite each other, put their hands together, and said, "I'm starting together." Ito Nobuyuki has never understood why there are so many strange rules in the island country, such as saying "I'm back" when you go home and saying "I'm starting to eat" before eating. I tried to find the reason at first, but in the end I still couldn't find it, and could only explain it as "islanders are trouble." Shin put down his clasped hands, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of fried shrimp tempura on the plate. The name of tempura sounds strange, but to put it simply, it is shrimp wrapped in batter and fried in oil. He subconsciously put the tempura into the bowl of Hitami Asano opposite him. Before she saw through Asano Hitami's true nature, she repeatedly asked herself to pick up food for her girlfriend with love like a real boyfriend, and she did this all afternoon, and finally ended it with the exclamation of "So this is what it feels like to be cared for." Later, Ito Nobuyuki realized how stupid his behavior was. Now, he accidentally picked up some food for Hitami Asano again. At the table, 3 pairs of surprised eyes stared at the pair of chopsticks hanging above the tempura. "Xiaoshin, when did you and Tong become so close?" Ito's father asked puzzledly. Sayuri conveyed the same confusion to Asano Hitami with her eyes, as if to say, "You two have been alone together for 2 hours, why is he picking food for you like a boyfriend?" Fortunately, Asano Hitami reacted very quickly and quickly picked up a piece of sashimi and put it in Ito Nobuyuki's bowl. "Brother, you eat too." Sister, thank you." Ito Nobuyuki called his ex-girlfriend sister, with complicated feelings in various senses. It turns out it's just a brother-sister relationship. The 2 elders felt relieved. "Xiaoshin, your sister is so good to you, you must protect her well. Tong, your brother knows to share the delicious food with you, so don't be petty and remember to take care of him, okay?" Ito Nobuyuki twitched the corner of his mouth. Even when I was introduced to a blind date by a colleague in my previous life, it wasn't this awkward. He looked across and saw Hitami Asano with a sweet smile on her face, in the state of a perfect goddess, but the corners of her foxy eyes twitched slightly. "It turns out you can't pretend anymore." The 2 of them were extremely restrained afterwards, fearing that they would behave in a way that would not fit their parents' impression of step-siblings. During the meal, Ito Nobuyuki discovered that Asano Hitami seemed to have no interest in rice. Although she kept stuffing rice grains into her mouth, she frowned every time she swallowed them. Come to think of it, when we were pretending to be a couple, she never had a meal of rice. Don't like rice, or is there another reason? Forget it, why think about this? We have broken up, her business has nothing to do with me. Now she is just my ordinary stepsister and my super bad ex-girlfriend who takes secret photos. Halfway through the meal, Sayuri wanted to get closer to her stepson and asked, "Has Shinjun ever been in love?" Cough cough cough. Hitomi Asano thought of the past and spat out a mouthful of rice. She choked on her trachea because she was too excited. She clenched her hands into fists and repeatedly beat her chest, her face flushed red. Everyone at the table was instantly panicked. Ito Nobuyuki reacted the fastest. He quickly stood up, hugged Asano Hitomi and performed the Heimlich maneuver. Bend the front leg and push the back leg to stand firmly, put the front leg between her legs, let her sit firmly on the front leg, and lean forward slightly. Put your hands around her abdomen, make a fist with one hand and place the thumb on the abdomen, and press the fist with the other hand, and quickly press the abdomen inward and upward. After doing this several times, Asano Hitomi coughed up a few rice grains and finally recovered her breathing. Her forehead was covered with sweat from the suffocation. Ito Nobuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. It was so thrilling that an accident almost happened on his father's happy day. "Thank you, but you have to put me down first. You are pressing on me, there. Asano Hitomi said intermittently while coughing. "Where is there?" Ito Nobuyuki had been busy with the rescue just now, and only now noticed that the two were in an extremely intimate posture. His there was pressing on Asano Hitomi's back, and Asano Hitomi was sitting on his legs, and his thighs could feel the thrilling softness of the girl's there. "Let go of your hand quickly." Asano Hitomi was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thud. Her whole body felt burning with pain. Her eyes were full of resentment as she glared at Ito Nobuyuki. "Don't you know how to be gentle? There won't be a next time." "What's the meaning? Next time I will definitely not help." "You bastard." The two of them exchanged glances for only a moment. Sayuri quickly helped Hitomi Asano up and sat her back at the dining table, telling her to concentrate on eating and not think about anything else. Ito Nobu sat down again and checked the system message. Intimacy increased. Intimacy, 15% 20%. Sign-in rewards increased. He glanced at Hitomi Asano thoughtfully and found that she was also looking at him, with less vigilance and more intimacy in her eyes. It seems that the act of saving her just now has increased the intimacy. Ito Nobu didn't take it seriously. He has already broken up with Hitomi Asano and is now pretending to be getting along well with her just because he doesn't want their affairs to affect their families. In private, they will be strangers again. The intimacy level will probably only increase to 20% and won't increase any further. Because of Tong's interruption, I almost forgot what I asked just now, Sayuri said as if she suddenly remembered. Has Shin ever been in a relationship? "I've never been in a relationship with anyone," Ito Nobu said with a smile. Voyeuristic people, liars and bad women are not considered human beings. He secretly observed Asano Hitomi's reaction. In the past, she would have glared at him and looked at him with an "eat you" look, but today she was unusually calm. She didn't say a word when she heard the provocative words, but just lowered her head to eat her meal without looking up. Could it be that she was frightened by the choking just now? Or is it the increased intimacy that has had an impact? Seeing that she didn't react at all, Ito Nobuyuki suddenly felt a little sorry for her. Had he gone too far just now? However, this feeling was fleeting, because Asano Hitomi glared at him with a vicious look. It turns out there was just a delay. Resentment may be late, but it will never be absent. I was such a bitch just now. Asano Hitomi was the one who secretly filmed myself taking a bath, and she even wanted to threaten me with the secretly filmed video. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have fallen into her hands and been played with in various ways. Girls like this don't deserve sympathy. Aunt Sayuri, although I have never been in a relationship with anyone, I know a love story of my friend. Do you want to hear it? I want to listen, please tell me quickly, Shin-kun. Sayuri was very happy to have the opportunity to get closer to her stepson. Okay, I'll name my friend's story. My girlfriend is a liar. Ito Nobuyuki said to Sayuri with a smile. Intimacy decreased. Intimacy, 20% 15%. Chapter 6, I Have a Friend, Series of Stories. At the end of a fake relationship, the girl secretly filmed the boy taking a shower and threatened him to continue. Ito Nobuyuki's voice was full of emotion, as if he had transformed into the miserable boy in My Girlfriend is a Liar, and he couldn't wait to perform it for his parents on the spot. Sayuri covered her mouth and exclaimed repeatedly when she heard this. This is too much. Not only did that girl cheat on the boy, she even did something as bad as secretly taking photos. What a bad girl. Asano Hitami lowered her head and ate without saying a word. Her right hand, which was holding the chopsticks, slowly clenched until her fingertips turned white. She bit harder and harder, and even though she was eating rice, it felt like she was gnawing on someone's flesh. That's right, the guy was taking a comfortable shower. Who would have thought there was a camera secretly filming him? Ito-Shin beat his chest and stamped his feet. If God gave me another chance, the hero in the story would definitely not get in touch with this girl. Knowing this girl is the most unlucky thing in the world, it's unfortunate for 8 lifetimes. What's next? We're almost at the end. Aunt Sayuri, can you tell us what you think after listening to this? Of course. Sayuri was very happy. She thought that she could finally get closer to her stepson and couldn't miss this opportunity. Ito Nobu glanced at Asano Hitami, paused, and changed the ending of the story that was originally planned. Finally, the girl finally came to her senses and realized how bad her behavior was. She deeply regretted her past and wanted to make it up to the boy, even sacrificing herself for him. Crack. Suddenly, when the topic diaper came up, a sound of something being bitten was heard on the table. Asano Hitami covered the left half of her face and said with a painful expression, I accidentally ate a crab shell. It hurts. Sayuri put down her chopsticks, took out 2 napkins and handed them to her, saying with concern, How can you be so careless? Spit it out quickly, don't prick your mouth. Well, the crab shell almost pierced my mouth just now. I'll spit it out now. After hearing what Sayuri said, Asano Hitami's face suddenly became gloomy. She lowered her head and her shoulders trembled slightly. Why do you look like you're afraid of something? It must be my illusion. Ito-Shin looked at her deeply. Aunt Sayuri, what do you think of the girl in the story? He's a bad kid. Sayuri said without thinking, no matter how you explain it, he's a bad kid for doing something like secretly taking photos. That's right. Ito Nobuyuki also thought so. There is no way to wash away the secretly taken photos. Hitami Asano spat out the crab shell in her mouth, wrapped it in a tissue, and threw it into the trash can under the dining table. She continued to eat her meal with her head down, eating roughly the same amount of rice each time, opening and closing her mouth, pushing the rice grains into her stomach bit by bit. Her long eyelashes drooped, covering her dim eyes. The incandescent light cast her shadow on the floor, leaving her alone. Sayuri continued. I'll teach that kid a lesson. That's right, you should teach him a lesson. Asano Hitami finished her meal and picked up the remaining rice grains in the bowl and stuffed them into her mouth one by one to avoid wasting any. Then, Sayuri smoothed the gray hair by her ears, her voice gradually becoming gentler, give that girl a hug. Asano Hitami suddenly looked up, and her pupils trembled. In her dark pupils, there was only the figure of the woman who was her adoptive mother. Sayuri smiled gently. Lying, secretly taking photos, and refusing intimate contact are the girls' way of protecting themselves. Maybe because I am a mother, I see things from a different perspective. What I see is a child shivering in a corner. She is afraid of everything around her, so she has armed herself like a hedgehog. Maybe she has leverage over others, which makes her feel safe, so she takes secret photos. Aunt Sayuri, do you think the girl is right? Ito Nobuyuki asked slowly. Asano Hitami immediately turned her gaze towards him, baring her teeth like an angry puppy, her eyes looking as if she wanted to eat him. Intimacy decreased. Intimacy, 15% 10%. Ito Nobuyuki ignored her threat and waited for Sayuri's answer. Nobu-kun didn't listen carefully. I said at the beginning that this is a bad child. Sayuri said softly, bad children must be punished and brought back to the right path. After all this is done, I will give her a hug and tell her don't be afraid, no one will hurt you. She must have been scared for a long time. Someone should reach out to her and give her even a tiny bit of light. Hitami Asano bowed her head and expressed her opinion. Mom is so kind. Really? Naoto also often says that I have a good heart. There are still many kind people in this world, such as Hitami. Hitami is a kind and good girl. Sayuri reached out her hand and wanted to touch her head. Asano Hitami put down her chopsticks and stood up, cleverly avoiding Sayuri's rough hands. I'm done. Very clean. Ito-shin looked at her bowl. Food is precious and should not be wasted, and it's not pleasant to be hungry. Asano Hitami picked up the dishes and went to the kitchen, passing by Ito Nobuyuki with her lips slightly open. Ito Nobuyuki finished his meal leisurely, chatting and laughing with Sayuri during the meal. He mocked his father for not being romantic and hoped that Sayuri would be more tolerant. Then he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and walked towards the kitchen. Kitchen, by the sink. Ito Nobu walked to the girl, turned on the faucet, filled the sink, and took the detergent from the side. Are you interested in hearing a story? The girl asked. Willing. I have a friend series. Is this the beginning to get back at me? Yes. True or false? It's fake. Just telling a simple story. I'm listening. Go ahead. The sink was full, and Ito Nobu turned on the faucet. The only sounds in the kitchen were the sound of dishes and chopsticks colliding, and the girl's leisurely voice. My friend was born in a broken family. His father was a damned gambler who ran away a few days after giving birth to his daughter. His mother was a violent street prostitute who didn't come home every night. On her 6th birthday, she was eating breakfast, half a bowl of leftover rice from last night, soaked in hot water, and passed it off as hot. The hungover mother came home and smashed the bottle on her daughter's head without saying a word, calling her bitch, whore, and I shouldn't have given birth to a burden like you. She had a terrible headache and felt dizzy with blood all over her head. The mother seemed to be still drunk and pointed at the rice on the table and said frantically, "Eat it up, don't waste food." She was so scared that her body couldn't stop shaking, but she didn't dare to disobey her mother's order and did it anyway. Glass shards mixed into the rice cut her mouth, and blood flowed down the corners of her mouth. She endured the pain and smiled at her mother, hoping that her mother would be nicer to her. Little did she know that this behavior made her mother even angrier, and she pointed at her nose and scolded her. From then on, she was traumatized and would be afraid every time she saw rice. However, she had experienced the pain of being hungry when she was a child, so every time she ate, her bowl would be the cleanest, without a single grain of rice left. When she grew up, she still kept the habit of not leaving any rice grains. Her classmates and colleagues all laughed at her and called her a little beggar, as if she had not eaten rice in several lifetimes. Only she knew what it felt like to force herself to eat food she was afraid of, and how difficult it was to swallow. Asano Hitami turned around, with Ito Nobuyuki reflected in her eyes, and asked, "Will you take pity on my friend?" Chapter 7, Genius Idol Tilder. I won't pity her. Ito Nobu shook his head. Feeling sorry for a person will not change the reality in the slightest. Only by taking action can you change what can be changed and make things less bad. If their friend, that Hitami Asano mentioned, really exists in this world and is suffering, he will try his best to help. If this friend is Hitami Asano, it means that things have already happened. What else can we do except raise our heads again and face the future bravely? But it is certainly wrong to forgive her behavior of taking secret photos just because she has a tragic life experience. It is unfair to the victim. Of course, this is all based on the truth told by Hitami Asano. That's right, because it's all lies. I made up the story. How could a girl with such a miserable childhood have the courage to live in this world? She would either be sold by her mother to become a street prostitute, or she would jump into the sea and leave this world forever because she couldn't stand the torture. What about you? I am Ghost. Hitami Asano turned her head and started cleaning the kitchen, putting the spice jars, pots and pans back to their original places and washing other dirty dishes. Shin Ito cleans the kitchen floor. Today is my parents' happy occasion, so if you can help them worry less, then do so. No need to think, just do it subconsciously. Outside the kitchen. Ito's father and Sayuri looked at the two children busy in the kitchen and smiled sincerely. After dinner, everyone in the Ito family became busy. First, Ito's father took Sayuri and some souvenirs and visited the neighbors one by one. The islanders' small circle mentality of sticking together for warmth is integrated into every aspect of life. In each area, there is a town association whose members are respected people. It is equivalent to the neighborhood committee in the previous life. However, the town councils in island countries have real power and can govern citizens within a certain area. The neighborhood association was established in the island country in 1930. At that time, the government formed neighborhood associations in various regions to decentralize power for the convenience of management. Now, as the lore has been improved step by step, the town association has been deprived of most of its powers, but it still affects every aspect of the lives of the islanders. Ito's father plans to find time to take Sayuri to the town to meet people. With their parents out, only Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitami were left at home, each busy with their own things. Ito Nobuyuki sorted out the things in his bedroom, and took the opportunity to tidy up the storage room to throw away the useless things. Hitami Asano was carrying a pink suitcase and locked herself in the storage room. No one knew what she was doing. Through the wall, Ito Nobuyuki heard the sound of music. Everyone has privacy, and as long as it doesn't affect him, he doesn't bother to care. 8:30 p.m. Ito Nobuyuki climbed up to room 602 from downstairs, panting. He couldn't store so many sundries in the future. He was almost exhausted from going upstairs 3 times. Shinjun, would you like an apple? Sayuri had returned from visiting her neighbors and was sitting on the sofa cutting an apple. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, she picked up a piece of apple with a wooden skewer and handed it to his mouth. Thank you, Aunt Sayuri. Ito-shin took the apple piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Nobu-kun, could you give these apple chunks to Hitami? It's been a dry spring, and the kid didn't have any water today. Sayuri handed him a plate of apple chunks. An adult, of course, knows that he should drink water when he is thirsty, but in the eyes of his parents, children are always children and need care no matter how old they are. Ito Shinko felt warm inside. He was an orphan in his previous life, and only in this life did he feel the warmth of home. His father often nagged him and expressed his concern for him. In Sayuri, he felt the same love as from his own father. He took the fruit plate and patted his chest to promise that he would make sure Asano Hitami finished eating the apple pieces. Sayuri nodded, her face hesitated for a moment, she stood up on tiptoe, touched his head reluctantly, and said, Nobu-kun is a good boy. Aunt Sayuri, you are also a gentle person. Ito Nobuyuki had mixed emotions. Gentle Aunt Sayuri, do you know your daughter's true face? Do you know about the entanglement between me and your daughter? If one day you knew everything, would you throw away your gentle side and get furious? Ito Nobuyuki was determined to keep the secret. The truth is sometimes a sharp sword that hurts people, so let it be buried forever in the hearts of those who know it. Holding a fruit plate, he walked towards the door next to his bedroom, which had a wooden sign with the word pupil on it. This was a bedroom converted from a storage room. Boom boom boom. Knock on the door. The door slowly opened a crack, a head popped out, and a pair of cherry-colored lips opened. What's up? Aunt Sayuri cut the apple for you. Oh, give it to me, I'll eat it later. Asano Hitami stretched out her hand. Ito Nobuyuki retracted his arm and said, I want you to finish eating now. I have something to do. Asano Hitami said impatiently. What's so urgent that you don't even have time to eat fruit? Will it take a minute? After saying this, Ito Nobuyuki felt how strange it was. Why did he feel like he had really become her brother? If there is something wrong, it's wrong. Don't worry about it. Asano Hitami stood in the crack of the door, blocking the room tightly. She spoke in a low voice, afraid that Sayuri, who was sitting in the living room, would hear it. At this time, a strange female voice was heard in the room. Hurry back, Xiaotong. It's about to start. Everyone is waiting for you. Video calls are troublesome. Let's find a time to practice offline. Time is tight. Tomorrow. I know. Don't talk yet. Before Ito Nobuyuki could hear the rest of the words, Asano Hitami suddenly shouted into the room. The female voice disappeared and the room became quiet instantly. Give me the apple and I want to eat it now. Asano Hitami stretched out her hand arrogantly. This girl is a good girl and a perfect goddess in front of outsiders, but she doesn't restrain herself at all in front of herself. Ito Nobuyuki handed over the plate, and Asano Hitami stuffed all the apple pieces into her mouth in 2 or 3 bites. Her cheeks were puffy, and she said incoherently, Hurry up, I'm done eating. Ito Nobu took a last glance at the storage room and saw colorful lights flashing inside, just like in a KTV. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the wooden sign with Tong written on it swayed slightly. She seemed to be hiding a secret. Ito Nobuyuki went back and handed the plate to Sayuri, then returned to the bedroom alone. I watched the mediocre snow for 2 hours and took a shower and rest at 11 o'clock. Late at night, Ito Nobuyuki lay in bed, unable to sleep, tossing and turning. Dong dong clang. Dong dong clang clang. Even her recklessness is within her realm tilde. You are the perfect and lying one tilde. A genius idol tilde. There was a wall between the storage room and the bedroom, and the sound of music penetrated through the thin wall and into Ito Nobuyuki's ears. He had fallen asleep, but was suddenly woken up. The island country is located in an earthquake zone, and most houses are built with earthquake-proof materials. These materials are very light and do not soundproof. In addition, the apartments were built too long ago, and the quality of materials from the last era was even worse, so the sound insulation effect is almost zero. The apartment is arranged with 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with the 2 bedrooms facing each other. Ito's father and Sayuri's bedrooms could not hear it, but Ito Nobuyuki's bedroom could hear it clearly. Ito Nobu read Dazai Osamu's essays before and saw this passage. The hotels on the island are really nice. What do you mean? Quiet enough. This is an irony. In the hotel room next door, a man and a woman are doing the big thing of reproduction. Ito Nobuyuki would rather listen to the reproduction sounds like Mr. Dazai than be kept awake by the noise of crazy music at 1:45 in the middle of the night. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and pounded the wall to express his dissatisfaction. The music stopped. Soon, a small voice came from the other side of the wall. Ito-shin. You were the one who smashed the wall. It's me. You're being too loud and keeping me awake. It's late at night and I have to go to school tomorrow. Please stop making trouble. Oh. The girl agreed readily, and the music indeed disappeared. Ito Nobu turned over, thinking that he could finally have a good rest. But after a few minutes, the sound of a door opening was heard next door. He didn't take it seriously. Soon, there was another sound of a door closing. He still didn't take it seriously. So the sound of opening and closing doors continued until 4 in the morning. The sky was just getting light, and the golden morning light was shining into the bedroom through the curtains. Ito Nobuyuki stared at the ceiling with his bloodshot eyes. His eye bags were dark and swollen, and his head was aching slightly. He suffers from insomnia. Chapter 8, The Cute Schoolgirl of Kendo Club. Wednesday, April 10th, early morning. With dark circles under his eyes, Ito Nobuyuki put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Because Hitomi Asano kept opening and closing the door in the middle of the night, she couldn't sleep. He didn't count them, but the door was opened and closed dozens of times, which made him unable to sleep all night and gave him a terrible headache. We must settle the score with her. Ito Nobuyuki walked out of the room, turned around and knocked on the door next door, knocking very loudly to express his dissatisfaction. Snap! The door opened and Hitomi Asano poked her head in. What? You? Ito-shin wanted to scold her loudly and tell her not to make so much noise at night, but after seeing her pale face, he suddenly couldn't say anything harsh. What's wrong with you? The girl's hair was dry and lusterless, her skin was white due to lack of blood, her eye sockets were sunken, and she had 2 dark circles under her eyes that were darker than the color of a panda's eyes. She looked like she had had one night of excessive sexual activity. I have diarrhea and didn't sleep all night. Asano Hitomi said weakly, I feel like I was left in the bathroom. I weigh myself now and I should have lost 10 pounds. The chips you ate yesterday. Well, that might be the cause. The potato chips are expired. Asano Hitomi's stomach suddenly rumbled. She didn't know if it was because she was hungry or she had to go to the bathroom again. Can I still go to private school today? I've asked for leave. I won't be going. Asano Hitomi bent over, holding her belly and went back to her room. I want to catch up on some sleep. Bye. The door closed again. Ito Nobuyuki remembered that the bag of potato chips was his leftovers, so he said, sorry, without any psychological pressure in his heart and turned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Dad and stepmother came out of the bedroom half an hour later and saw breakfast already on the dining table. Sayuri praised Ito-shin on the spot, saying, you are so sensible. The two of them asked Asano Hitomi why she didn't eat breakfast. Ito Nobuyuki said that she had stomach discomfort and was sleeping in her room to rest. They asked Ito Nobuyuki to keep an eye on Asano Hitomi and not to cause big problems because of her minor health ailment. By the way, Xiaoshin, Sayuri and I are working overtime tonight, so you don't have to wait for us for dinner, said Ito's father. I see. Ito was confident that the two of them could take care of each other when working overtime, so his father wouldn't have to feel lonely working overtime alone like before. After breakfast, Ito Nobuyuki changed into the school uniform of Yingqing Private School High School, put on his bag and went out to school. When I arrived at the private school, I was drowsy the whole morning and couldn't concentrate in class. At noon, Hattori took his lunchbox and sat down next to Ito Nobu's desk, ate lunch with him, and asked about joining the kendo club. "I'll join." Ito Nobu explained the reason. University admissions will look at students' club experience in high school, and the private school has changed the scholarship evaluation this year, adding their all-round development of students rule, which includes club activities. "I thought it was the swimming club's exam video that worked." Hattori looked disappointed. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who is tempted by beauty?" Ito Nobu asked back. "Of course not." Hattori looked impressed. "The news of your breakup with Asano Hitami spread throughout the second grade. Everyone said you were a heartless and cold-faced monk. If it were me, with a girlfriend as beautiful as Asano, I would definitely refuse to break up. After all, it would be so impressive to date a girl who ranks first in beauty and tell others about it." Ito Nobuyuki took out his cell phone to look at the forum. "What is love? Today I broke up with Ito Nobuyuki. I am a little sad. I will keep the good memories of this week in my heart. What is love? It seems that a youth full of peach color is not something that people like me deserve. Geisha crying JPG. The first sentence is fine, but the second sentence seems wrong." Ito Nobuyuki sneered in his heart. Asano Hitami was such a good disguise. She took advantage of the breakup with him to create some publicity. Her beautiful, perfect goddess persona made her completely famous in the second grade. Their perfect goddess in a relationship belongs to someone else, but their perfect goddess who is single after a breakup belongs to everyone. Asano Hitami's popularity peaked in her second year. After lunch, Ito Nobuyuki went to the kendo club at the suggestion of his good friend Hattori. There is an overhead corridor between the club building and the teaching building. While he was looking at the airplane clouds, he received a message on his phone. "Sayuri, Nobu-kun, I bought stomach medicine for Tong. Please urge her to take it. She has had a bad stomach since she was a child. Watch her and don't eat anything careless. Don't do strenuous exercise these days." "Shin, okay, I'll keep an eye on her. Aunt Sayuri, remember to urge Dad to have dinner, he often skips dinner when he works overtime." Aunt Sayuri replied with a smiley face, indicating that it was no problem. Ito Nobu put away his phone and went to the club building. There were very few people in the club building at noon. Most of them were busy eating or dating, and no one came here to participate in club activities. The kendo club is on the first floor of the club building. When Ito Nobuyuki arrived on the first floor, he heard sounds like face and chest. Hattori explained to him. "This is Kiari. In a kendo match, you need to shout out where you want to attack to avoid accidentally hitting the opponent. If you don't shout it out loud during the match, the referee won't count the points. Isn't it embarrassing?" Ito Nobu felt that his voice was full and loud, and had a bit of a middle school vibe. "Awkward. Isn't kendo always like this? Kendo is not a killing skill like before. It is just a physical activity to strengthen the body." "You are right." Ito Nobuyuki is 18 years old this year, but he still has memories of his past life when he was in his 20s. For Hattori, a native Japanese, kendo is a sport that requires shouting during competitions. There is nothing embarrassing about it and it is very normal. But Ito Nobuyuki was not very adaptable. The two walked into the kendo club. Yingqing Private School is worthy of being the top private high school in Tokyo. The training ground of the kendo department is quite grand, covering an area of 300 square meters. The entire first floor is the territory of the kendo department, and even a layer of wooden boards is laid on the ground to simulate the environment of an authentic kendo field. After taking off his shoes at the entrance and walking through the locker room, Ito Nobuyuki saw the kendo club's training ground. There are countless award certificates hanging on the walls. Yingqing Private School is a frequent visitor to the podium of the Kanto Kendo competition, but has never won a trophy from the national kendo competition. It is relatively strong, but not too strong, in Schrodinger's range of strength. Inside the dojo, a young girl in a black kendo uniform stood in front of more than 20 people in black and white kendo uniforms, talking incessantly about something. Hattori whispered. "See. That girl is the ace of the kendo club, a freshman. I heard she has a bad temper and believes in the traditional idea that the strong have everything. Don't mess with her, or she will challenge anyone to a duel if she disagrees with you. Ito-Nobu nodded and looked around. There were students nearby who came to observe the kendo club training like him, but they were all first-year students. They exclaimed, "How amazing, practicing kendo is so cool, does that girl in black have a boyfriend? Hey, it's you, the infatuated little fangirl. She's the ace, not someone you can easily mess with. Be careful or she'll chop your head off with a bamboo sword." A petite girl ran towards Ito-Nobuyuki and Hattori. The girl is very cute, with chubby face, pink lips, a rabbit ear hairpin on her head, and is about 1.5 meters tall. She is a favorite of some special enthusiasts. Senior. R. Who? Who called me? Which good school girl? Hattori turned around suddenly and saw a 1.5 meter shorty running towards him. He immediately lost interest. "TSK, it's not a queen. Your hobby is quite unique, which makes the lady call you senior. Ito-Nobu complained. Hattori likes mature women and has no interest in petite girls. He even once said that people who like petite girls are heretics and that only those of the opposite sex with hot bodies can be considered women. The lady is God. Hattori looked fanatical. Yes, you are right. Ito-Shin was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He turned around and said to the schoolgirl who was jogging over, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" "Are you two seniors planning to join the kendo club?" the junior asked expectantly. "Yes." "May I ask who you are?" "Seniors, I am the acting head of the kendo club, Sanai Yunakara from Class A, Grade 1. Sanai Yunakara tilted her head and smiled. "Welcome to the kendo club, both seniors." Chapter 9. It is a happy thing to like seniors and go crazy towards them. Name, Yunakara Sanai. Occupation, student acting head of kendo club. Charm, 8. Intelligence, 5. Physical strength, 10. Introduction, a cute legal school girl. If you don't ask about her age, she looks like a first-year junior high school student. She is the favorite of some people with special fetishes. Relationship, schoolmate. Intimacy, 40%. Sign in for 1-day reward, cooking level 3, underwear just taken off by a schoolmate. The next sign in reward will be issued in 7 days. It's directly a level 3 skill. It turns out that the higher the intimacy, the richer the reward. But why is it, physical strength, 10? Also, this system is too tricky. It takes off other people's underwear. Does the kendo club have any attendance requirements? Asked Ito-Nobuyuki. There are no requirements. Except for the core members, other members can choose to come or not. Sanai Yunakara frowned cutely, touched her chest and waist, and seemed to be confused about something missing, but still led Ito-Nobuyuki to the lounge. When Hattori saw a first-year lady, he approached her and tried to be her slut, but didn't he follow her? Sanai Yunakara opened the closet and took out a set of kendo robes and skirts. There are 2 colors, black and white. Generally speaking, boys wear black and girls wear white. Ito-Nobuyuki thought about the first-year girls who were leading more than 20 people in training. They were wearing all black. Does it mean that they are not inferior to boys? Senior, please pick out a kendo robe. Sanai Yunakara said sweetly. How about you help me pick one, Junior? Ito-Nobuyuki said with a smile. Everyone likes gentle girls. I was really blind to date a bad girl like Hitomi Asano. Sanai Yunakara pointed her index finger at her lips, picked and chose in the closet, and took out a full black kendo robe. Senior, this set. Oh? Can you tell me the reason? This is a new one. The other kendo uniforms were left by the third-year seniors. Sanai Yunakara said to him with a smile, revealing 2 cute little fangs. Is it because I didn't let you choose that you gave me your second-hand kendo uniform? Yes. Although my position as club director is acting, I will try my best to help the kendo club save money. Although a set of kendo clothes is small, it still costs a lot of money. Sanai Yunakara explained to him seriously. Ito-Nobuyuki suddenly discovered that the petite girl in front of him didn't seem as innocent as she appeared, and seemed to be a little sinister. Then there's no need for you to give me a new kendo uniform, right? It's not necessary, but seniors are special. Special? Yes. Asano-sama's ex-boyfriend Ito Nobuyuki is a special one. Sanai Yunakara nodded vigorously. Excuse me, the Asano-sama you mentioned, is it Asano Hitomi? Yes. Asano-sama is not only the most beautiful girl in the second grade, but also famous in the first grade. I am the vice president of the Asano fan club. Asano-sama's loyal fan. Sanai Yunakara took out two pink cheering sticks from under her pleated skirt, held them high, and waved them excitedly. Ito Nobuyuki suddenly felt very tired and covered her face, too lazy to worry about why she could pull out a 30-centimeter cheering stick from under her skirt. Before Yunakara-sanai finished her words, she put the cheering stick back under her skirt, then held her slightly red face with both hands and said shyly. Besides, I'm the president of Ito's fan club and a die-hard fan of yours truly. Why do I have a fan club too? Senior is the second-year student with the highest deviation value. He is handsome and has a good personality. On the first-year registration day, he helped a lot of us. Those girls were all fascinated by him, including me. There are too many flaws, I don't know how to describe it. Ito-shin smacked his lips, having a very strange feeling. Has he become an idol? I have no memory of that time at all, but I feel like I helped a lot of girls. Yunakara-sanai pulled out two 30-centimeter blue cheering sticks from under her skirt and said excitedly. Look, we've already thought of a color for our seniors. It's a clear sky blue. It's a perfect match with Asano-sama's pink. Well, you should have heard that I have broken up with her. Ito Nobuyuki didn't want to show a bad face to the person who admired him, but he had to let the other party know the truth. I know. But as the vice president of Asano's fan club and the president of Ito's fan club, I believe that you two will get back together. Sanai Yunakara pounded the metal wardrobe beside her as if to cheer him up. Bang! There was a loud bang that made the ceiling tremble. The iron cabinet seemed to have been hit by a fist-sized truck. The cabinet body was severely deformed and rapidly dented in the middle. The iron cabinet was wantonly ravaged like thin paper, leaving a small hole. The girl's hands were as smooth as before, with only the joints on the back of her hands slightly red, but they soon returned to white. Yunakara-sanai retracted her fist, touched the back of her neck, and said embarrassedly. I got into trouble accidentally. Oh my god, so, physical strength, 10, means beyond human limits. What kind of 1.5-meter tall humanoid monster is this? Seeing the strange look on his face, Yunakara-sanai couldn't help but shrink her neck and said cautiously. Senior, are you afraid of me too? Do you want to stay away from me? Why also? Ito Nobuyuki sensed something was wrong. It's nothing, Senior, you must have heard it wrong. Sanai Yunakara turned her head away guiltily. Let me ask, how many people are there in my fan club now? Ito Nobuyuki vaguely sensed something was wrong and began to test the waters. Yunakara-sanai lowered her head and whispered. It's just me. So what you said about many schoolgirls have a crush on me was a lie. It's not a lie. Sanai Yunakara looked a little flustered. There are really a lot of people around me who like you and want to be your girlfriend, but they don't want to form a fan club with me because they are afraid I'll hurt someone. Are you the only one in the Asano fan club? Yes. Since there is only you, why are you their vice president? Ito-shin was puzzled. Could it be that the schoolgirl in front of him was divided into two people? Mr. Asano is the designated president of the fan club. Flames burned in Sanai Yunakara's black and white eyes. I will definitely bring Mr. Asano into the fan club. This is my dream. She has ambitions. Ito-shin thought for a moment. This schoolgirl was all alone and pitiful. He took out his phone and clicked online. Can I add your contact information? It's so weird, it sounds like a scumbag senior hitting on a cute junior. It's just that this junior high school girl is a giant monster in human skin. Yunakara-sanai was stunned for a moment, a bright light slowly lit up in her eyes, and her breathing became rapid. Senior, is this true? Senior wants to exchange lines with me. Really? Being stared at by the enthusiastic schoolgirl, Ito-shin felt a little embarrassed. Miss Yunakara is the first girl I took the initiative to add on my line. This is such a great honor. I will be your die-hard fan from now on. No, you are still young, don't die so early. Liking seniors and going crazy towards them is a very happy thing. As long as I can still do these things, I won't die. Sanai Yunakara blushed and smiled shyly. Ito Nobuyuki instinctively felt that something was wrong with this sentence. He frowned and thought about it carefully, but didn't notice anything strange. So he put the doubt aside and thought about it again when he had the chance. After school in the afternoon, Hattori ran out of the classroom early to give flowers to the first-year lady he liked. Ito Nobu went to the kendo club again to sign in, proving that he was now a member of the kendo club. He followed them to practice 100 sujins in simple terms. It was sword swinging, which earned him some experience for kendo, LV2. The girl in the black sword uniform I saw in the morning said that his movements were very standard. I asked him if he had practiced kendo before. He said no, and this was his first time. The girl in the black sword uniform left disappointed. Then, he used the excuse of feeling unwell to chat for a while with Sanae Nakara, who was sitting in the corner watching the kendo club members training with envy, and then left. I wanted to work at a convenience store, but I found out that the store was closed today. Shin, who had nothing to do, took out the sign in reward from the system, found a ticket to the music club live house. The ticket sale date seems to be today. How about going to check out the legendary live house? What are underground idols like? Chapter 10, Naughty Sister Needs a Lesson. Live house refers to a space where music performances can be presented. It provides a venue for bands or independent singers to hold small concerts. Ito Nobuyuki had learned about live houses in anime, such as Lone Rock, Maigo, and Keio, but he had never seen a real live house. Generally speaking, the people who host live houses may be underground idols, small performances of popular artists, campus music clubs, etc., and even cross-door performers, which is really rare. There is no need to explain music clubs and popular artists, but Ito Nobuyuki was not very clear about what underground idols were, so he searched on Google. Underground idols are a cultural phenomenon unique to the island nation. They perform in local community theaters most of the time and do not appear in mainstream media. They are not artists or groups signed by any management companies. The difference between underground idols and mainstream idols is resources, thresholds, and professional capabilities. Without signing with an agency, there is no resource recommendation and they can only perform in local communities. There is no threshold for underground idols to enter the industry, which results in uneven personnel, and the professional level of the same group may vary greatly. In other aspects, they are not much different from ordinary idols or groups. For example, the standing position of underground groups at performances is also determined by the sales of CDs and handshake tickets, as well as fan votes. If the performance income is not enough, they even have to pay the venue to make up the amount out of their own pockets. Many girls from the island countries are engaged in underground idol careers. There is no threshold, and if you are lucky, you can make money quickly. However, according to statistics, most underground idols are short of money, and after participating in the idol career for a few years, they switch to work in other industries. An industry with fierce competition, where new people join and old people leave every day. Ito Nobu looked at the tickets in his hand. 5 girls with deliberately blurred faces, wearing bright and colorful clothes, jumping under the lights, with a line of big words at the top that read idol. The big characters should be the group name, which is concise and comprehensive. The music club is in Shinjuku, not far from Shinjuku Ikuharamakai apartment. It was just the right place to go home after watching a live house on the next street. It's the rush hour after get off work, and there are a lot of people. Ito Nobuyuki arrived in Shinjuku and searched for a while before stopping in front of a 2-story building. This is the music club. A 1-meter-high poster was erected at the door, with the picture on it showing the 5 girls on the ticket, wearing clothes of 5 different colors. Compared to their deliberately blurred faces on the ticket, the faces of the girls on the poster here are clearer. Ito Nobu stared at the girl in the pink performance costume in the center of the poster. The more he looked, the more familiar she looked. It seemed like he had seen this face and this figure somewhere before. "Hello, sir, the posters are not for sale to the public, please move away a little." A woman with a work badge stopped Ito Hyde. "Oh well." Ito Shin took a few steps back, raised his hand to lift his slightly longer hair, and revealed a sunny and handsome smile. The woman was stunned for a moment, and a blush slowly crept up her cheeks. "Oh, this boy is so handsome, I'm dying, my legs are so weak, I really want this handsome guy to hug my waist." Ito Nobu saw the woman looking at him infatuatedly and asked, "Sister, I want to ask about the girl on the poster." "Sister." The woman turned her head away and kicked a stone off the ground. Please continue to call me that." "Good. The girls on the poster are from an idol group that is hosting a love house. I heard they are quite popular among underground idols. The pink girl in the center is the ace of the group and has the highest popularity. She has won the championship in fan voting rate within the group for consecutive years. However, that idol does not interact with fans and does not sell handshake tickets, otherwise her income would be higher. Sister, I want to hear more details. Sounds so good. Being called sister by a handsome guy makes me feel 10 years younger, back to the time when I had just graduated from college and was facing society with full of passion. The woman continued. Please give me more details. Got it. Last time we had a live show, there was a guy in a suit and tie. He looked decent. Guess what? He knelt in front of this poster and licked the thigh of the idol in blue. It was disgusting. It seems there is no important information. The woman was telling a story with great enthusiasm, and Ito-Shin found an opportunity to interrupt her. Sister, the live show is about to start. I want to go in. Handsome guy, can you leave a line? Sure. After exchanging contact information, Ito Nobuyuki hurried into the music club. The woman looked at his back with longing, sighing and regretting why she didn't meet this handsome guy earlier. That way, maybe a touch of dazzling brilliance would have been left in her grey life. When I entered the music club, I didn't expect that I would have to queue inside. It took me half an hour to finally enter the live performance venue. He held a cheering stick in his hand and could turn on the neon lights by pressing a switch, and he could adjust the colors manually, something the staff had forced upon him. It was Ito-Shin's first time to come to a live house, and everything felt new and fresh. People were packed in, the air was thick with the smell of sweat and alcohol, but it was overpowered by the scent of artificial lavender. Most of the people present were uncles, and there were very few young people. On the other side of the venue, several part-time high school girls, wearing cute maid outfits, were selling peripheral figures. Click! The lights suddenly dimmed. Ito Nobuyuki withdrew his wandering gaze and looked towards the stage. Bang, bang, bang. The white spotlight shone down, and 5 girls with their backs to each other were already standing on the stage. Orange, blue, pink, green, and white, 5 colors. They turned around one by one, and the last one to turn around was the girl in pink. The girl in pink is wearing a veil. Eh? Why is Keio-chan wearing a veil today? I don't know, it's the first time I've seen you. Is Kyoko feeling unwell? Her face is so pale. No way, is Keio sick? It's too hard to work while sick. No, I have to buy all her CDs to support Keio. Ito Nobuyuki silently listened to these voices, except today she was wearing a veil and was not feeling well. At this time, all the cheering sticks in the venue lit up, and the uncles were like crazy, holding up their cheering sticks and waving them with all their strength. Their bodies seemed to bend to 90 degrees to support the idols on the stage. Ito Nobuyuki waved his arms symbolically, weakly. The key point is that he didn't recognize any of the idols on the stage. The music started, and the loud and lively singing resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeakers. The atmosphere on the scene reached a climax at this moment. The sense of déjà vu is stronger. Not only did the song seem familiar, but the pink figure in the center of the stage also looked more and more familiar. I love you. The girl in pink raised her left hand and shouted to the people in the audience. Keio-chan, Keio-chan, Keio-chan. The waves of vocals are getting higher and higher. The voice is also familiar. Ito-Shin's mood was calm. He stared at the girl in pink, and kept comparing her figure with the girls he had seen in his memory. I've definitely seen this somewhere. The singing and dancing brought the atmosphere to its climax. Even her recklessness is within her realm. Tilde. You are the perfect and lying one. Tilde. A genius idol. Tilde. It was as if a flash of lightning passed through his mind, piercing through the thick fog of confusion, and Ito Nobuyuki remembered where he had heard this song before. Just last night at midnight. We quarreled for half the night. In the room of the ex-girlfriend whom I call my stepsister. At this time, the girl in pink turned her gaze to the only fan who was not excited at the scene. Ito Nobuyuki had been staring at her. Their eyes met. The girl in pink looked flustered for a moment, her steps became disordered, she failed to keep up with the beat of the music, and fell on the stage. 1. The microphone beeped sharply. Kyoko. Are you hurt, baby? Damn it, don't you idol group have a doctor? Hurry up and check Chiyoko's body for me. Working while sick, do you still have any humanity? The fans at the scene were very angry and pushed forward. Everyone wanted to go on stage and help the girl in pink up. The idol they promoted was injured, how could they tolerate this? Let us turn this live house scene upside down. More than a dozen guards came in to control the scene to prevent fights or stampedes. A man with a crew cut beside Ito-Nobu gnashed his teeth, turned his head and said to Ito-Nobu, "Brother, do you think they are going too far? Kyoko is not feeling well, but they still want her to perform. Do they really think Kyoko is an ordinary underground idol? She is an idol promoted by us uncles. Assholes. According to you, if it wasn't Xiaoqianyo who fell on the stage, you wouldn't be so angry. Of course, Kyoko is different, she's perfect. No matter how perfect a person is, no matter how perfect an idol is, she is still an underground idol. Before she became so popular, wasn't she the same as the other underground idols you mentioned? No one cared when she got hurt, and she might even be asked to refund her ticket. If I remember correctly, the profession of livehouse is not well reputed in the industry, right? Hidden rules and scandals frequently appear in the news. This. The man was speechless. Ito Nobuyuki turned and was about to leave. The man raised his hand and asked, "Hey, little brother, where are you going?" "Dealing with household matters. I have a naughty sister who does dangerous things without telling the family. She needs to be taught a lesson." Ito Nobu left without looking back. Chapter 11 False Love. In the dressing room, Hitomi Asano took off her performance costume, removed her headdress, opened her closet and changed into a white cotton dress. Her movements were quick and agile, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing her. "Tong, be careful, your legs." "I'm fine, just a bump, not even a bruise, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." When Tong came in the afternoon, she looked very bad. Could it be that Tong really performed while sick? No, I just put on too much makeup. Okay, I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving now. After changing her clothes, she put on a mask, a hat, and sunglasses to cover all her facial features, and rushed out. Hurry. Why is that guy in the live house? Fortunately, I found him in advance and put on the veil. But I still accidentally looked into his eyes, and I don't know if he recognized me. Asano Hitomi pulled her baseball cap down and walked quickly, like a wanted criminal. "Sir, the front is the backstage of the performance. You can't go in." "Okay, I'll wait here. May I ask who you are?" "Asano, should I say Chiyoko's family?" "Family? Could it be a boyfriend?" No, Xiaoqianyo has always said that she is single, how could she have a boyfriend?" "I understand, you are Xiaoqianyo's older brother or younger brother." "You could say that." Two voices, one male and one female, came from the corner ahead. Asano Hitomi suddenly stopped in her tracks. That guy had chased her here? She turned around and prepared to leave through the side door. Suddenly, the cell phone in the bag rang. It was the song she had just sung on the stage. In order to become familiar with the song, she would listen to it every morning after getting up and before going to bed at night, and she also changed her cell phone ringtone. Who is it? What an unfortunate coincidence. Asano Hitomi took out a cell phone from her bag and the caller ID showed "annoying guy." Fell into a trap. A familiar voice came from the corner. "Stop hiding. I heard my phone ringing and I think we need to talk. If you tell me to go out, I will go out. Don't I have any face?" Asano Hitomi clenched her phone and turned to go out the side door without hesitation. The side door of the music club can only be opened from the inside, so that guy definitely can't get in. She ran to a security door, unlocked it, and the cool evening breeze blew in her face, bringing a breath of freedom. Then, her wrist was firmly grasped. Asano Hitomi's expression froze, her neck turned with a click like a rusty gear, and there was a hateful look in her eyes. "Got you, Asano Hitomi, or rather, Kyoko. Should a cafe on the second floor of the music club." Ito Nobuyuki held a porcelain cup and drank mocha coffee slowly. Opposite him sat Asano Hitomi, who kept her head down and remained silent. Her mask and sunglasses were placed pitifully on the side of the table, announcing that her owner's disguise had been exposed. Intimacy increased. Asano Hitomi intimacy, 10%, 15%. Sign-in rewards increased. I didn't do anything, how come the intimacy level increased? Could it be that knowing Asano Hitami's hidden identity, or hidden secrets, the real her, can also increase intimacy? Ito Nobuyuki had already had 2 drinks, and this was the 3rd one, but the lemonade opposite him remained untouched. Drink it, Asano-san. Are you here to make fun of me? Asano Hitami looked at him unwillingly, unable to believe that her other identity was so easily discovered. After finishing his mocha coffee, Ito Nobu ordered a glass of lemonade from the waiter and said slowly, "Excessive self-awareness is a disease. How do you know I'm an underground idol? If I say it was a coincidence, would you believe me? I found a live house ticket during the day, and I came to see it at night when I had nothing to do. Guess who I saw? A famous second-year student at Keio private school, the perfect goddess Asano Hitami. She turned out to be a well-known underground idol in Shinjuku. You want to stop me? I won't meddle in other people's business. I'm too lazy to interfere in what my ex-girlfriend Asano Hitami wants to do. Then go. I won't interfere with my ex-girlfriend Asano Hitami's affairs, but I must intervene in my stepsister Asano Hitami's affairs." Ito Nobu rested his elbows on the table, supported his chin with the back of his hands, and stared at the girl opposite him. "You should know the nature of the job of an underground idol, right? It is crystal clear." The waiter brought over the lemonade. Ito-shin pointed at the lemon juice in front of her and said, "I know you don't like sour food. This glass of lemon juice is your punishment. Drink it." "What did I do wrong?" Asano Hitami slammed the table angrily. "I want to punish you, is that not possible?" Ito-shin held his chin with the back of his hands and smiled like a hated villain in an anime. "You, humph. Drink it if you want, who's afraid of who?" Asano Hitami grabbed it and drank it in 3 or 2 gulps. She frowned and shuddered, with a chill in her eyes, as if she had walked naked through icy water. "Lemonade, the enemy of life." Ito Nobu then tapped the table with his fingers and said, "You should know that this industry is not clean and full of dangers. If something happens to you, the family that Dad and Aunt Sayuri have built will be broken. So you came to talk to me because of your mother?" Asano Hitami just realized the reason. "I thought you were deliberately against me. That's why I said you're too self-conscious. Who would have the time to talk to a voyeur? Hey! Can't this matter be let go? No. Do you know how scared I am of a camera in the corner when I take a shower now?" Ito-shin gets angry when this is mentioned. Hitami Asano turned her head away in embarrassment. She also realized that what she did before was wrong. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Although I took a secret photo of him, didn't he also take a secret photo of me? We are even. Why should I feel guilty? She explained the question. "Don't worry, even if something happens to me, my mother won't be sad for me, and Uncle Ito won't be either. I've only known him for 1 day, and we're not familiar with each other at all. Aunt Shabai sent me a message during the day, saying that you had a bad stomach, and she bought you some stomach medicine, and asked me to urge you to take it. Aunt Shabai cares about you so much, do you think she won't be sad if something happened to you?" Ito Nobuyuki frowned slightly, feeling that what Asano Hitami said this time was a bit too much. He still remembered his stepmother's gentle smile and a loving look in her face when she said last night, "I'll hug that child." "Har har," Asano Hitami sneered, "how much do you know about me? How much do you know about my mother? Now you are acting like a brother to me, so stop being so self-indulgent. What's the meaning? My mother's love for me is fake. I have always been alone and have never been loved by anyone." There was a long silence at the table. Ding dong. Asano Hitami glanced at the message on her mobile phone, threw the empty bottle of lemon juice on the table into the trash can, and put on her mask and sunglasses again. "It's up to you whether you tell Mom and Uncle Ito that I'm an underground idol, but I will definitely continue my idol activities because this career is like a lifeline to me. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Ito-shin looked at the girl's back thoughtfully as she left, picked up the lemon juice in front of him and drank it sip by sip. "Looks like I need to ask Dad something." Ito's house, 2 o'clock in the morning. Ding-a-ling. Ito-shin turned off the alarm clock. There is an unread message on the phone. "Dad, I'm off work. When I was a child, my father was afraid of working overtime at night, and Ito Nobu was afraid to be at home, so he had the habit of sending messages after get off work. If he replied, it meant he was not asleep. Ito's father would buy him some small gifts and tell him not to be afraid, as this was a reward for brave children. It has been 13 years. Except for the first time, Ito-Shin never let his father succeed in giving gifts again. He put on his clothes and pushed open the bedroom door. In the dim light of the entrance hall, he saw his father and stepmother just coming in. Xiaoshin. Ito's father discovered him. Dad, I have some questions about love and I want to consult you. Okay, wait till I change my shoes. Ito's father turned his head and said something to Sayuri, then put on slippers and walked into Ito Nobuyuki's bedroom. The father and son sat on the bed. Ito's father coughed twice in a serious tone and said, "Ask me any love questions you have. As an elder, I will definitely give you the most pertinent advice. But having said that, Xiaoshin, you're finally dating a girl. My colleague's child has had 3 or 4 girlfriends, but you're still single. I'm very worried. I want to ask about Aunt Sayuri." Ito Nobuyuki suddenly changed the subject. "Sayuri? Didn't you come to me for relationship advice?" Ito's father was confused. "I definitely can't tell Dad what I want to ask her in front of Aunt Sayuri." "That's right. Sayuri is very thoughtful and prone to overthinking." Ito's father hesitated and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "Sayuri doesn't have any secrets. I will tell you everything I can. Aunt Sayuri, is Asano Hitami the only child?" Ito Nobu thought about it at night and only thought of this possibility. Asano Hitami said that her mother's love was fake, which meant that Sayuri's love was not just for Asano Hitami, but might be for another child. Asano Hitami is Sayuri's adopted daughter, so maybe Sayuri had children before. Ito's father's face changed. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Curious." "Well, actually, it's not impossible to tell. Sayuri had a biological daughter before, but she died of a congenital disease when she was 3 years old. After more than 10 years, she came out of the shadow and adopted Tong." Ito's father specifically instructed, "Don't mention this to Sayuri. She's still upset about the departure of her biological daughter." Ito Nobu nodded and promised not to mention it in front of his stepmother. It turns out there is such a family background. Now I can go talk to Hitami Asano about her underground idol career and how to maintain this reconstituted family. Chapter 12, Heartbroken. There are many things that Hitami Asano hates in her life, but not many of them can be called the most annoying. One is Ito Nobuyuki, the other is someone waking her up before dawn. Now that 2 annoying things have come together, the effect is not simply 1 + 1 is greater than 2. She wished there was a fruit knife by the bed so she could stab to death the guy who disturbed her sleep. Ito Nobu observed the girl in front of him with great interest. Their white pajamas were a little loose, hanging diagonally on the shoulders, revealing half of the fair shoulders. A white suspender was hung on the shoulders, causing the flesh to sink slightly, creating a youthful beauty. "I heard that girls don't wear underwear when sleeping, but it seems that's just a rumor. It's 5 in the morning, and there are still 4 hours before school starts. You don't want to discuss with me in this small space of 4 square meters whether girls should wear underwear when sleeping, do you?" Asano Hitami was sleepy, her charming eyes had lost their former luster, and her upper body was shaking, as if she would fall asleep in the next second. However, she also explained the reason for wearing underwear. "I usually sleep naked, except when I have my period, which is a bit annoying because it might dirty the quilt. Sleeping naked is actually very comfortable. Today, you called me and woke me up, so I put on my underwear and pajamas." True or false? It's a lie. I don't feel safe if I don't wear pajamas to sleep. The woman I called my biological mother often came home in the middle of the night. If I didn't give her my bed, she would hit me with the clothesline. Over time, I got used to sleeping in my underwear, so that I could squat in the corner and sleep all night at any time. True or false? Half true, half false. Asano Hitami yawned and looked at the ex-boyfriend whom she called her stepbrother. "Why are you waking me up so early in the morning? And you're sitting in my room with a calm face. Regarding the conversation between you and me this afternoon, in which you said, my mother's love for me is fake. Just for such an insignificant thing, you pulled me out of my sweet dream, really. You don't seem to care at all." Ito Nobuyuki became interested. Although Asano Hitami was a bad person, a voyeur, and a liar, she rarely spoke in a calm tone. She wanted to attract the attention of people around her, so her words were always filled with strong emotions. Asano Hitami raised her eyelids and glanced at him. "Would you care about something you never had, didn't know, and didn't understand. Don't understand, love? I didn't expect you to have this side. Ito Nobuyuki found that it was very interesting to gradually uncover the hidden heart of the beautiful girl, take off her mask, and expose her true side. Hidden beneath their perfect goddess is their voyeur maniac and bad girl, and beneath that is their underground idol Keio, and when these three veils are lifted, there seems to be a lot hidden inside Asano Hitami's childhood. It's like playing a big world exploration game, where unexpected surprises during the exploration process constantly stimulate the player's desire to continue exploring. Asano Hitami rolled her eyes at him. There are so many things you don't know. I used to date you because I respected you. The words haven't finished yet. When Asano Hitami saw Ito Nobuyuki take out his cell phone, she quickly stopped talking, fearing to hear the sound of a shower so early in the morning, especially in front of her. Every time she thought about the possibility that Ito Nobuyuki might be observing her naked body in the middle of the night, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. Last night, I even dreamed that Ito Nobuyuki commented on my body. I forgot how I reacted in the dream, but when I was woken up by the phone call, I had my legs between the quilts. Asano Hitami glared at him fiercely and said, "Sooner or later, I will delete that crappy video from your phone. Same here, as long as you don't say anything rude, I won't play the video." Shin took back his phone. Hitami Asano lifted her legs, and the pajamas were tight around her waist and thighs, outlining a graceful curve for her round body. From your expression, I think you know what the sentence, "Mom's love for me is fake," means. I don't know everything, but I know some of the inside story. Sayuri once had a biological daughter. What do you think? Asano Hitami raised her chin slightly. I know too little about you to express my feelings. Ito Nobuyuki shook his head, but I guess Aunt Sayuri sometimes did things that made her miss her biological daughter, which irritated you, so you said that, right? I'm going to tell you a story, do you want to listen? Aren't you talking about Aunt Sayuri? Why do you suddenly want to tell a story again? The adorable and invincible idol girl named Asano Hitami has countless stories. Sometimes I can't help but want to talk about them. There was a strange glint in Asano Hitami's beautiful eyes. Ito Nobu leaned his back against the wall and said, "You don't need to give yourself so many adjectives. Just say it." Asano Hitami stretched lazily, sat up straight, and narrated slowly. The protagonist of this story is another friend of mine. When she was 10 years old, she was adopted from an orphanage by a couple. The couple treated her very well. They gave her everything she wanted, including good food, fun things, and anything she could ask for. As long as they could do it, they would satisfy her. She was very happy, thinking that she had gained happiness and would have a good future. In order to repay the couple's love, she also tried her best to love the couple, like a real family. Life was peaceful. She went to school again and went home at night to take care of her adoptive parents. It was supposed to be a happy ending, but on her 11th birthday, their dream was shattered. Happy birthday. These were the first words she heard the couple say when she got home that day. On the dining table was a big birthday cake with the words, "Wishing our little birthday boy to grow 1 year older," written on it. She was very happy because she was an unwelcome child in the orphanage. No one celebrated her birthday, no one remembered her birthday, and no one asked about her birthday. Under the loving gazes of the couple, she blew out the candles and made a beautiful wish to live with her new parents forever. And all of this was shattered by one sentence from my adoptive mother: "Happy birthday, Rika." Of course she knew who Lee Seong was. Every night before bed, her adoptive mother would tell her a story and she would mention a girl named Lee Seong. She was her adoptive parents' biological daughter, who died of a congenital disease. She was confused, her mind was blank, and she forced a smile on her face and asked her adoptive mother, "Mom, it's my birthday." Eh? Did Rika forget? March 15th is Rika's birthday, for sure. The foster mother said with a big smile on her face. Their heart she had just built collapsed before it was filled with flesh and blood. March 15th was also her birthday. Is it just a strange coincidence that her birthday is the same as the couple's biological daughter's? She looked into the eyes of her adoptive parents, and there was no trace of her in the loving eyes of the couple, but of another girl who would forever keep her life at the age of 3. They never loved me. Having said this, Asano Hitami sneezed 3 times in a row, got out of bed and closed the ventilation window that had been open all night. It's almost the end of April and the weather is still so cold. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened the window last night. What's the sequel to the story? Asked Ito Nobuyuki. Even authors who serialize light novels online don't always have inspiration to write stories. Unfortunately, the reader's love is too heavy, so those light novel authors consume their health, work hard, and think day and night just to repay the reader's love. Professional light novel authors will get stuck, not to mention that I'm an amateur and can't think of a detailed sequel for the time being. Hitomi Asano roughly said. I can't think of the details, but I can tell you the outline of the story. My friend realized that the love her adoptive parents had for her was fake, and she completely gave up on love. She lived in a daze every day, not knowing the meaning of living. On an unknown day, she found a rope to tie around her neck and went to the underworld. Asano Hitomi turned her head and saw Ito Nobu staring at her, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. You're not making me the protagonist of the story, are you? I've already told you that she's my friend. How could a super beautiful idol like me want to commit suicide? True or false? Lie. Which one is false? Hey, guess what? I won't guess. Ito Shin was not fooled at all. Whether it was true or false, it was just a matter of the other party's mouth. There was no point at all. One more thing, if you have a live house in the future, remember to tell me. Surveillance? Yes. Ito Shin admitted frankly, I'm worried about you, a girl, being an underground idol. If something happens to you, the family that dad has just built will be broken. With me here, at least the risk can be reduced. I see. Hitomi Asano is not an unreasonable person. Having been an underground idol for a while, she has seen a lot of dirty things. The underground idols of my age go to a company drinking and engage in unspoken rules. Although she did not participate in it, she was almost threatened by the Yakuza to be banned from performing. She stands out among a crowd of underground idols by relying on her talent in making fans love her, but this does not mean that she does not make mistakes. If you make a mistake once, you will fall into their abyss, and you will not be able to climb out even if you want to. If you walk by the river, your shoes will get wet. Just monitor, it has pros and cons, and it can provide an extra level of protection. I will let you know when I have a live show. It's up to you whether you come or not, but please buy tickets through regular channels. Be careful not to watch too many live shows, or you'll become obsessed with me. Capturing fans' hearts is what I do best. Tilder. After saying that, Asano Hitomi gave him a naughty smile, then hurriedly grabbed a roll of toilet paper on the bed and rushed out the door. She didn't close the window last night and caught a cold in her stomach, so she went to the bathroom to take care of the important matter of life. Chapter 13. Seniors are the best. April 11th, Thursday, after breakfast, I prepared to go to the private school. Ito Nobu looked at Asano Hitomi in front of him. She was wearing a private school uniform, a white shirt and a pleated skirt. Her legs were wrapped in a pair of 80D black stockings under the skirt. Her legs were tightly together without a single gap. Her charming eyes made people unable to look away at once, and there seemed to be all kinds of charm in her eyes. Ito Nobuyuki suddenly remembered that it was because of these impressive eyes yesterday that he recognized the pink-clad girl idol as Hitomi Asano. I was also equally impressed by the cunning in her eyes when she told me stories in the morning and asked me to distinguish between truth and falsehood. They said goodbye to their parents and walked out the door together. Today was the first time they went to school together since becoming step-siblings. When we were dating before, we were never as close as we are now. Hitomi Asano sighed. You are only thinking about gaining love experience from me, and I am only guarding against you. Of course, it is impossible for us to be intimate. Ito Nobuyuki answered casually. Just then, the door of the next room opened and an old lady carrying a basket of vegetables came out. Good morning, Xiaoshin. Good morning, Grandma Asaka-sir. Ito Nobuyuki greeted the old woman. Who is this? Grandma Asaka-sir looked at the elegant girl beside him with confusion. Hello, Grandma. Asano Hitomi smiled and nodded slightly to her neighbor. What a beautiful couple, Xiaoshin, is this your girlfriend? No, she's my sister. Ito Nobuyuki chatted with his neighbors for a few words and continued to walk out of the apartment. Asano Hitomi followed behind him. Who is that? The girl asked. Granny Asaka-sir loves gossiping. I guess by the time I get home tonight the whole apartment building will know that you are my sister. TSK, why not sister? Because you were born later than me. The rule in the island nation used to be that the one born last was the eldest. Are we siblings? No. Asano Hitami's momentum suddenly deflated. That's fine, Ito Nobu said. We are not siblings, so we don't have to follow the island nation's past rules. Besides, this is the 21st century, and the old rules don't apply now. I'm annoyed by your insistence on being so picky. Asano Hitami said unhappily. I'm sorry, I'm just so annoying. You don't have to go with me. What if I don't go with you and make mom worry? Then you can continue to be upset. Ito Nobu said casually to the angry girl, besides, didn't you say that Aunt Sayuri doesn't really love you? Why do you still need to consider her feelings? It's none of your business. There was a complex emotion in Asano Hitami's voice. Okay, I don't care. Ito Shin asked again, when you pretended to be in love with me, was it for your underground idol career? Not exactly, but kind of. The two walked out of the apartment. There were many buildings nearby. After turning a corner, the two people could no longer be seen from the apartment building. Ito Nobuyuki quickly distanced himself from Asano Hitami. If we go to school together and are seen by the private school staff, it will be very troublesome. Let's separate here. Do you have to dislike me so much? Asano Hitami, an underground idol, works under the stage name Keio in Tokyo and is adored by thousands of fans. But now she is disliked by a peer. Asano Hitami's mood is difficult to describe. Ito Nobu said. I have a video of you taking a shower. If I tell you to go east, would you dare to go west? So I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want to go with you. I will remember your secret video for the rest of my life. Asshole. Asano Hitami gritted her teeth. There is no girl who doesn't want to be liked. What Ito Nobuyuki said was like stepping on her self-esteem repeatedly with the sole of his shoe. But she could do nothing to Ito Nobuyuki, because just as Ito Nobuyuki said, he had something on her. That's why I'm even more angry. Ito Nobuyuki arrived at the private school first, opened the shoe cabinet, found his indoor shoes from the pile of love letters and put them on. The morning classes ended quickly and it was noon. It is worth mentioning that Ito Nobuyuki, who is good at studying and handsome, and Asano Hitami, the most popular perfect girl in the grade, are both at the top of the class circle. Everyone seems to have tacitly agreed not to talk about their breakup so as not to offend them. After school at noon, Hattori went to give flowers to their first-year sister again. Ito Nobuyuki went to the restaurant alone to buy food and went to the kendo club on their way. Entering the entrance hall, on the wooden floor, a petite figure was curled up in the corner, eating from the lunchbox in her hands. Good afternoon, Senior. Why are you eating here alone? Ito Nobuyuki wondered and walked over. Because. Okay, you don't have to say it, I roughly know it. When Ito Nobuyuki saw the cheap food in her lunchbox, he understood what was going on. She felt inferior for eating cheap lunch in a private school where students from well-off families lived. He walked over to the girl, sat down, and opened his lunch. It was a very ordinary meal, a bowl of soba noodles with sauce, a boiled egg and some sushi. The rich aroma filled the air. Sanae Yunakura swallowed hard and lowered her head to eat the cheap meal. It doesn't matter. Even though it doesn't taste very good, it can fill my stomach and save some money, she comforted herself in her heart. Don't you have any friends? Ito Nobu asked. Yes. I have a lot of friends in my class, said Sanae Yunakura, forcing a smile. Don't lie to me, your eyes have already betrayed you. Ito Nobu said helplessly. Circle culture is popular in the island country. When they are young, they stick together for warmth. When they grow up, they stick together in another way, that is, the town association. They think that people who don't fit in are bad, and will exclude them intentionally or unintentionally. Sanae Yunakura didn't want Ito Nobu to hate her, so she lied subconsciously, but Ito Nobu still saw through it. The girl took out a small mirror from the pocket of her pleated skirt, stared at her own distinct black and white eyes in the mirror, and asked in confusion. Can my eyes speak? Why don't they speak to me? Senior, do my eyes hate me? Your eyes betray you doesn't mean that, it turns out you have a silly personality. Ito Nobuyuki covered his face. I think I did something stupid again. I'm sorry. Sanae Yunakura touched the back of her neck embarrassedly. It's okay. You're cute even when you're silly. Ito Shin broke open his disposable chopsticks, picked up 2 of the 3 pieces of sushi in the bowl and put them into the girl's lunch box. Yunakara-sanai panicked and said quickly. Senior, what are you doing? For you. I don't want it. Sushi is expensive. I can't. Junior, do you want to disobey the order of your senior? Ito Nobuyuki's face darkened, and he instantly changed from a gentle and handsome guy to an arrogant and domineering delinquent. Acting skills, level 3, the sign-in skill obtained from Hitomi Asano, is just right for use here. It's a bit like a minotaur, using the reward obtained from one girl to give to another girl. No, I dare not. Sanai Yunakara shrank her neck and ate 2 pieces of sushi with a wronged look, like a little hamster being bullied by its owner. The 2 were speechless for a moment and lowered their heads to eat. Ito Nobuyuki also put one of his boiled eggs into Sanai Yunakara's bowl. She didn't dare say anything, just ate, occasionally looking at Ito Nobuyuki with tearful eyes. Ito Nobuyuki wanted to share some soba noodles with his junior, but was rejected by her because. If you let me eat the noodles that senior has eaten, isn't that an indirect kiss? Ito Nobuyuki thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. He couldn't tarnish the innocence of his junior high school sister, so he had to give up. After a 2-hour lunch break, there is still an hour and a half left. Ito Nobuyuki took out his mobile phone and read an e-book, which was The Markioka Snow by Junichiro Tanizaki. Sanai Yunakara has no habit of reading. She usually eats lunch in a corner of the kendo club. In order to avoid being laughed at by classmates, she will take a short nap in the kendo club at noon and return to the classroom 5 minutes before class. But now that she had a handsome senior by her side, no matter how many sheep she closed her eyes and counted, she just couldn't fall asleep. It's almost like a date senpai and I ate sushi which senpai gave me. Someone is not afraid of my strength. This person is a senior. Seniors are the best. No, I can't enjoy their blessings of my predecessors without repaying them. Sanai Yunakara slapped the floor and stood up suddenly. Ito Nobuyuki was startled by the sudden loud noise beside him. A system prompt flashed before my eyes. Intimacy increased. Yunakara Sanai intimacy, 40% 50%. Sign-in rewards increased. Wow, 2 pieces of sushi and a hard-boiled egg in exchange for 10% intimacy. This is almost 4 times higher than Asano Hitomi, whose current level is still, intimacy, 15%. But now the first thing to do is to deal with the junior schoolgirl who is eyeing him covetously. What happened when Yunakara-san suddenly stood up? In order to repay you, I will teach you the sword art passed down from my family. One for Tokyo is so peaceful. Shin looked surprised. Although he was not a genuine Japanese, he understood that kendo schools were equivalent to the martial arts secrets in the martial arts novels of his previous life, and they could not be passed on to outsiders in private. Only after obtaining Menksio Kaden can one teach kendo. Mr. Yunakara, let me ask you first, there is no rule in your family that one has to marry into the family after learning kendo, right? Ito Nobuyuki's expression at this moment was like a student worker who was wary of signing an unscrupulous contract. Marry into their wife's family. Sanai Yunakara's face suddenly turned red. There is no rule for marrying into their wife's family. There are only me and my grandmother in my family. After my grandmother taught me kendo, she said that it's okay to pass it on to anyone as long as it is not lost. I don't mean to dislike you, senior. If you are willing to marry into their wife's family, change your surname to Yunakara, and live with me. Oops. No, where was I? I said the wrong thing. Ito Nobu looked at the autistic girl squatting in front of him with her hands covering her red face, and smiled silently. This junior high school girl is really interesting. Okay, I know what you mean, Mr. Yunakara. I am willing to learn your kendo, but can you tell me what style the Yunakara family belongs to? The Hokushin Itoryu side story. Yunakara Sanai scratched her head and said, Grandma said that our Hokushin Itoryu originated from the Chiba family in the Edo period, and our ancestor was an illegitimate child of the Chiba family. However, it was too long ago, so it is not clear whether it is true or not. In addition, some minor forgetfulness and improvements occurred during the teaching process, so it is not quite the same as the original Hokushin Itoryu, but it is also a very powerful kendo school. I hope I won't waste my time learning. Ito Nobu complained. No, my family is very good at kendo. When I was a child, my grandma took me to all the kendo halls in Tokyo, and I won them all. Sanai Yunakara explained hurriedly, fearing that the family kendo would become a grassroots kendo. But Ito Nobuyuki now pays more attention to another thing. When you say young, how young do you mean? 9. You kicked all the kendo gyms in Tokyo when you were 9. So you're a kendo master. Sorry for the inconvenience. I don't deserve it. Sanai Yunakara waved her hands in panic. There's no time to lose, senior, let's start learning. Okay. Ito Nobu stood up and prepared to get the bamboo sword and put on protective gear. How do I learn Beichen Itoryu? Actual combat. Gaiden Kendo is more about actual combat, and so is Hokushin Itoryu. Yunakara Sanai said seriously, in order to repay you for the sushi and boiled eggs, I will definitely teach you all my skills. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ito Nobuyuki dragged his bruised body back to the classroom. Hattori almost thought he was going to die. Practicing with the humanoid monster Sanai Yunakara is a torture like hell. An intuition sharper than that of wild beasts, the eyes of an eagle, the strength of a bear, the agility of a leopard, and so on, all of these added together make up the little humanoid monster Sanai Yunakara. However, this also solved a doubt in Ito's heart: why was the lonely Sanai Yunakara not bullied? Anyone who dares to bully her will be beaten into a pulp with one punch. But it was not without gain. Kendo, LV2 LV3. The kendo that I got from Hitomi Asano during their relationship with my ex-girlfriend has been upgraded. Along with his personal attributes, physical strength, for 5. Kendo. At the moment of upgrading, Ito Nobu felt as if a lot of kendo knowledge was stuffed into his mind. At the same time, a warm current flowed through his body, as if an experience pack was installed in his body. Some difficult moves could be performed easily, such as IAI slash, drawing, unique sword, and so on. There was only one math class in the afternoon, and Ito Nobuyuki had already finished studying it on his own, thinking about the kendo moves he had learned at noon. After school, he came to the kendo club and practiced sujin with the ordinary members, occasionally winking at the vice chairman of the kendo club who was doing odd jobs. Sanai Yunakara's ears turned red with laughter. The black-clad girl who was training the core members frowned as she watched the interaction between Sanai Yunakara and Nobuyuki Ito. She clenched the bamboo sword in her hand and stared at Nobuyuki Ito, as if she wanted to go forward and fight to the death. Beautiful women are only worthy of the strong. But I can't spare the time for now. Practice another 500 sujins, and then start selecting the list of participants for the Kanto Kendo competition, shouted the girl in black. Yes. At 4:30, Ito Nobuyuki again left early on the grounds of feeling unwell. I arrived at the convenience store where I worked part-time in Shibuya, and there was a taxi phone number on the door. Didn't your boss tell you? The island nation's economy is in recession, and most stores are running at a loss. It's hard for a small business to continue, so the boss went back to Hokkaido to open a ramen restaurant. I understand, mother-in-law. Ito Nobuyuki chatted with his mother-in-law for a few words. His mother-in-law warned him that the most stable job in the world is being a civil servant. If he can get into a good university early, he can get a civil servant position in the island country after graduation. He will not be fired even if he has no performance, and he will not have to worry about food and drink. He can work hard until he is old, and he can get a high pension when he retires. Ito Nobuyuki repeatedly praised the old woman for her great wisdom. I lost my part-time job, so I had to go home. It's too late today, and I planned to take some time to look for a job. When I got home, my parents weren't home yet, and I could hear low music in the living room. The sound came from the room with the nameplate, Tong. I guess they were practicing dancing. She seemed to have a cushion in the room, otherwise the people downstairs would have come up and sued them for disturbing the public. It was not evening yet and the song was quite nice, so Ito Nobuyuki let him go and went back to his room to read. As the night deepened, Ito Nobuyuki walked out of the room, stood on the balcony and took a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, he noticed a police car and an ambulance driving on the street outside the apartment. Tokyo is so peaceful. Ito Nobuyuki sighed inwardly and turned to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Come to think of it, I haven't tried it since I got cooking level 3 from Sanai Yunakara. Now is a good time to try it. No, the movements here are not standard. Hitomi Asano stared at the full-length dressing mirror in front of her, constantly adjusting her dance moves. She was covered in sweat. In order to avoid getting her clothes dirty, she took off everything except her underwear, completely forgetting the lesson she learned from catching a cold, sneezing, and having diarrhea last night. The underwear is pure white on top and blue and white on the bottom. The rest of the fair skin is exposed to the air. She has a great figure, which is top-notch among high school girls of the same age. When she lowers her head, she can just barely see the tip of her shoes, her waist as slender as a willow branch, and her two plump, round, and perky breasts wrapped in blue and white. A pair of charming eyes adorned her delicate face, full of affection and captivating. No other opposite sex can withstand such charm. Unfortunately, there was only the girl in the room admiring herself. After finishing the dance, she turned off the music and threw herself on the ground. Anyway, it's cushioned, so it doesn't hurt. I'm so tired and hungry. I really want to eat tilde. Gurgle tilde. Asano Hitomi touched her belly, her index finger resting on the center of her round belly button, and said with a wry smile, "Stomach, are you protesting too?" Just then, a rich fragrance came into the room through the crack in the door. Inadvertently, Hitomi Asano smelled a strange and strong fragrance. This fragrance is different from any other before. It is something you will remember forever once you smell it, and it will be imprinted in your nose. Hitomi Asano's mouth continuously secreted saliva, and she swallowed her saliva repeatedly in order to suppress her urge to eat. That guy started cooking? Smells so good. Looking up at the dressing mirror in front of her, Hitomi Asano felt that her eyes seemed to be glowing red. I want to try it. Asano Hitomi stood up, touched the door handle, and was about to open the door when she suddenly thought that if she took the initiative to ask him for food, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting defeat? Although I don't know what kind of competition it is, I just don't want to bow my head in front of him. So you have to hold back, Asano Hitomi, you have to be reserved and maintain the elegance of a lady. Asano Hitomi said to herself in her heart. She folded her arms, sat cross-legged, and waited quietly for Ito-Shin to knock on the door and call her. An hour later, Asano Hitomi suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help but get up and open the door. I'm so hungry. Why didn't you call me when the meal was ready? Ito Nobuyuki was drinking miso soup and was stunned when he saw the girl wearing only underwear walk out of the room. Chapter 15, Benefits. Why aren't you wearing any clothes at home? What's wrong with you? Ito-Shin felt dry in the mouth, and the miso soup in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Who can remain calm when facing a nearly naked girl? In particular, this beautiful girl has a great figure and a top-notch face, and her fair skin glows fluorescently under the incandescent light. Asano Hitomi noticed the surprise in Ito Nobuyuki's eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that you usually look cold, I thought you were not interested in women at all. But it turns out that you get excited when you see me without clothes. Asano Hitomi took a look at the balcony. Good, the curtains were drawn, so there was nothing to worry about. An abnormal blush appeared on her face, and she walked slowly towards him with cat steps, her black hair scattered behind her, swaying from side to side with her steps. The back is shaking and the front is swaying too. Ito Nobuyuki was attracted by the two water balls. There seemed to be something in the deep ravines in them, tempting the purest desires in his heart. His eyes were confused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. The woman in front of you is capable of doing such a bad thing as taking secret photos. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Ito Nobu said with a stern face. Go back and put on your clothes, then come out again. Don't want. After hearing this, Asano Hitomi became excited. She trotted to the table, put one knee on the chair, and lay her upper body on the dining table, showing off her enchanting figure to the fullest. Why are you so cold to me? You are sweating. Did you take a shower after dancing? No, I'm waiting for you to call me for dinner. It took a total of 1 hour from the time the music stopped to the time you walked out of the room. You were waiting for me to call you. Ito Nobuyuki had a headache. Why was this woman so weird? Asano Hitomi grabbed his hand and asked. Why didn't you call me for dinner? No, why are you so hot? Ito-Shin touched her head, which was hot. Do you have a fever? No. You've been delirious with fever. Nonsense, I'm not sick. As Asano Hitomi spoke, she climbed onto the table, her bulging chest almost touching Ito Nobuyuki. Intimacy increased. Asano Hitomi intimacy, 15%, 30%. It's indeed abnormal. When she was sober, it was impossible for her to have such a high level of intimacy. Ito-Nobu took a look at the charming ravine, raised his hand, pressed the girl's head forward, and said, I was completely sweaty after strenuous exercise and didn't wear any clothes for an hour. It's still spring now. If you don't get sick, who will? It's all your fault, Tilder. Who told you to cook without calling me Tilder? I. Never mind. I won't get involved with someone who is insane. Ito Nobuyuki didn't care about avoiding suspicion now. He stood up and put his arms around her waist and legs, holding her body horizontally against his chest, which was a princess hug. Huh. Asano Hitami's confused little head was a little unable to understand the current situation. Do you like me? The girl asked. Dislike. Nonsense, why are you hugging me if you don't like me? Because you are sick. I am afraid that you will lose your mind and ruin the food I cooked. You just like me. I don't like it. This was the only thing Ito Nobuyuki had to tell her clearly. Like me, you just like me. Asano Hitami wrapped her arms around Ito Nobuyuki's neck, and hot air came out of her mouth, gently spraying on his face. Did you drink milk? Yeah. Others say that drinking milk will make you grow bigger. Asano Hitami smiled foolishly, like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Ito Nobu glanced down and said, any bigger would be a burden. No. Asano Hitami's silly smile suddenly turned serious. I might have children in the future. If a child doesn't have breast milk, he or she won't grow up. I can't let my children endure the pain I went through as a child. I will definitely give them the most genuine love in the world. What is true love? Maybe it's love without any desire. I'm not sure. Asano Hitami shook her head, her eyes confused. No one has ever loved me, and I have never loved anyone. I grew up in a daze like this, not understanding what love is. You are telling the truth. I can feel it. Ito Nobuyuki carried the girl to the door of the storage room, kicked it open, and the scene inside the room was revealed before his eyes. A computer on a beach table, an expensive-looking speaker, and a single bed. The floor is covered with soundproof carpet. There is a poster on the wall, which is a night view of Tokyo Dome. Is your dream to go to Tokyo Dome? It's strange that Ito Nobuyuki is now willing to communicate with Asano Hitami, who is confused. Maybe she is real now, without any mask. I don't have a dream. I just heard from others that idols who have reached the top of the entertainment industry should perform at the Tokyo Dome, so I stole their dream. Very much like you. Ito Nobu put her on the single bed, covered her with a quilt, and took her temperature, which was 37.7 degrees Celsius. It's a low-grade fever. Maybe it will go away after a good night's sleep. Asano Hitami grabbed his hand and said, I haven't showered yet. I'll wash it tomorrow. Go to bed first. It's too early. Early to bed, early to rise makes a healthy body. After persuading Asano Hitami for a long time, Ito Nobuyuki finally got her to fall asleep, and he put pajamas on her to prevent her from catching a cold at night. It's really like coaxing a child. Hitami Asano is quite cute like this. I wish she could always be like this. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Ito Nobuyuki went to open the door, and standing outside was his neighbor, Grandma Asakasa, whom he had met in the morning. She was holding a dozen sugarcanes, about 1.5 meters long, and handed one to Ito Nobuyuki. Shin, a thief has appeared on the street. I heard he has a gun. Remember to lock the door and put away important items. If the thief only stole things, it would be fine, but he killed someone last time. This thief cannot see blood, otherwise he will be infected with murderous spirit and will not be careful when attacking. This is the sugar cane received by the town council. It is donated by the society and is just right for self-defense. It is better to have it than not. Ito Nobu thanked him and watched Grandma Asakasa go to the next house to deliver sugarcane. I closed the door and locked it. After thinking for a while, I put up an anti-theft chain, but still felt that it didn't work, so I bolted the door. 3 layers of insurance, safer. Tell Hitami Asano tomorrow that there is a thief nearby. When Hitami Asano is sober, tell her to remember to lock the door. Ito Nobuyuki remembers that a while ago, a news broke on the internet that the well-known idol was stabbed to death at home by a fanatical fan. The reason was that the idol had a child and the fanatical fan could not accept it. Modern people are under too much pressure and anything can happen. Ito Nobujin took this as a lesson and locked the door. He checked the time. It was 7 in the evening. It's still too early. I'll read for a while before taking a rest. 10 o'clock at night. Ito Nobuyuki stood up from the sofa and stretched hard, his bones making crackling sounds. I felt sleepy and couldn't help yawning. It's getting late, I should go to bed. I have to go to school tomorrow and look for a job on the weekend. After going over the things that needed to be completed recently in his mind, Shin rubbed his eyes and went into the room to glance at Asano Hitami. Well, he was sleeping soundly, lying on his back and snoring. He is a super popular underground idol, but his sleeping posture is so ugly. Ito Nobuyuki walked out of the room, thought for a while, and decided not to lock the door of her room. Otherwise, if she got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and couldn't open the door, she would wet her pants, which would be very embarrassing. When Asano Hitami is sick, she loses her usual sharp edges and is very likable. He couldn't help but think of what Sayuri said, the child shivering in the corner. She was afraid of everything around her, so she armed herself like a hedgehog. Asano Hitami without her disguise. Ito Nobu muttered to himself, and confirmed again that the door was locked and the 3 precautions were safe and secure before returning to his bedroom to rest. A thief wouldn't come to your house by chance, right? Chapter 16, Gun. Thief. Ding-a-ling. The bedside alarm clock rang. Ito Nobuyuki opened his eyes, turned off the alarm clock, and checked the time on his cell phone. 1 o'clock in the morning. Get up and put on your clothes. He was going to go to the next room to see if Hitami Asano had a high fever. A low fever can easily turn into a high fever at night. If the temperature exceeds 39 degrees Celsius, you should go to the hospital for treatment, but this situation is rare. But just in case, I still have to check it regularly, otherwise if it really gets burned and my brain is damaged, I won't be able to explain to my dad and Aunt Sayuri. Ito Nobuyuki walked into Asano Hitami's room, and she had already rolled on the floor and was fast asleep. The floor was covered with cushions, as soft as the bed. He walked to the girl, squatted down, and tested the temperature of her forehead with the back of his hand. So hot. The temperature is abnormal. Uncomfortable. A female voice suddenly came out in the darkness, which startled Ito Nobuyuki. The girl has woken up, her charming eyes are wide open. Under the moonlight, one can vaguely see fatigue in her eyes. She was awakened by the fever. My head hurts and I feel like the world is spinning. Hitami Asano frowned, indicating that she was in great pain. I'll get you some medicine to reduce your fever. As soon as the other person opened his mouth, Ito Nobuyuki knew that it was Asano Hitami who had a fever. Under normal circumstances, Hitami Asano would never act coquettishly in such a pitiful tone. She would only say in an impatient tone, "Don't stay in my room, it's annoying just looking at you. Oh, by the way, you pervert, delete my bathing video right now." Shin can even imitate the tone. He stood up and prepared to get some antipyretic medicine and some water. The room was too dark, and just as I was about to turn on the light, I suddenly heard a crisp sound from the entrance. Snap! The crisp sound was followed by the sound of a door opening gently, then the sound of the door opening stopped, followed by the sound of chains rattling. Ito Nobuyuki's hair stood on end. Who? It can't be Dad. He and Aunt Sayuri worked overtime until 4 o'clock, and it is only 1 o'clock in the morning. A stranger opened the door. It's impossible for guests to come at this late hour, and in such an impolite manner. Who? Asano Hitami's little head was so hot that she couldn't understand what was going on. Shin simply hugged her in his arms and covered her mouth. Ito Nobu whispered in her ear. "Shatilda, don't make any noise, it's a thief." Asano Hitami's eyes suddenly widened and her body trembled. She didn't know what was going on now, but she knew that the thief was not a good person. Shin patted her on the back and comforted her. "Don't worry, the thief may be proficient in lock-picking, but I didn't expect that there are still families using such an old-fashioned anti-theft chain. It will probably take a while to open it." This thief might be the murderer in the rumors. He has a gun in his hand. Do you know what a gun is? It's a very dangerous thing. Just press a switch and a person will die instantly. Asano Hitami's body trembled faster and faster, and she obviously understood the danger of the gun. Shin hugged her tighter, making her feel more secure. In this case, this hateful face actually looks pretty good. We have to call the police first, but my phone is in the bedroom, so I can only use yours. Oh, do you know where your phone is? Hitami Asano shook her head like a rattle. It's a pity. It would be great if you were the normal Asano Hitami now. Even though that guy is annoying, at least he is useful. Asano Hitami lowered her eyes, looking a little lost. Ito Nobuyuki said quickly. I'm not saying you're useless. You're at least more likable than that guy now. Ever since I exposed his lies, that guy has been giving me a sour face all day long. It's so annoying. Asano Hitami looked a little confused. Ito Nobuyuki was too lazy to explain to her now as he had more important things to do. Call the police. He wouldn't be stupid enough to fight a thief with a gun with his bare hands. In fact, you can just throw something into the living room to make some noise and scare the thief away, but no one can guarantee that this thief is the desperado that Aunt Asakaser said. Don't move in the room and don't make any noise. I'll go to the bedroom to get my cell phone to call the police, said Ito Nobuyuki. Asano Hitami grabbed her arms with both hands instantly and shook her head violently in anxiety, her expression like a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. Ito Nobuyu's eyes narrowed, and his, acting level 3, was activated, playing the role of a strict father, with a low voice. Obedient. Asano Hitami was frightened and huddled herself into a ball, not daring to look at him. Ito Nobuyuki didn't want to continue to torment the girl. His goal of keeping her quiet had been achieved, and now it was time for him to take action on his own. He slowly stood up, with his back against the wall, and cautiously tilted his head to observe the situation at the entrance. Under the cold moonlight, the door opened slightly, revealing a bloodshot eye. A wire passed through the crack in the door, provoking the anti-theft chain hanging on the door frame. The apartment was very small and the entrance was right opposite, which meant that as long as Ito Nobuyuki went out, he would be seen by the thief. However, if I hurry up, and the room is dark, can I? There is no other way. Before Ito Nobuyuki tried to walk out, a flash of fire suddenly appeared before his eyes. Bang! There was a small hole the size of a thumb on the wall. Gun. And a silencer. How can an ordinary thief have such a thing? But now is not the time to think about these things, the next bullet is already flying over. Bang! The bullet hit the door frame and directly made a hole in it. Bang! Bang! The door at the entrance was shaking violently, as if the thief had lost his patience and was trying to force his way in. Making such a big noise, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Then Ito Nobuyuki figured out the problem. For a desperado, there is nothing he dares not to do. He glanced at Hitami Asano, the girl with a fever who was now huddled in the corner, looking at the holes in the wall in fear. He must have been scared silly. Ito Shinichi gritted his teeth and realized that sitting there and waiting for death was not an option, nor was it his style. He had to find a way out of the predicament. He looked around and found a piece of sugarcane standing upright in the corner. Never mind, something is better than nothing. The sugarcane that Grandma Asakaser gave me really came in handy. Ito Nobuyuki held the sugarcane in his hand, aimed at the vase next to the kitchen, and then threw it hard. Crash! The vase broke into several pieces, and the gunfire moved away from there and turned to attack the kitchen. Taking this opportunity, Ito Nobuyuki quickly ran out of the room and returned to his bedroom. Gunfire ensued. You can even feel the vibration on the soles of your feet. Ito Nobuyuki didn't dare to delay, so he quickly found his phone that was charging on the bedside table and called the Metropolitan Police Department. Hello, this is the Metropolitan Police Department, may I ask? I have an armed thief here. He has fired several shots in front of my house. The address is Ikehara-cho, Shinjuku-ku. After Ito Nobuyuki gave the address, he heard the alarm on the other end of the phone and knew that the Metropolitan Police Department had begun to take action. The communicator's voice also became serious. Sir, please hide in a safe place and stay out of the criminal's sight to avoid getting hurt. We have dispatched personnel from the Metropolitan Police Department. Please keep the phone open. I will give you. Sir. After the operator spoke for a while, he found that there was no sound on the other end of the phone and realized something was wrong. Sir, no matter what happens, please don't be impulsive. Our police officers have already. The sound of the elevator arriving was heard from the gap between the open doors of the entrance hall. The phone screen that fell to the ground displayed a message. Dad, I'm off work. Dad, I finished work early today. The message came from half an hour ago. It only takes half an hour to get from my dad's workplace to home. Just now, I heard the sound of the elevator arriving outside the door. The fact that there was no gunfire meant that the attention of the people outside the door was diverted. Originally, I could just stay in the bedroom and wait for the Metropolitan Police Department to come and solve the problem. But now an emergency has occurred. Dad and Aunt Sayuri are likely to come face to face with a thief with a gun. Chapter 17 His Love. In his previous life, Ito Nobuyuki was an orphan. He wandered alone in a big city and experienced loneliness that went deep into his bones. When it rains, no one holds an umbrella for me when I want to cry, no one hugs me when I get sick, I suffer alone in a cold room. All this changed on the day of rebirth. He has a complete family. There is an honest and simple father who is not good at expressing his emotions. He always stands guard at the school gate on rainy days. Asano Hitomi wonders what love is. Ito Nobuyuki in his previous life was also confused. But after coming to this world, the doubts were answered. Love means being able to give your life for the other person without hesitation in dangerous moments. On the light blue panel that only Ito Nobuyuki could see, Kendo LV3 was flashing red. This has never happened before. The red light became stronger and stronger, and Kendo LV3 turned into a blood-like viscous red, as if it was in an excited state, like a beast with red eyes ready to kill. At this time, Ito Nobuyuki also walked out of the bedroom and picked up the 1.5-meter-long sugarcane on the ground. Although it's a bit strange, this is the most suitable weapon for kendo. The man outside seemed to be uninterested in the situation in the living room. He stopped fiddling with the security chain and hid himself in the shadows like a poisonous snake, waiting for his prey to approach before delivering a fatal blow. Ito Nobuyuki, who walked quietly forward, also became a hunter in this dark forest. The only prey at the scene was a couple who had just walked out of the elevator. Naoto, why did you send a message to Nobu-kun after get off work? Har har har, this way the son won't be afraid when he sees his dad coming home. Shin should be asleep at this time, right? I'll feel relieved if he's asleep. If he's not asleep, I'll buy some small gifts for Shin and tell him not to be afraid. But over the years, Shin has only replied to my message once, leaving me, as a father, with no way to send him any gifts. Buzz buzz buzz. In the silent and dark corridor, there was the sound of a vibrating cell phone. A middle-aged man's somewhat delighted voice. Okay, it's a message from Shin. I can finally buy him a gift. Let me see, Shin sent. Dad, run back to the elevator. What does this mean, Shinjun? The middle-aged couple was very confused. In the darkness, around the corner, the hunter grinned, his shotgun loaded and ready to take two worthless lives at any time. Bang! There was a loud sound of a door opening in the quiet corridor. The hunter looked back in surprise, and was greeted by a rough piece of sugarcane. State! Bang! There was a flash of fire in the darkness. A black pistol was shot away, hitting the yellowed glass window and falling in front of the middle-aged couple. It can be described as an accidental discharge of a gun. When the hunter turned around, the muzzle of his gun was also pointed at the source of the sound. In the firelight, there was a splash of red. Ito Nobu felt a burning pain in his shoulders and felt liquid flowing down his back. Bad news, I am injured. Good news, the hunter shot the gun out of his hand. The little rabbit hiding in the nest has escaped. The hunter grinned, little guy, do you want to fight me? The hunter tilted his neck, and a butterfly knife appeared in his right hand. The butterfly knife swayed and deformed in the darkness, and the sharp blade reflected the moonlight coming in from the window. Before Ito Nobuyuki could react, the hunter on the opposite side rushed over at an extremely fast speed, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Ito Nobuyuki's heart. Kendo LV3, what is infused into the muscles is not just the sports activity of kendo, but the real killing skill, kendo. At the moment of life and death, the instinct imprinted in the muscles automatically protects the owner, crossing the sugarcane to block the fierce sharp blade. Ito Nobuyuki twisted his wrist, twisting the knife out of the hunter's hand, and took a stabbing posture. He pushed hard with his heel and the sugarcane head rushed straight into the hunter's abdomen. The hunter dodged sideways. A look of surprise flashed across his face, wondering why a high school student had such strong instincts, as if he had experienced countless actual combats and sword skills had been engraved into his instincts. But the hunter himself was also quite capable. He bent down and jumped like a toad, grabbed Ito Nobuyuki's abdomen and knocked him to the ground. Ito-shin kicked the hunter away. The two of them quickly distanced themselves from each other. Bang! Another gunshot rang out in the quiet corridor. The two hunters looked at the prey who picked up the gun at the same time. Who are you? Stay away from my son. Ito's father was sweating profusely, and his right hand holding the gun handle couldn't stop shaking. He had no choice but to use both hands at the same time to barely stop the trembling. The most lethal weapon this honest man has ever used in his life is a kitchen knife. And now, he was holding a pistol that could easily take someone's life. The black muzzle was pointed at one of the hunters. Hey, uncle, your legs are shaking. Do you really dare to shoot? This is a gun. If you just hold it lightly, I will die on the spot. Have you thought about how to explain to the Metropolitan Police Department? Are you ready to go into exile with your family? Are you prepared to be a desperado? The hunter didn't seem to be afraid at all. He stood up slowly and walked towards the couple with a grin. Sayuri and her husband held the gun handle together, and it seemed that the two of them could be full of strength. Naoto, don't be afraid. Sayuri, to be honest, I'm about to pee my pants out of fright. Har, uncle, that's what I told you, leave that dangerous toy to me, okay? You don't want your son to. Bang! Before the hunter could finish his words, he fell forward to the ground, with blood gushing out of a bloody hole in his calf. But, you bastard! You dare to hit my son! I will fight to the death to seek justice for my son. A man who is a father has unlimited power, especially in front of his children. The honest man pulled the trigger. The lenses reflected the cold moonlight, and under the glasses were a pair of frightened eyes. How dare you shoot, you old fool! The hunter gritted his teeth, a sharp blade suddenly appeared in his right hand, and he rushed forward, dragging his injured leg. Desperados are not afraid of death. Take one with you even if you die. Ito's father fired continuously, but the luck of hitting the target with the last shot disappeared and several shots missed. Damn it, let us fight. Ito Nobuko felt severe pain in his shoulder. He couldn't see the extent of the injury, but at least his arm could still move. He held the sugarcane as if he was holding a javelin. All the muscles in his body were tense at this moment. His bones were like precision instruments. Every gear was working in overload and his brain was frantically calculating the angles. Shoot! Perfect hit. The rough sugarcane head hit the hunter's face, and he flew out with his eyes crooked and his mouth tilted. However, the hunter's perseverance was amazing. He stood up again and rushed towards Ito Nobuyuki with a crazy cold light in his eyes. Ito Nobu narrowed his eyes and took a fighting stance. I don't know if the other party has any cards yet, so I can't let my guard down now. Har, the girl shouted. A cold wind blew behind his head, and Ito Nobuyuki, Kendo LV3, used his muscle memory and subconsciously turned sideways. A rapidly spinning dinner plate brushed past his cheek and flew into the hunter's face. Bang! The dinner plate broke into several pieces, leaving several cuts on the hunter's face, with blood all over his face. This seemed to shatter the hunter's last bit of persistence. The hunter fell backwards to the ground and was no longer able to move. The gun in Ito's father's hand fell to the ground. The couple supported each other and slowly knelt on the ground. The look of fear on their faces had not yet disappeared. For them, this night may be one they will never forget in their lifetime. Ito Nobuyuki turned around and looked at the girl who threw the plate. Is this considered being robbed? The girl was wearing white pajamas and had disheveled hair. In the moonlight, she looked like Sadako crawling out of the TV to demand her life, filled with an unspeakable sense of terror. Sadako took a step forward and threw herself into Ito Nobuyuki's arms. I'm so scared. The girl said in a crying voice. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here, no one will hurt you. Ito-shin was stunned for a moment, then slowly hugged the girl's hot body and patted her back gently. By the way, after so many twists and turns, I haven't given her the fever-reducing medicine yet. I don't know if she's in better shape or if she still has this good personality, but the previous Hitomi Asano was too troublesome. Chapter 18 An Exciting Dream. Hitomi Asano felt like she had had an exciting dream. Stimulation in every sense of the word. Wearing only underwear, seducing the innocent ex-boyfriend who was having dinner. Like a kitten, she lies in her ex-boyfriend's arms and acts like a spoiled brat. Then, the scene suddenly changed and turned into a gunfight. Although she was not the protagonist, she got a chance to kill the big boss in the end, and then she hugged her ex-boyfriend and cried, saying, "I'm so scared. I was crazy to dream about myself being intimate with my ex-boyfriend. Could it be that this is why I keep seeing him these days?" As the saying goes, you dream about what you think about during the day, and what happens in the dream is the opposite of what happens. So, to sum up, I hate Ito-Shin so much that I get close to him in my dreams. I've been living too comfortably lately, so that's why I had the gunfight in my dream. Asano Hitomi looked at the ceiling and sorted out her logic. She supported herself on the single bed and slowly sat up, feeling a vague pain in her head. Antipyretic medicine. Asano Hitomi saw a medicine box next to the pillow. I had a fever yesterday and took medicine? Why don't I remember it? Pick up your phone and check the time. Friday, April the 12th, 10:30 a.m. Wait, something seems wrong. Today is a weekday and it's 10 o'clock. Shouldn't I be sitting in the classroom of grade 2 class C, listening to the lecture while thinking about how to deal with Ito Nobuyuki and delete the videos on his phone? Why did I just wake up? Am I late? Asano Hitomi shuddered and woke up instantly. She hurriedly lifted the quilt and found herself wearing pajamas. Huh? Am I not used to sleeping naked? Who gave me the clothes to wear? Forget it, I don't have time to think so much. Where is my school uniform? Where are my ATD stockings? Put it on quickly. Asano Hitomi moved very quickly and got herself ready in just a few moves. I put on my slippers, opened the door, and prepared to get a piece of bread. I ate it while catching the train to the private school. But when the door opened, she was stunned. The whole living room was a mess, with pits and bullet marks all over the floor. The green plant bottle beside the kitchen was broken, and the soil and evergreens were lying alone on the ground. 3 or 4 female police officers either squatted or stood, sometimes picking up a small fragment and putting it in a transparent bag for safekeeping. The warm sunlight outside the window shines into the living room, and the scene in front of me is filled with a strange harmony. Asano Hitomi looked down at herself, a charming and lively high school girl. But why does it not match the style of painting here? One of the policewomen heard the door open and came over to ask. "Excuse me, are you Miss Asano Hitomi?" "Yeah, I am. There was a vicious shooting at your home last night. Your family was involved. We need you to take a statement. Is that okay?" "Yes, sure." Hitomi Asano really wanted to show the charm of a beautiful high school girl to outsiders, but her face seemed to be frozen, making it difficult for her to speak, let alone smile. "Gunfight? Isn't that a dream?" Just then, a familiar and hateful figure walked in from the entrance door. The guy said, "Lazy pig, you finally woke up. There was a small accident last night, but it has been resolved. I have asked for leave from the private school. Now you cooperate with the policewoman to take the statement and just tell the truth." Intimacy decreased. Asano Hitomi intimacy, 30-15%. Sure enough, after waking up, the intimacy returned to normal. When Ito Nobuyuki mentioned policewoman's sister, the policewoman holding the notebook suddenly blushed. "Ito-kun, you are so shameless. I am already so old, and you still call me sister." "Sister, you look young, that's why I call you that." Ito Nobuyuki smiled at the policewoman, and the golden sunlight shone on his handsome cheeks. The policewoman's breathing paused, and she heard a heartbeat like an engine starting in her ears. "You have such a sweet mouth. Ito-kun must have a lot of girlfriends, right?" "No, students' task is still to study. They don't have the extra energy to socialize with girls." "Real? Oh, there is an ex-girlfriend." At this point, Ito Nobu glanced at Asano Hitomi and found that her face was distorted, so he quickly ended the topic. "Police sister, the head of the Sumiter team wants to see me for something. Can you please take a statement from my sister? She had a fever last night and just woke up. She may not have figured out the situation yet." After saying this, Ito Nobuyuki turned and left. Asano Hitomi was still confused. How could she let him go? She stepped forward and grabbed Ito Nobuyuki's arm. "What's going on? It's not a big deal. There was a thief in the house, and you and I will help beat the thief down." Ito Nobuyuki explained as simply as possible. "Is there anything else going on with me?" Asano Hitomi's eyes widened. Apart from dreaming, she had no other thoughts. Wait, dream. Could it be the gunfight that happened in the dream? No, in that dream, I seemed to be intimate and coquettish with this guy. When Ito Nobuyuki saw Asano Hitami's face switching between blue, red, black and white, he guessed that she might have remembered what happened last night. It still feels a pity that the good-natured Hitami Asano is gone. Ito Nobuyuki broke free from her arms and said, I need to discuss the compensation issue with the head of the Sumida team. Call me if you have anything. By the way, don't worry about Dad and Aunt Sayuri. They are safe and not injured. Asano Hitami raised her head and was about to say something, but suddenly she noticed that his shoulder was bandaged and blood was seeping out. My heart skipped a beat, my mind went blank, and I subconsciously asked, Are you injured? Is it serious? Does it hurt? Will you be disabled? Care about me? Ito Nobuyuki felt unbelievable that this bad woman, Asano Hitami, actually cared about him, but he really had something urgent to do and didn't have time to chat with her. He touched the scratch on his shoulder and felt the pain of the broken skin touching the bandage. He gave himself a thumbs up and said to Asano Hitami with a bright smile, It's just a large scratch, and there's a lot of bleeding. I won't be disabled. Besides, this injury is an honor. It's a medal I earned for successfully protecting my family. He protected this newly reorganized home with his own hands. Asano Hitami stared at him blankly, fragments of memory constantly popping up in her mind, pieced together the events of last night bit by bit. Ito Nobuyuki had already left while she was dazed. The Asarkasar family house next door has been temporarily used as a negotiation office. Grandma Asarkasar didn't agree at first. How could someone use her home like this? Then the head of the Sumida group took out a box of Japanese yen, and Grandma Asarkasar ran away with the suitcase. Her attitude changed 360 degrees. Ito Nobuyuki walked to the front of Asarkasar's house, took a deep breath, and touched his belt, where 2 fruit knives were tied. This is used for self-defense. Although the Jidao Sumida group seems to be law-abiding now, we cannot be without precautions. Buzz. The cell phone rang. Sanai, Senior, today we will continue to practice Hokushin Itoryu. We need to leave the memory in our muscles so that it can be used in actual combat. Letter, I'm on leave today and I'm not in school. Sanai, are you sick, senpai? Nobu, something happened. I need to discuss something with the head of the Sumida team. The message was sent and it was read in 0.01 seconds. Ito Nobuyuki realized it later and quickly withdrew. I was usually not vigilant enough towards this schoolmate and accidentally told her something dangerous. Letter, I just made a typo. It's just a small matter. I can take care of it quickly. Don't worry. The message has not been read yet. Ito Nobuyuki was not too worried. It was unlikely that anything dangerous would happen in the private school. He probably went to the toilet or was asked questions by the teacher and did not have time to reply to his message. At this time, the private school is still in class. Ito Nobuyuki turned off his phone and decided not to disturb the cute schoolgirl from studying. He looked at the door of the Asarkasar family in front of him, took a deep breath, and was about to face the Yakuza. This is the first time in my past and present life that I face a gangster. He pushed the door open. Unexpectedly calm. Ito Nobuyuki walked out of the Asarkasar house carrying a box of money and several huge checks in his pocket. Inside, Dad and Aunt Sayuri were having a great time chatting with a middle-aged woman. There was not much difference in their age. Sayuri seemed to be a high school classmate of the middle-aged woman. The two hit it off right away, which made Ito Nobuyuki feel a little redundant, so he found a reason to withdraw. It has been confirmed that the gunman last night was a thug trained by the Sumida group. He was mentally stimulated during the gang fight, went crazy, and killed people everywhere. The Sumida family even asked the Metropolitan Police Department for help in their hunt. The Yakuza of the island country used to be very arrogant, but after a major purge that started in Mokacho, Shibuya, in the early 2000s, the Yakuza were severely damaged and completely turned into dogs of the Metropolitan Police Department. But the attitude shouldn't be so enthusiastic, right? If there is a mirror in front of me, I will definitely see there. Growing on my head. The head of the Sumida group, the middle-aged woman, looked at me as if I were her own son and was very concerned about me. Is Jidao so friendly now? Chapter 19. Someone seems jealous. Sanai, Senior, did the Sumeter group give you any trouble? Shin, I didn't have any difficulty and I gave the compensation very happily. My junior high school girl sent me a line message. As Ito Nobuyuki was typing, an outrageous guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that the head of the Sumeter family had such a strange attitude because of this little girl with super strength? Nobu, did you do anything? Sanai, senior, you figured it out. You're so smart. Sanai, Kono-san's father seems to be a high-ranking official in the Metropolitan Police Department. I asked her to help you, senior. Nobu, Kono-san. Sanai, I know her, she's a member of the Kendo Club, a girl, very skilled in swordsmanship, and she always wears a black Kendo uniform. Nobu, it's her? She helped me so easily, didn't you promise her anything? Sanai, Shin, there is indeed an inside story. Come on, tell me, don't agree to anything weird from her? This is my family affair, you shouldn't interfere without permission. In front of the screen, Ito Nobuyuki became anxious. If this lovely junior high school girl agreed to other people's strange conditions because of him, he would not get over it. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, the news came. Sanai, it's nothing, actually. Kono-san asked me to wait for her after school. She had something to tell me, and I agreed, so she called to help senpai. Ito Nobuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not too late. Letter, she wants you to stay after school tonight. Sanai, yeah. Letter, I'll go with you. Sanai, eh? Senior is coming too. Why? Shin, you helped me a lot. If she said strange things to you and made you do strange things because of me, I would feel guilty. A person, regardless of gender, should at least be responsible. Ito Nobuyuki made this decision. On the other side, Sanai Yonakura didn't want to bother her senior, but seeing that he was determined, she had to agree reluctantly. Kono, I think her name is Kono Chihori? He recalled the name of the girl in black in the Kendo Club. Snap. Suddenly, the door of the Asakasa family opened and Ito's father walked out, holding the door. Dad, why did you come out? Ito Nobu asked. Sayuri was having a great time chatting with that guy, and I was sitting there not knowing what to do, so I came out to relax. Ito's father came over and together with Ito Nobuyuki, they held the railing and looked out the window at Tokyo. Tokyo is a fast-paced city and the streets are always crowded at any time. Vehicles were lined up in long queues, crowding the narrow streets. Ikehara-cho is located on the outskirts of Shinjuku, Tokyo, and does not have as well-developed transportation as the city center. A huge city and a tight system consisting of tens of millions of people can make people feel suffocated. Ito's father took off his old-fashioned black-framed glasses, wiped them, and sighed. Xiaoshin saved my life and Sayuri's life last night. This is the first time in my life that I pointed a gun at someone. My hands are still shaking. Ito's father pinched the frame of his glasses, and the frame trembled slightly. Don't think that Sayuri-chan's conversation with the head of the Sumeter team was normal. She was actually very scared. When the police first came, she lay in my arms and said to me, "I'm so scared." She just pretended to be fine because she didn't want you and Tong to worry. Ito's father continued. The police said that in order to prevent Sayuri and I from having a stress reaction, I will take Sayuri to the Metropolitan Police Department this afternoon to receive professional psychological counseling. Xiaoshin has become stronger. Facing a thief with a gun, he can muster up the courage to confront the thief. He is much better than his father. Ito Nobuyuki's father said with a melancholy tone. Ito Nobuyuki found a tricky problem how to explain his superb kendo skills. Talk about hobbies. It's obviously impossible. How can a hobbyist fight with thugs trained by orthodox yakuza? You said that the grandfather taught me in a dream. Stop dreaming, this is not a light novel about traveling to another world. Facing the man who had taken care of him for 18 years, Ito Nobuyuki didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to reveal the system's secrets. This was a secret he would take to the grave. No one spoke, and the air fell into deathly silence. I heard from Tong that Xiaoshin joined the Kendo Club of Keio Private School. After a long time, no one counted the time, Ito's father put on his old-fashioned black-framed glasses again. Club activity records are needed for scholarships and entrance exams, Ito Nobu explained. Okay. When I was in high school, I was an unknown person. I didn't dare to join any clubs. Now when I think back, I seem to be a bit immature at that time. I thought I was the best in the world and didn't bother to communicate with anyone. The most daring thing I did was just accepting your mother's confession. The mother here refers to the biological mother. Ito Nobuyuki wasn't quite sure what his father meant. He looked up and found that his father was staring at him. In his eyes, there was the responsibility of a father and the duty of educating his children. Xiaoshin, don't go down the evil path. I see. Okay, then go do what you want to do. Dad won't stop you. You inherited your mother's genes. You've been popular with girls since you were young. You're smart and sensible. You've taken me to the scholarship stage several times and given speeches as a parent representative. When I was in school, I was always an unknown audience member in the audience. You are your father's pride. I don't ask for anything else, but I hope that when I'm old, you can come to me often and talk to me. Definitely. The subtext of the last sentence is be safe and let us, father and son, live together until we grow old. Your family who truly loves you will always be concerned about you. Maybe different people express love in different ways. If at some point you feel tears in your eyes, don't doubt it, because there is someone in this world who cares about you. Ito Nobuyuki thought of what his father said last night, asshole, you dare to hit my son, I will fight to the death to settle the score with you. At that moment, he had only one thought in his head to protect his family. He was an orphan in his previous life. After coming into this world, home was everything to him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the head of the Sumida team treated the Ito family to a sumptuous lunch, and then apologized repeatedly, saying that it was her poor management of the staff under her that caused this incident. He even wanted to give the Ito family a house in the Minato area. The head of the family, Ito's father, quickly refused. Although he was honest and simple-minded, he was not stupid. If he accepted too many favors, he would not be able to maintain his equal status. He had a proper job and did not want to get involved in the underworld. The patriarch sighed regretfully, shook his head and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to glance at Ito Nobuyuki. His eyes were like looking at a precious commodity inlaid with gold, and he was reluctant to leave. Ito Nobuyuki shuddered suddenly and an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Could it be that she is greedy for my body? Of course, it does not refer to his appearance or physical form, but to the value he represents, that is, the energy represented by the kendo girl Kono. During the lunch, the patriarch revealed the status of the Sumida group in the Tokyo Yakuza circle above the middle level, but unable to touch the top Yakuza factions. As if he was speaking to someone on purpose. Uncle Naoto, this aunt's attitude is too enthusiastic, it's not normal. Asano Hitomi always plays the role of a considerate and obedient woman. I have been on guard against her, but it seems that she is sincere towards us. Ito's father sighed, took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. If it is a blessing, it is not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it is inevitable. I will pay more attention. Don't worry too much, Tong. Asano Hitomi turned her head and saw that Ito Nobuyuki was changing clothes, and asked in confusion. Where are you, brother, going? Someone asked me to go to a private school. It's 4:30. The private school has already finished. Asano Hitomi's eyes gradually became scrutinizing. Well, even if someone asks me out at this time, what can I do? Ito Nobuyuki said vaguely. Boy or girl? Girl. Confession. Even Asano Hitomi herself found it incredible and subconsciously thought about love. She couldn't help but recall the dream last night. Since the gunfight really happened, then it is also true that I acted like a spoiled child and gave out various benefits. Maybe she herself didn't notice that there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Chapter 20, This is not my place to be, I'm sorry. Ito Nobuyuki noticed that her tone was not right, but he didn't have much experience in relationships. The only relationship he had ever experienced was fake, so he couldn't tell what her strange feelings were. It doesn't prevent him from being angry at Asano Hitomi. Yes, I just went to meet girls. So cool. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he admitted that he went to the private school to meet his female classmates. Hitomi Asano pursed her lips, and the memory of last night came to her mind. She thought it was a dream at the time, so she opened up her true nature and performed various intimate behaviors. Especially when she was only wearing underwear, swaying in front of him and making the same sexy movements as a geisha dancing. And now, this opposite sex who had intimate relations with you is about to meet another girl. The mood is extremely complicated. Asano Hitami opened her mouth and wanted to continue asking questions. Ito's father's voice drowned out hers. Xiaoshin is going to be confessed to by a girl. I just went to meet some female classmates. Shinjun, is there anyone who likes you? Sayuri couldn't suppress the gossipy look in her eyes. It is human nature to gossip. I didn't expect that my dad and Aunt Sayuri have the same passion for gossip. They are worthy of being a couple. Didn't you just experience a gunfight? Shouldn't you be more scared? Why do you look so excited when you hear that a girl might confess to me? By chance, Ito Nobuyuki saw a figure walking towards the apartment building with his head down. The setting sun shone on her, casting a lonely shadow. A strange feeling emerged in Ito Shinko's heart, which he couldn't explain. Cool, and a little bit complicated. He was a little reminded of Hitami Asano when she was sick last night. She was much better than the bad woman and voyeur maniac she is now. In the afternoon, for 51. Ito Nobuyuki rushed to the private school. The days in spring are not that long, and the setting sun hangs in the sky, emitting a crimson halo. When I walked into the private school, I saw Sanae Yunakura sitting on the steps of the teaching building. She was wearing a pleated skirt and a white shirt, and the bow tie on her collar was not loose like the other girls, but was tied very neatly. One side of her chubby face was dyed red by the setting sun, and in her hand was Tanizaki Junichiro's, the Markioka Snow. The evening breeze occasionally lifted the ends of her hair, and whenever this happened, she would gently push her hair behind her ears to stop the wind from playing tricks. Ito Nobu slowly approached. It turns out that Yunakura-san has a habit of reading literary works. Oh, yes, I like reading. Sanae Yunakura raised her head, her expression flustered for a moment. She wanted to stand up and bow to her senior, but she accidentally lost her balance, her body swayed, and the book fell to the ground. Sanae Yunakura bent down and tried to pick up the book. Ito Nobuyuki took the Markioka Snow in his hand before her. Just then a gust of wind blew and he casually opened a few pages. Well, Yunakura reads books very carefully, marking paragraphs, highlighting rare characters, and giving his thoughts and reflections. Ha! You even drew a character relationship diagram. I can never figure out who is the older sister and who is the younger sister among the 3 Yukiko sisters. Draw a relationship diagram to make it more obvious. Good, the relationship is clear. Ito Nobuyuki handed the book to her. Do you like this book? Yunakura-sanai subconsciously wanted to say, I like it, but after seeing his face, she lowered her head guiltily. I don't like reading. What about this book, The Fine Snow? During the lunch break last time, Senior was reading the e-book, The Fine Snow. I wanted to have some common topics with Senior, so I bought a copy for myself. I may not have any talent for reading. I can only concentrate on reading when I am very serious and without any interruptions from the outside world. Sanae Yunakura is not good at lying, especially in front of people who care about her and whom she also cares about. She felt a little disappointed. As a high school student, she couldn't even concentrate on reading. This was. Suddenly, a warm big hand covered my head and rubbed it gently. Sanae Yunakura raised her head and saw the handsome face illuminated by the setting sun. Thank you, Yunakura-san. It's my honor to have a friend like you. Senior is very gentle. Sanae Yunakura closed her eyes and enjoyed the warm feeling in her heart at this moment. Intimacy increased. Yunakura-sanai intimacy, 50% 55%. Sign-in rewards increased. Is this level of intimacy too high? Ito Shinosuke muttered in his heart, what will it be like when it reaches 100%? Will it become a landmine girlfriend? In the ACGN culture of the island nation, there was once a type of female character that was popular when you first meet them. They give people an impression of being cute and pitiful, which arouses the desire to protect and interact with them, but after in-depth interactions, they will show that they love very heavily, and even have a strong desire to control, be sickly, and have a tendency to be world-weary. His tilder thinking about it this way, Sanae Yunakura seems to fit the above characteristics very well. Ito Nobu secretly kept an eye on it and asked. My family affairs have nothing to do with Yunakura-san, why are you suddenly begging for me? Senior is the first person who is not afraid of me and is willing to be my friend. I am very happy that I can help him. Sanae Yunakura's eyes were firm. The sun in the distance presented a warm red glow, casting a layer of light film on her face, making her usually delicate and lovely temperament become strong and beautiful. Ito Nobu was speechless. Who wouldn't he like to have a schoolmate like this who always cares about you? I was really blind to think of a horrible ex-girlfriend like Hitomi Asano. Excuse me, will I disturb you if I talk now? A cold voice suddenly broke in. Ito Nobuyuki and Yunakara Sanai were both startled by the sound. They both looked towards the source of the sound at the same time, and saw a girl in a black kendo uniform standing there sternly. She had black hair that reached her ears, a slender figure, and her expression and voice were completely free of emotion. It was right in front of her, but the girl seemed to be observing the world from another world. Good evening, Kono-san. Sanai Yunakara greeted him stutteringly. Good evening, Mr. Deputy Minister. Chihori Kono folded her hands in front of her abdomen and bowed slightly. Ito Nobuyuki winked at Yunakara Sanai, turned around and walked to the corner of the teaching building. You can't hear the two girls' conversation here, but you can see their every move. When danger occurs, I can go up and help immediately. The kendo girl said a few words to Sanai Yunakara, who suddenly took a step back. Her expression seemed a little dazed, then bowed 70 degrees and ran towards her. Yunakara Sanai ran up to him breathlessly. Senior, something terrible has happened. Did she bully you? Don't be afraid. I'll find a way for you. No, it's not a bad thing. But it's not a good thing either. Ito Nobu was confused by what Yunakara Sanai said. It's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, then what could it be? Yunakara Sanai raised her face, opened her big wet eyes and said. Senior, Kono-san confessed to me. She likes me. That's all. Ito Nobu turned and left. I'm offended, this is not something I should be involved in. You guys keep on having sex, I saw nothing and heard nothing. Sanai Yunakara grabbed his arm like it was the last straw. Senior, please don't go. I haven't finished yet. Although Kono-san confessed to me, I rejected him. I will always love only you. She seemed afraid that Ito Nobuyuki would misunderstand her. I like you too, but this is a love between friends, not mixed with romantic feelings. This is the first time that Ito Nobuyuki has responded positively. Everyone wants a cute school girl, but dating is a serious matter. He just broke up and is not ready to confess to anyone at the moment. Moreover, the ex-girlfriend became his stepsister. This kind of ridiculous thing happened to him, which made him even more afraid to accept the confession easily. Yunakara Sanai smiled shyly. I don't expect my senior to like me. As long as I can always like my senior, I will be very happy. Chapter 21, Battle at the Gate. You? Ito Nobuyuki hesitated. He couldn't stop others from liking him, so he had to change the subject. Anyway, I'm lucky that nothing happened because of the young lady. Perhaps in the eyes of a young lady like Chihori Kono, helping herself might be as simple as tickling. Ito Shin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have anything to do with the eldest lady, this was just an accident. However, Sanai Yunakara is too unvigilant. She casually contacts such a dangerous person. No, that's not right. If I judge that the other person is dangerous, I should avoid contact. Am I not the same as the classmates who distance themselves from Sanai Yunakara? After realizing this, Ito Nobuyuki immediately began to reflect on himself. This is his way of maintaining his own state of mind. He sees the shortcomings of others and at the same time reflects on himself to see if he has made the same mistakes. Their evening whisper incident ended and the two went home together. Come to think of it, we've known each other for a few days, but I still don't know where Mr. Yunakara's home is. Ito Nobuyuki asked. The sunset gradually fades away and night falls quietly. The girl's rosy cheeks made the still cool night a little warmer. Senior, are you going to visit my house? No, just a quick question. The people on the island love to visit each other, and the social atmosphere is circle culture. Everyone plays a different role in their own small circle, and one small circle after another constitutes the island society. The social atmosphere affects the student group. The Japanese people learn to manage their own small circle from the time they are sensible. For example, visiting someone's home is intended to deepen the relationship between each other. When your friend asks to come over to your house, you can't just say no, right? Are you still in this circle? This is what most people think. Ito Shin is not a person without a sense of boundaries, and explained to the girl. If it's on the way, we can just take a tram. My home is in Shibuya 3 chum. Sanai Yunakura said obediently. Different paths, unfortunately. The two walked to the tram stop. The next train to Shibuya arrives in 1 minute. Sanai Yunakura held the Markioker snow in her arms and glanced at the tall figure next to her. She is 1.56 meters tall and standing next to Ito Nobuyuki, she looks like a high school brother picking up a junior high school sister. Height brings a sense of security. She took a cautious step towards the figure beside her, just a little closer, just a little bit more. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, announcing the train's arrival. Yunakura Sanai says. Did I help you today? It's been a great help. Ito Nobu sighed that the power of love was too strong, especially for G. Yunakura Sanai's eyes lit up, she looked up at the tall figure, her chubby face flushed, and she said. Then, Senior, can you please fulfill one of my requests? Ask. I. Sanai Yunakura blushed, can you hug me? As far as I can remember, no one except Grandma has ever hugged me. Ito Nobu was silent. Besides Grandma, where are your parents? He did not ask the question. Everyone has secrets, and it is very impolite to ask others without their permission. Ito-Shin squatted down, opened his arms, and gave Yunakura Sanai a big hug. The junior high school girl's face flushed red, her eyes were so wet that they seemed to be squeezed out of water, and she murmured happily. So, this is what it feels like to be hugged by the person you love. This hug lasted for a long time. The tram arrived at the station, the evening breeze blew the girl's hair, and a rich milky fragrance could be smelled. Just like the girl's 1.5-meter height, her body fragrance also matches her height, like an innocent child who needs protection. Ito Nobu felt the delicate body in his arms twisting slightly. Senior, the train is about to leave. There are a lot of people around looking at us. Sanai Yunakura's voice was as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. The two of them were now pressed tightly against each other, not to mention speaking in low voices. Even during the hug, Sanai Yunakura gasped several times, and Ito Nobuyuki could hear it clearly. Ito-Shin loosened his arms and let her go. Sanai Yunakura breathed in fresh air into her lungs, and the feeling of suffocation from happiness disappeared, as did the solid chest, and she felt a little lost in her heart. What a cute little girl. Are you a couple? I think so. And he was wearing the uniform of Yinqing Private School, which is a private school for high school students. Ito Nobu smiled and said. They treated us like a couple in a relationship. Will it cause trouble to the seniors? It's okay. If I see a man and a woman hugging each other on the street, I will guess wrong and send my blessing. Ito Nobu walked behind her and gently pushed her forward. Go ahead, the tram is leaving. Well, goodbye, Senior. Good night, Senior. Sanai Yunakura walked towards the train, knowing that the person she liked was looking at her from behind. She took a deep breath, quickly pulled out two 30-centimeter blue cheering sticks from under her skirt, held them high, turned around and shouted. Senior. I love you and will always be your die-hard fan. Sanai Yunakura waved her cheering stick twice to show her determination, then turned around and ran into the train. Ito-Shin's stunned face was reflected on the clean and clear glass of the tram. This junior girl, is she really not afraid of my social death? Ito Nobu felt the strange looks coming from the people around him and curled the corners of his mouth. If spending time with a good schoolgirl is heaven, then seeing your ex-girlfriend's face is like stepping into hell. When Ito Nobuyuki returned home, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Asano Hitomi sitting in the entrance hall, cutting her fingernails and listening to music. Are you back? She asked. Ito Nobuyuki responded. What the hell is this feeling of catching an adulterer? He opened the shoe cabinet and took out 2 pairs of slippers. Asano Hitomi's nose twitched. Milky. Are you a dog nose? Ito Nobuyuki was shocked. Can he smell that? Asano Hitomi sneered twice. Har har, it's fun to date a little girl, right? There was no date, just a few simple words. When you left, you said you were going to receive a confession. I just admitted to meeting a girl. When did I say I accepted a girl's confession? You lied to me. Asano Hitomi stood up suddenly. You didn't hear it clearly, can you blame me? Ito Nobu put on his slippers and prepared to go to the kitchen to get some water. Asano Hitomi grabbed him. Don't go, let me smell it first. Why? You definitely kissed or hugged a girl, just a few simple words, there's no way you would have such a strong milky scent on you. I went to the farm to milk the cows. Ito Nobuyuki felt that this woman was annoying. You're lying. How can there be a farm in Tokyo? Asano Hitami quickly moved closer to him and tried to forcefully smell his scent. Perhaps she was too excited and did not notice the obstacle under her feet. Asano Hitami stepped on the shoes that Ito Nobuyuki had taken off, lost her balance, and fell forward. In front of her was Ito Nobuyuki. The two of them fell on the porch, one on top of the other. Asano Hitami finally seized the opportunity and lowered her head to sniff. Ito Nobuyuki was almost annoyed by her. He wanted to push her away but couldn't. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and hit the girl's roundness hard. Bang! Arr! Feeling the pain and strange feeling coming from her whole body, Asano Hitami screamed. Get up quickly and stop sniffing around like a pervert. Ito Nobuyuki said unhappily. I won't. The more you don't want Asano Hitami to do something, the more she will do it. Being stimulated by this, she smells it even more vigorously. Ito Nobuya started to argue with her, raising his arms repeatedly and then dropping them heavily. Bang! Asano Hitami groaned and continued to lie on him without moving. Ito Shin's slaps fell repeatedly, each one heavier than the last. Just as the two were fighting fiercely in the entrance hall. With a click, the newly replaced security door was opened from the outside. Ito's father and Sayuri are back. Chapter 22 looks like a couple. Ito Nobuyuki thought a lot. First of all, Gal game. The second is the German orthopedic hospital. If I run fast, maybe my dad's stick won't be able to catch up with me, and I won't have to go to Germany for hospitalization. Don't be silly. Impossible. Dad and stepmother will see it. Ito Nobu felt the delicate body in his arms stiffen. She was as confused as he was. The two of them hated each other without a doubt, and they were able to tolerate each other because they both had something on the other side the bathing video. They both have one wish to live together for the happiness of their respective families. Is this balance going to be broken now? Is this Mr. Ito? Who is this? An old man's voice came from outside the door. It's Asano-san. Thank you for tidying up the house this afternoon. It's okay, it's no trouble. I should be the one thanking your family for catching the notorious thief. Har, it's not me who is awesome, it's my son Xiaoshin who is awesome. He defeated the thief single-handedly. Xiaoshin is indeed a good boy. Last time, he helped me carry the vegetables upstairs. By the way, who is the person next to Ito-san? She is Sayuri, she is mine. The newly installed security door opened a crack and suddenly stopped. The voices of a man and two women were heard outside the door. Ito Nobuyuki reacted the fastest and quickly pushed away Asano Hitami who was pressing on him. You touch, When Ito Shin pushed her away, he accidentally touched her breasts. Asano Hitami's eyes widened and she was about to scream, but Ito Shin reacted quickly and covered her mouth. Sure. If you don't want Dad and Aunt Sayuri to see us in this weird position, get up from me quickly. Asano Hitami narrowed her eyes and glared at him, meaning if you touch me there, I will settle the score with you later. The two quickly separated. Hitami Asano ran to the room to tidy up her messy clothes. Ito Nobuyuki took a few deep breaths, pretended nothing happened, used his acting skill level 3 to pretend nothing happened, opened the door and chatted with the three elders. Grandma Asakaser came back to pack her things, and after a few words of greeting, she went to the street to have fun with the old man, carrying a suitcase of cash she got from the Sumida group. The body may grow old but the heart remains young. It seems this is the secret to delaying aging, Ito's father sighed. Naoto, I hope that when we get old, we can have the same mentality as Aunt Asakaser. Sayuri said, leaning on her lover's shoulder. Ito Nobu looked left and right and found that he was alone. Well, I'm redundant. Fortunately, Ito's father found his son and asked. Did Xiaoshin accept the girl's confession? Dad, Asano-san was just joking. There was no such thing as a confession. Ito Nobuyuki looked helpless. He had just broken up with a popular girl in the private school. Was it really polite for him to accept a girl's confession? Ito's father looked a little disappointed as he walked into the entrance holding Sayuri's hand, both of them holding large and small bags. When Sayuri walked past Ito Nobu, she sniffed and said in a strange tone. Shinjun has a milky scent, which seems to be the scent of a girl. Ito Nobu was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, then said with a fake smile, "How can I smell like a girl? Aunt Sayuri must have smelled it wrong. It can't be wrong." Sayuri shook her head. Women are very sensitive to smells, and they can smell it right away. Besides the milk scent, there seems to be the smell of Tong's shampoo. Ito's father looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Ito Nobuyuki was a little panicked at this moment. What Sayuri said was right. He had hugged 2 girls today if falling down counts as hugging. The 2 girls are Sanae Yunakura and Hitami Asano. The former is proactive, while the latter is purely accidental. Snap, snap. The sound of slippers stepping on the floor came from the living room. Ito-san, even though I'm lending you shampoo, you shouldn't use so much, right? Asano Hitami appeared and rescued him. Ito Nobu continued. Sorry, I'll pay more attention next time. The doubt in Ito's father's eyes disappeared. Sayuri also nodded. Xiaoshin, although you and Tong are family now, you should also pay attention to the sense of boundaries. Ito's father was talking about the fact that he used too much shampoo. I see. It's okay, I'm sure Xiaotong won't mind too much. Sayuri said appropriately. Yes, I don't mind. Asano Hitami smiled with her head tilted. Ito Nobu felt that if he really used her shampoo, she would definitely not mind and might even make a big fuss. The crisis has been resolved temporarily, but you cannot completely relax and need to change the subject quickly. Ito Nobu said. Dad, Aunt Sayuri, what did you do this afternoon? Sayuri and I went to the Metropolitan Police Department for psychological adjustment. On the way back, we stopped by the mall and bought some clothes for you too. Xiao Bai-her raised her hand at the right time, holding several colorful clothing bags. Nobu-kun, Hitami, do you want to try on some new clothes? Good. I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we don't have to talk about such sensitive topics as girls' body odor. Afterwards, Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitami were forced to act as clothes hangers and try on various clothes. Dad and Aunt Sayuri bought a lot of clothes. Maybe they wanted to buy more clothes to dispel the children's fear from last night, so they bought clothes of all kinds of styles. After trying on 3 sets of clothes, Sayuri was very satisfied with one of them. Ito Nobuyuki is now wearing blue casual pants, a white shirt and a light blue jacket with his collar slightly open. He has a handsome face and gives off the feeling of a sunny and cheerful handsome guy. Hitami Asano wore a white and pink cotton dress. Generally speaking, this color depends on the temperament of the person, otherwise it may look very rustic and old-fashioned. But she was different, with a well-behaved and charming face and an otherworldly temperament. The brightly colored cotton dress only served to set off her beauty. Nobu-kun and Tong are so far apart, come closer. Sayuri held up the camera and, like a professional photographer, kept looking for the right angles for the two of them. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitami looked at each other. They didn't know how they put on their clothes just now, but in order to make their irritated parents happy, they decided to tolerate each other for the time being. The two of them slowly approached. Ito Nobuyuki could gradually smell the rich floral scent, which was the body odor of Asano Hitami. Different from Sanae Yunakura, who is surrounded by milky scent, she has a mixed floral scent, and you can smell the scent of various flowers in it, which is very pleasant. Okay, stop, said Sayuri. The two men were very close, with their shoulders only a fist's distance apart. Asano Hitami glanced at this annoying guy and thought of the strong female body scent on him when he first came in. Although she didn't know who that was, the thought of him hugging another girl, especially since she had just had close contact with him last night, made her feel a little uncomfortable and her head a little heavy. And this guy even touched me there. Such great strength. Even when I take a shower myself, I only dare to touch myself carefully. Sayuri adjusted the camera focus and said, Don't move, 3, 2. The countdown advances little by little. Asano Hitami's dissatisfaction reached its peak. When 1 came, she suddenly stretched out her left arm, held Ito Nobuyuki's arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. Her posture was intimate and ambiguous, like a clingy girlfriend. The flash lights up. Asano Hitami's smug smile. Ito Shin's surprised expression. The two people snuggling together are forever frozen in the photo. Ito's father, who was looking through the label on the clothing bag, suddenly said, Sayuri, we didn't read the label carefully when we bought it. The clothes Xiaoshin and Tong are wearing are not family clothes, but couple clothes. Chapter 23 Beautiful Girl Attacks at Night. Ito's father's words made the living room quiet. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitomi looked at each other, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Asano Hitomi came to her senses, quickly let go of her hand and moved away from Ito Nobuyuki. Sayuri didn't think too much. No wonder they look like a couple in the photo, it turns out they are wearing matching outfits. Do you still want this dress? Ito's father asked. What do the two children think? Sayuri respected the wishes of the parties involved. Keep. No. Ito Nobuyuki's idea was very simple. Since it was a gift from his father and stepmother, he should not let them down. Besides, it was not an ugly piece of clothing, so he could just keep it. Unexpectedly, Hitomi Asano refused. But soon, she glanced at Ito Nobuyuki and quickly changed her words. Stay. Naoto, since both children have no objection, then let them stay. Sayuri turned to her husband and said. I also think it's better to stay. There's a saying that goes, siblings in this life are lovers in the previous life. Xiaoshin and Tong are step-siblings, so maybe they were each other's first love in the previous life. Ito's father made a cold joke. But Ito Nobuyuki couldn't laugh. Dad, you guessed it so right, we really are each other's first love. Asano Hitomi's face didn't look very good. Intimate contact, gunfight, confession, suspected cuckoldry, couple outfits, first love, all these messy things added up made her head a little confused, and a strange feeling was churning in her heart. Mom, I'm still a little dizzy. I'm going to go back to my room and rest first. She needed time to sort out her thoughts. Sayuri asked with concern. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you need any medicine? No, I just want to get some sleep. 1 o'clock in the morning. Ito Nobuyuki was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt something pressing on his lower abdomen. The thing was positioned very accurately, right at the key part. By sensing the abdomen, one can tell that these are two very plump and round shapes. He opened his eyes and grabbed the hand that was slapping him in the face. Under the bright moonlight, a young girl with disheveled hair and charming eyes revealed an incredible look. You have eyes on your forehead. Asano Hitomi asked in surprise, you woke up so quickly. Ito Shin glanced at his tightly clenched hand. If I don't wake up, are you going to slap me awake? I have this idea. What are you doing in my room so late? Life consultation. Huh. Ito Shin felt that it was absurd for these words to come out of her mouth. You woke me up in the middle of the night just to get life advice from me. Right. Asano Hitomi nodded. Ito Nobu didn't know if it was his illusion, but he saw that the girl sitting on his lower abdomen had a slightly red face. Tell your thing to be quiet. It's so annoying. Asano Hitomi said dissatisfiedly. At night, this is a normal reaction. Ito Nobu said, it won't stop unless you get off my waist. Asano Hitomi climbed down from him obediently, walked to the bedroom door, turned around and said. Come to my room for life consultation. After saying that, she opened the door and walked out. Ito Shinko lay on the bed. After his thing calmed down, he sat up and pinched his face. It hurts, this is not a dream. About my stepsister and ex-girlfriend sitting on my bed in the middle of the night and giving me life advice. It can be used as the name of a light novel. Ito Shin put on a shirt and trousers and went to the next room to see what tricks she was playing. The storage room is only 4 square meters, and it becomes even smaller after being converted into a room. A bed, a desk, and a wardrobe fill the room. There is a huge speaker in the corner. I don't know how she convinced Aunt Sayuri to let her bring this thing. Diarrhea and fever taught Asano Hitomi a lesson, and she now knows to close the windows at night. The room was small and poorly ventilated, and the whole room was filled with the girl's body odor, a mixed floral scent. Ito Nobuyuki likes the smell of this scent very much, but he can't show it, otherwise Asano Hitomi will catch him. Hitomi Asano was sitting on the bed, wearing a white suspender and shorts, with one leg crossed over the other, sitting in a rather domineering and queenly posture. Ito Nobu looked at the thin legs that kept shaking and really wanted to find a rope to tie them up to stop them from shaking and making him dizzy. Life consultation, said Hitomi Asano. What do you want to consult? The feeling of being in love. What is that? Ito Nobu felt like he was hallucinating. You, a relationship liar and a voyeur, are here to ask me about the feeling of being in love. Why not? Asano Hitami turned her head away embarrassedly. Have you ever heard the story of the toad wants to eat the swan? I have heard of it, what's wrong? You are a toad. Ito Nobuyuki spoke to the girl in front of him in an extremely calm tone. Asshole. Asano Hitami's face turned red with anger, she raised one foot and kicked forward. Shin grabbed it and thought to himself, it's so soft. The little white foot struggled twice. Let me go. Hitami Asano's face turned even redder, she was embarrassed. When my feet were grabbed by a member of the opposite sex, a strange feeling filled my heart. Without saying a word, Ito Nobuyuki put his other hand under the sole of the girl's feet, and then scratched them violently. Asano Hitami was stunned for a moment, then couldn't stop laughing. She tried desperately to pull her foot free, and even kicked with her other foot, but was caught by Shin. Asano Hitami became doubly happy. Har 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 pervert, har har har, let go of my feet, do you hear me? Stop tickling me, I give up, really, stop tickling me, I can't hold it anymore. Ito Nobu continued scratching for more than 10 seconds before letting go. Asano Hitami quickly pulled her feet back, closed her legs tightly, closed her eyes for a long time before opening them, then gasped heavily, her eyes filled with water. She glared at Ito Nobuyuki fiercely, got out of bed, held onto the wall, took something out of the closet, and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Asked Ito Nobuyuki. Bathroom, change clothes. Asano Hitami blushed, I was almost unable to hold it back, and you tickled the soles of my feet. It's all your fault. Crack bang. The door was slammed shut. Ito Nobu stood there in a daze. Is this peeing in your pants? More than half an hour later, Asano Hitami, still wearing a white suspender and shorts, returned to the room, but her hair was wet, as if she had taken a shower, and she was holding a blue and white piece of clothing in her hand. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Asano Hitami threw the blue and white clothes on the bed, raised her arms and asked. The blue and white clothes were soaked and smelled of laundry water. I'm sorry. Ito Nobuyuki felt that he had indeed gone a bit too far in dealing with the girl, so he apologized honestly. No, it can't be solved so easily. Asano Hitami said angrily, every time I did something wrong, you beat me up, and you did something wrong and you want to just apologize and get away with it. Impossible. And you touched me there during the day, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Or, you can hit me too. Ito Nobuyuki thought, this guy, apart from his bad temper, is still a beautiful girl after all, and being beaten by a beautiful girl is barely acceptable. What a tempting exchange. No, I don't want to hit you. I want you to agree to a request of mine. It's not a request that goes against the principles. It's very simple. You won't find it troublesome. Besides, you are very familiar with how to do it. What do you want? Tomorrow, be a couple with me for another day, which means you can get my life consultation and experience the feeling of dating. There was a sly glint in Asano Hitami's eyes. Chapter 24 Lies and Idols. Hitami Asano is a girl, so naturally she has jealousy. Just a few days after the breakup, Ito Nobuyuki went out with a girl. When he came back, he smelled like a girl and said he didn't hug her. Who would believe him? One-day couple is a meaningless way to vent anger. The girl may not even know it, but she just wants to vent her anger. However, this is only one reason, there is a more important purpose. Why are you pretending to be a couple again all of a sudden? Ito Nobuyuki frowned and instinctively wanted to refuse. Wasn't it enough that I had been pretending to date you for a week? Want to come again? When Asano Hitami heard that he was going to refuse, she did not respond directly, but instead pouted her lips. You made me pee my pants, can't you just agree to my small request? It's true that I peed my pants. I wanted to finish my talk quickly and go to the bathroom, but who knew this would happen? When Asano Hitami thought about embarrassing herself in front of this guy, and doing such an humiliating thing, her face felt like it was burning and her ears were burning. Shin glanced at the blue and white underwear on the bed and sighed. Got it. I agree. Yeah. Okay, anything else? It's okay, go back to sleep Tilder. Asano Hitami achieved her goal and her tone became a little cheerful. Ito Nobuyuki opened the door and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he looked back and found that the girl had turned on the desk lamp, was lying on the table writing furiously, and seemed ready to stay up all night. I always feel that tomorrow we are not just pretending to be a couple. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Can you really eat me? On April 11th, Saturday, Ito's father and Sayuri went for psychological counseling. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitami are planning to go out together today. Ito Nobuyuki wanted to wear his usual casual clothes, but Asano Hitami didn't allow it and pulled him into the room to dress him up. Her hair was styled into a trendy hairstyle with hairspray, and she was wearing the couple outfit from yesterday. Hitami Asano had her hair tied in a bun and wore a white and pink cotton skirt. She had washed her face carefully and put on light makeup. From a certain perspective, this set of couple outfits was a good buy. Okay, let's go. Asano Hitami looked at herself in the mirror and was very satisfied. Where are you going? There are 3 holy places for couples to go on dates: amusement parks, movie theaters, and aquariums. Let's go to the aquarium today. Asano Hitami was very excited, but Ito Nobuyuki was not interested. They are just pretending to be a couple, not real, so naturally I am not interested in them. If you put too much emotion into something false, you will only end up hurting yourself. The aquarium is in Koto Ward, so if you don't take a taxi, you can only go there by train. Although the island country is small, taxi fares are not cheap and can be described as rip-offs. However, if a couple is on a date, the man will most likely save face and grit his teeth to call a taxi for his girlfriend. You can take a taxi. Walking outside the apartment building, Ito Nobuyuki said to Asano Hitami. Hey. Shouldn't a handsome man politely say, "You must be tired, my princesses," and then take a taxi to your destination at your own expense? Asano Hitami grumbled in dissatisfaction, but still took out her cell phone and opened the taxi app. TSK, Tokyo taxi drivers deserve to die, they are so expensive. What a vicious curse. You are a terrible woman both on the outside and on the inside. Ito Nobuyuki complained while observing his surroundings. On weekends, there are many more parents taking their children out to play on the streets. The traffic was still the same as usual, with vehicles lined up all their way to the other side of the traffic light, and it looked like they would not be able to move for an hour or two. Forget it, let's not take a taxi. The streets are so congested that taking a taxi would be slower than a turtle, said Ito Nobuyuki. So how do we get there? Take the tram. What a coincidence, I thought so too. Since there was no need to spend any money, Hitami Asano happily put away her phone and put her arm around his. Ito Nobuyuki withdrew his hand, but it remained motionless, stuck in the deep canyon. Aren't you a very popular underground idol? Are you so happy that you saved some money on a taxi? Having money is one thing, but wasting it is another. Life is full of unexpected events. If I am no longer famous, I will have to rely on this money to make a living. After that, Asano Hitami muttered softly. I don't want to live like before, with no food to eat. Ito Nobu didn't hear the latter sentence, but he heard the former one clearly and agreed with it. It's always better to be prepared. When the two of them were halfway to the train station, Asano Hitami suddenly said, Stop. I want to take a picture here. Cafe? How do we take photos here? We stood in front of the French window, and I held up my phone to take pictures of the reflections in the window. Ito trusted her and quickly took a photo. After taking the photo, Hitami Asano lowered her head and tapped on her phone. Is it okay if I post this photo on the private school forum? Whatever you want. Okay, I'll post it then. Asano Hitami raised her lips and read out loud while typing, I went shopping with my brother today. My brother cared about me like a boyfriend. I was so happy. Cough cough cough. Ito-shin almost couldn't catch his breath. Didn't we agree to hide our identities? Oh, don't worry, I have blurred your face, so no one can recognize you unless they are very familiar with you. You are now my biological brother, Gigi Tilder, Asano Hitami shouted in a strange tone and posted the prepared picture and text to the forum. The comments grew rapidly within a minute. I don't like kendo, long live Asano-sama. Please step on me, this cafe looks so familiar. Loyal female fan, a brother who can be so close to Asano-san must be a very good person. What is love? Replied to a loyal female fan, my brother is a sister-con, so of course he treats me well. I yell, Geije, and he kisses and hugs me. Ito Nobuyuki took out his mobile phone to check the forum, and when he saw the message, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Am I a sister-con? To accuse this evil woman? You're dreaming. Asano Hitami noticed that his expression was not right, and quickly explained with a smile. Ordinary brothers are boring, but if you have a sister complex, their discussion about you will be raised to a higher level. This is called hyping up popularity and grabbing traffic. Stirring up popularity for idols is like a chef cooking or a driver driving a car. It is a necessary skill. If an idol has no popularity, he is no different from an ordinary person. Isn't this a lie? I'm a liar, that's what you said. Asano Hitomi talked freely. In the entertainment industry, lies are weapons. They are the magic weapon for victory and also a solid shield to protect oneself. Among the stars you can see on the internet now, except for a small number of them who are really talented, which one has not lied? She suddenly clasped her hands together, her eyes lit up, and said jokingly, "By the way, if I say that the reason you broke up with me is because you don't like my brother who has a sister complex, will it get more popular? If you dare to do this, I will strip you naked, tie you up with ropes, and whip you when I get home," Ito Nobuyuki said expressionlessly. How cruel. Hitomi Asano was horrified and hugged herself in fear. You tell me that you use fans to hype up popularity, aren't you afraid that I will hate you even more? Ito Nobuyuki was a little confused about what this neurotic guy was thinking. I'll tell you, relax. The social classes in island countries are fixed, and modern people are under great pressure. They need to find a place to vent, otherwise they will be suffocated. Love or hate, they are all ways to vent emotions. For example, my black fans use idols to satisfy their own desires. When they are not satisfied with their work or studies, they vent their anger to the perfect idols. Doesn't it make them feel better? Anyway, the idols can't really settle accounts with them. Look, we are all using each other, and I am not so evil. Asano Hitomi smiled slightly, but Ito Nobuyuki felt a chill on his back. She continued. I don't know what love is. No one has ever loved me, and I have never loved anyone. I grew up aimlessly, wandering in this world like a ghost. Until one day, I happened to see a concert, and the glamorous idols standing on the stage shouted, "I love you," loudly. Then I became interested in this profession. What kind of mentality is it to be able to say love openly? In the end, I was very disappointed. This industry is like the whole society, full of lies, and there is no real love. Ito Nobu was silent for a while and asked, true or false? It's a lie, just to make you sympathize with me. Asano Hitomi smiled brightly. Chapter 25. The girl wants to be loved. I took the train to Bunkyo Ward. Although it was Saturday, the train was still crowded. In addition to people who work overtime, there are also people who come to the island country for tourism. And now, those people are discussing their couple on the other side in a whisper in a language that the islanders cannot understand. Amazing. Is this an island country? It's just like what we see in anime, high school students can date. If it were in China, the dean would have caught them long ago, notified the class teacher, and called a parents' meeting. Correction, it doesn't mean you can date in high school, it means you can openly say, I like you, whether you are in kindergarten, elementary school, or junior high school, as long as you like someone. The people around looked at the two girls. They were wondering what this foreigner was talking about and why she sounded like she was about to cry. Ito Nobu, who is fluent in Chinese, wanted to say to the two girls who seemed to be from the same hometown, the island country is not as good as you think. Having time for dating means that the study pressure is not too great. If you want to continue your studies, the effort and cost will be enormous. You may even have to spend a lot of money on cram schools, and your grades and deviation values will also skyrocket. Studying and taking the college entrance examination are the most convenient ways to cross classes. That handsome guy is looking at us. Yes, will you understand what we are saying? I don't think so. Who knows? The two girls comforted each other. One of the girls with a high ponytail said, the handsome guy seemed to be talking to us. Judging from his lip movements, it seemed to be Chinese. How could you not appreciate the blessing you have? He means the topic of love we just talked about. The two girls who came to the island country for tourism were full of doubts, but Ito Nobuyuki had already taken Asano Hitomi off the bus, and their doubts would never be answered. The aquarium is in front. Hitomi Asano spent 5,000 yen to buy 2 tickets. The aquarium is holding an event today, giving free dolphin dolls to couples who come to the aquarium. Excuse me, are you two a couple? The staff asked. Asano Hitomi looked at Ito Nobuyuki and signaled with her eyes. Are we a couple? Casual. We are a couple. After receiving the answer, Asano Hitami hugged Ito Nobuyuki's arm to prove to the staff that they were very close. Okay, here are your dolphin dolls, please take them. The staff placed a 50-centimeter long dolphin doll in Hitami Asano's arms. Thank you, sister. Oh, you're welcome. The staff member was captured by the girl's flawless smile for a moment. He was stunned for a long time before saying, "Your boyfriend is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend like you." Asano Hitami's smile grew even brighter. She quickly glanced at Ito Nobuyuki and said, "I think he is very honored, too." Ito Nobuyuki didn't care about her little tricks. His attention was now focused on a little girl who was alone in the aquarium. That child seemed very scared. The back of my hand was touched. "What are you standing there for? Let's go in." "Oh, okay." Ito Nobuyuki came to his senses and walked into the aquarium with Asano Hitami. The museum is filled with flashing blue and white lights, and is surrounded by schools of fish swimming around. Walking in it feels like being at the bottom of the sea. Asano Hitami soon discovered the little girl who was alone. How pitiful. The child must be extremely scared, alone in an unfamiliar environment with strangers. She had a package next to her and a cell phone in her hand. Her parents must have gone shopping and left her sitting here waiting. Ito Nobuyuki could see that although the little girl's face showed fear, she was not terrified, nor did she move in an obviously panicked manner. She just sat in the rest area looking around, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Asano Hitami sneered. Believe it or not, this incident will be a shadow in the little girl's life. What's the meaning? That girl looks only about 6 years old. When she stands up, she is not even as tall as our waist. If you put yourself in her shoes and look at the world, you will see tall strangers everywhere. Everyone is threatening, and you are just a weak child. The parents you trust and can rely on the most are not here. You can only keep the promise of, "Baby, be brave, mom and dad will be back soon," and wait alone in fear. It feels like what you said is just like what you experienced yourself. Because what I said is true. Asano Hitami turned her head and stared at him. My biological mother is not only a street prostitute, but also a thief. The aquarium is her favorite place to get money. There are many people here and people are not very vigilant. In order to avoid the security guard's search, my mother brought me to the aquarium to steal. How could a mother with a child be a thief, right? If she was questioned forcefully, she would be accused of harassing women, and her job would be lost. And I followed my mother to commit crimes at the age of 5. I hid in the corner of the wall, watching the indifferent adults walking around, and waited until the aquarium closed at night, then acted as my mother's tool and escaped from the aquarium. True or false? Of course it's fake, I'm a liar. Asano Hitami laughed. Children who grow up in such an environment are very insecure and timid. How can they be as confident and charming as me? You've told so many lies that I feel your lies are also lies. Ito Nobu looked at the empty corner of the aquarium from afar, as if he saw a 5-year-old girl curled up there and shivering. No one offered a helping hand, leaving the girl alone to face the cold world. Asano Hitami took out the aquarium guide and said slowly, "Don't worry, it's 100% a lie. I'm a liar as you've admitted, and a liar won't tell the truth. You know, I feel very comfortable with you, because no matter what story I tell, you will think it's a lie, so I don't feel the slightest bit of guilt for lying." She opened the guide and found a program. It's decided to be you. Dolphin Show. After deciding on the destination, Asano Hitami took immediate action, grabbed Ito Nobuyuki's hand, and ran to other venues. Slow down, I'm not going to grow wings and fly away. Time flies away. I only have 1 day as a couple. It's not easy to find a suitable male companion to accompany me to the aquarium. Asano Hitami was running and suddenly stopped. Ito Shin slammed on the brakes and almost hit her. Why did you stop suddenly? Wait here and don't move. I'm going to the bathroom. So suddenly. Yes, the feeling came so suddenly that I couldn't hold it back even if I wanted to, or I would have peed my pants. Asano Hitami turned around and ran away holding the 50-centimeter dolphin doll. Ito Nobuyuki had no choice but to find a lounge chair nearby and sit down. He wanted to browse the news for a while, but his mind kept thinking about the little girl he had just met. After struggling with his thoughts for 30 seconds, he stood up and walked back in the direction he came from. Go and look after the little girl, to prevent her from being abducted by human traffickers. Tokyo is too crowded and unsafe. As for Asano Hitami, she is an adult anyway, so she can't get lost. And I heard that girls take a long time to go to the bathroom, so there is no need to worry about her. After turning a corner in front, there is a rest area where the little girl sits. Ito Nobuyuki walked back here and found the little girl holding a 50-centimeter dolphin doll and giggling at the girl squatting on the ground in front of her. The girl is extremely beautiful, with a pair of pretty eyes that all girls envy. But such a girl squatted on the ground like an uneducated wild child, making all kinds of faces at the little girl, and even saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth onto her brand new cotton skirt, leaving stains. Sister, Mom and Dad said they would buy me something delicious. When will they be back? Your parents love you. They will be back soon and take you back to your warm home, where there is a big, warm bed, cute toys, and family elders who always love you. Yeah. I believe what my sister said. Just believe it. You are different from your sister. You are loved child. Love. I want it too. What is my sister talking about? Nothing, just some talking in my sleep, a boring daydream. Chapter 26, Born Idol Talent. Ito Nobuyuki was sitting in a lounge chair reading an e-book. He waited for almost an hour before Asano Hitami hurried back. She looked almost the same as when she left, except that her hair was messy and the light makeup on her face was gone. It seemed that she had just washed her face, and there were water droplets hanging on the ends of her hair. But it has a unique flavor, less of the lofty and perfect goddess temperament, and more of a calm and simple nature. In short, she is not annoying now. Hey, when I went to the bathroom just now, I casually put my dolphin doll on the sink, but when I came out, the doll was gone. If I knew who stole my doll, I would not forgive him. Asano Hitami imitated her angry expression and tone perfectly. Let's go. Ito Nobu put away his phone and stood up. What were you looking at just now? Asano Hitami jogged a few steps and walked beside him. Junichiro Tanizaki, the Markioka Snow. Does it look good? It's not very interesting, but it's good to read in your spare time. Ito Nobu said, I recommend that you read more books in your spare time. No, I can't stand studying in a private school all day and having to read books at night. Asano Hitami waved her hands quickly, her expression as if she had seen something terrible. She then asked, why didn't you ask me why I took so long to go to the bathroom? I've heard that the line for the women's restroom is very long. That's right, I almost peed several times while queuing for the photo shoot. Asano Hitami glanced at him, but the first time I peed was last night, luckily I didn't stain the sheets. Ahem. Ito Nobuyuki couldn't help but cough lightly a few times. Last night, he had indeed gone too far. If he put himself in their shoes, if he were in front of the opposite sex, unless they were extremely close, he would also feel embarrassed. Asano Hitami sensed something was wrong, put her right hand on her chin, and looked him up and down like a famous detective thinking about a case. Is it my illusion? Your attitude towards me seems to be gentler than before. Some people give me some face. Stop talking, I get it. Asano Hitami covered her face and sighed, it's still the same as before, so infuriating. I'm just being nice to you, you bad girl. Ito Nobuyuki smiled. Intimacy increased. Asano Hitami intimacy, 15% 20%. Sign-in rewards increased. After the relationship inexplicably eased, some invisible barriers quietly disappeared. Asano Hitami suddenly found that he was quite handsome. He has an angular face and a pair of clear black and white eyes. His eyes seem gentler than those of ordinary Japanese boys, but he has no bottom line. He is easy to get along with but not easy to bully. I don't care about your attitude. Asano Hitami raised her wrist to check the time. She brought a watch with her today. It's 10 o'clock. The dolphin show is already halfway through. Let's go. She grabbed Ito Nobu and ran away. The two of them crossed 3 pavilions, past the depressing deep-sea viewing area, and then suddenly felt enlightened. This is a small pool with a fence around it. Tourists held onto the railings and looked at the well-behaved dolphins in the center and the slim staff wearing tight diving suits. Wow! Is this a dolphin? I see a living one. Asano Hitami said excitedly. It is necessary to remind you that dolphins are the property of the aquarium and cannot be taken away or eaten, said Ito Nobuyuki. What are you thinking? I've only seen photos of dolphins on the internet before, but never seen one moving and alive right in front of me. After Asano Hitomi finished speaking, she turned her head to watch the dolphin show. The dolphins swam in the water, and the staff guided the dolphins to jump out of the water, splashing white waves. Some of the audience in the front were splashed with water and their clothes got wet. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitomi were standing far away and escaped. Although the audience got wet, they still interacted with the dolphins enthusiastically. The dolphins are very human-like and offer their foreheads to the audience to touch. Hitomi Asano subconsciously raised her hand, then put it down in dismay, knowing that it was impossible to touch the dolphin with so many people between them, and said enviously, "Even dolphins are loved by so many people. How about you also become a dolphin so that the audience will love you?" "No, I can't stand swimming in the water without clothes on and being watched by so many people. The angle is unique." Just then, the staff raised their hands and signaled the audience to step back a little. Today is the 5th anniversary of the aquarium's opening. We are holding an event called Meet the Dolphins. You can use various methods to attract visitors. The person with the highest number of audience votes can interact with the dolphins with me. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Asano Hitomi raised her hand high, turned her head and said firmly, "I'm sure to win. ? No one can beat me on stage, no one. I am the idol destined to be on the Tokyo Dome. I remember that this dream of yours was stolen, right? Don't tear down my stage. Hey!" A total of 6 people signed up. The first person was a junior high school student who was preparing to attend the school's wind band training on the weekend. He brought his oboe with him and sang a song called Liz and the Birds, which mesmerized the audience. The second person was a magician who performed a card disappearing trick. Unfortunately, the trick failed in the end. However, such drama also won a lot of applause. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. The last person is Hitomi Asano. The people in front of her all had special skills, which made the atmosphere very lively. Ito Nobuyuki noticed that 3 of them were performers invited by the aquarium to liven up the atmosphere. The performance that Hitomi Asano is about to face is extremely difficult. After the performances of the first 5 people, the audience's emotions had become somewhat numb. If she wanted to win the highest number of applause, it meant she had to perform better than the previous ones. "Next is Ms. Asano Hitomi's performance," the staff announced. The dolphin quietly emerged from the water and looked at the girl in front of the railing like a human. Music was heard in the hall. The audience thought the girl was going to perform a dance, but there was only music. Then they realized that the girl was carrying a microphone. Ito Nobu was standing at the very back of the audience, but he was tall enough to see the girl waiting for the beat and closing her eyes in preparation. The music beat started to quicken. Use your invincible smile to defeat the media tilde. Use unknown secrets to create a sense of mystery tilde. Even the reckless look was carefully planned tilde. You are the perfect one who tells lies tilde. Genius flawless girl idol tilde. The girl opened her eyes, and beautiful singing flowed out of her mouth. Her extremely beautiful eyes instantly captured everyone. Ito Nobu looked at the girl. She shines whenever she stands in front of an audience. Perhaps she is a natural-born idol, with the talent to be noticed by everyone. But, the sloppy girl who makes faces to cheer girls up, or the perfect idol shining on the stage, which one is the real her? At the end of the performance, Asano Hitomi deservedly received the loudest cheers from the audience and successfully touched the dolphin. She strongly requested Ito Nobuyuki to take a photo of her. Ito Nobuyuki thought it was troublesome, but he couldn't persuade her. Today, he agreed to pretend to be a couple with her, so he had to take a few photos seriously. Hitomi Asano condemned the photos, saying they were too ugly. Ito Nobuyuki said that he had tried his best to take the photo and it was she who was too picky. The two almost got into a quarrel over the photo. Fortunately, the staff finally came forward and said they could take photos for the two. The staff seemed to be professional and perfectly reproduced the girl's charm in the photos. "How about we take a photo together, guests? Do you want to take a picture?" asked Hitomi Asano. "I can do anything. Sister, let's take a photo." Asano Hitomi made the final decision. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitomi walked to the center of the floating board, and both of them made the common scissors hand gesture. It was fine for taking photos alone, but when it came to taking a group photo, they didn't know what pose to make. 3, 2 countdown for taking photos. Crash. The dolphin also wanted to be in the photo, so it jumped out of the water and created a wave. The float was shaking, and Asano Hitami lost her balance and leaned backwards, about to fall into the water. Ito Nobuyuki was quick-witted and grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Embrace. As the soft fragrance filled his arms, Ito Nobuyuki once again felt the girl's graceful figure, and his nostrils were filled with pleasant floral scent. The two looked at each other, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart, and they saw themselves in each other's eyes. White flashes went off. The leaping dolphin, the splashing crystal waves, and the two people hugging each other are frozen in time. Chapter 27, The King of Big Talk, a Coward. Hitami Asano took Ito Nobuyoshi to visit the aquarium. She looked at freshwater fish, deep-sea fish, dolphins, sharks, etc. She touched all the fish that could be touched, and was even bold enough to touch a tiger shark, which almost bit off her hand. Asano Hitami was sweating profusely from running. Ito Shin was panting and his body couldn't stop emitting heat. It turns out that when you do something fun alone, you really want to feel tired. 5 o'clock in the evening, closing time. There was still excitement on Hitami Asano's face, and she seemed to be unsatisfied. She held several photos in her hands, all of which were memories of her time at the aquarium. It's a pity that Ito Nobuyuki's photography skills are so poor that her charm is not fully displayed. That's what she thinks. How about we just walk back instead of taking the train, said Hitami Asano. Sure. Bunkyo-ku is not far from Shinjuku-ku. Okay. Let's go. Hitami Asano strode forward, her cotton skirt fluttering with her steps, revealing her two white calves. Her pretty face was slightly red, there were beads of sweat on her forehead, and her sparkling eyes reflected the colorful neon lights of Tokyo. Tokyo is an extremely busy city. Even at night, there are office workers carrying briefcases with numb expressions. A young girl full of energy walked past the office workers with their heads down, and Ito Nobuyuki felt a sense of syntactic shock of sitting in the same city but having different destinies. Do you think I asked you to pretend to be a couple for another day just for fun? Asano Hitami slowed down and walked side by side with him. Ito Nobu smelled the faint scent of flowers in the air and said, just like when we were dating before, you seem to be recording something, and you are recording it more seriously than before. Wow tilde, Asano Hitami opened her mouth slightly, you observe very carefully. You are being too obvious. You are not only observing me, but also the people around you. If you are blank canvas, then today's behavior is to buy paint. Now that you have bought enough paint, the next step is to apply color on the canvas. Very vivid. Asano Hitami praised, I feel that with your observation skills, you can become a police officer. What's observation for? Reality TV, you know. No. There will be a reality show shooting during the Golden Week, and the organizer is recruiting participants without setting any identity requirements. From the end of April to the beginning of May, the island country has 3 consecutive days of holidays, namely Showa Day, Constitution Memorial Day, and Boys' Day. At first, there were only 3 days of holidays, but the island government thought it was too troublesome, so it simply designated a week of rest, which is their Golden Week. Ito Shin was more concerned about another point: underground idols had no way to go on stage. You want to become an orthodox idol? That's right. Asano Hitami nodded. The reality show is based on love and revolves around the love stories of high school students. My age, gender, and identity are perfect for this reality show, so I want to audition and join this show. You were dating me before, and you went to the aquarium today, was it all for this? Ito Nobuyuki understood why she played the role of a perfect goddess in the private school. It was all to pave the way for her future career as an idol, and the same was true for not letting the bathing video spread. Yes. Asano Hitami slightly raised her head. The neon lights illuminated the night sky so brightly that not a single star could be seen. I don't understand love. I don't know how to love someone, so I can only pretend by referring to the template. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Although she was in a bustling city with many people talking, she exuded a sense of being out of place. Ito Nobu was silent for a moment and said, what's fake can never become true. I know. What I can do is to extend this lie indefinitely, until the people who know the truth of this matter forget it, and make the lie infinitely close to their truth. Do you have to become a legitimate idol? Yeah. This is a necessary step towards Tokyo Dome. Even though my dream of becoming an idol was stolen, it feels good to have a goal. Otherwise, I don't know what the meaning of walking in this world is. Indeed, without goals, ideals and desires, people are just walking corpses. Ito Nobuyuki agrees with this point. In his previous life, he had no home and was just a walking empty shell. He didn't know where he came from or where he was going. And in this life he has a goal to maintain this family and make everyone in the family happy. Although it sounds broad, when you see the smile of the person who loves you in this life, you will naturally feel a warm feeling in your heart. You're wrong, you're not right. Asano Hitomi shook her head. What's wrong? People without meaning, goals, and aspirations in this world will become something else besides being zombies. Asano Hitomi pointed at her feet, ashes in a coffin box. Stress is weird. Ito Nobu felt puzzled. Every time you open your mouth, the atmosphere becomes heavy. We were discussing dreams, but you suddenly changed the subject and talked about death. Death is everyone's destiny. You want to die? No. I've never thought about dying. I love this world very much. This is the truth. Asano Hitomi stopped and found that this was a bus stop. She bent down and pounded her legs, saying, I'm tired. I won't walk anymore. I'll take the bus. It was your suggestion to walk home. But I'm tired. Asano Hitomi sat on the lounge chair and acted like a rogue. You are my fake boyfriend today, so you have to listen to me. Okay, just this time. Thinking of the other side of the girl in the aquarium that afternoon, Ito Nobuyuki decided to obey her this time. From now on, can you please obey my orders every time, like a puppy? I tell you to go east and you dare not go west. Are you asking for a beating again? Ito Nobuyuki glanced at her. This guy only cares about eating and not being beaten? Asano Hitomi's shoulders trembled, and she recalled the memory of being beaten against the wall before, as well as the strange feeling of her whole body trembling from being slapped. She shrank her neck and said, I don't dare. Then she realized that although this guy had her handle, she couldn't lose in terms of momentum, so she straightened her chin and said disdainfully, It's not that I'm afraid of you. Ito Nobuyuki said nothing and raised his hand silently. Asano Hitomi ran 50 meters away and looked at him with vigilant eyes, the king of big talk, but also a coward. When the bus arrived at the station, Ito Nobuyuki got on first, and she got on the bus angrily before the bus left. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two returned home. After Ito's father and Sayuri had received some psychological counseling, they sent a message online saying that they would go back to the company to work overtime tonight and might be back in the middle of the night. Shin changed his shoes, went into the living room, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Asano Hitomi was looking forward to seeing his back. She had a fever the night before and was unable to taste the delicious food, so she wanted to try it today. In order to prevent Ito Nobuyuki from eating alone, she started to look out the kitchen door from the beginning of cooking. Ito Nobuyuki had noticed her a long time ago, but didn't take it seriously. The perfect goddess in the private school could only cook food that was barely edible, and that was just the way it was for this guy. After the meal was cooked, Asano Hitomi pounced on it like a hungry wolf. The food on Kwanglan's table looked as if it had been hungry for 7 days and 7 nights. Seeing that she was enjoying her meal so much, Ito Nobuyuki didn't bother to argue with her about just watching and not helping. However, it is indeed a happy thing that the food you cook is liked by others. As he ate, he occasionally looked up and saw Asano Hitomi wolfing down her food without noticing him at all. He thought to himself, what is the connection between Hitomi Asano, who tells cruel stories from a god's perspective in the swimming pool, and Hitomi Asano, who gives a little girl a dolphin doll and tries to make her happy? After dinner, Shin washed the dishes. Asano Hitomi realized that eating plain rice was not good, so she joined him in washing the dishes in the kitchen. At night, a light rain fell. Before going to bed, Ito Nobuyuki opened the window, smelled the moist soil and leaves in the air, and closed his eyes to fall asleep. In his previous life, he liked to sleep on rainy days, letting the loneliness in his heart and the cold drizzle comfort each other. He still keeps this habit now. The difference is that he already has a complete family. Chapter 28, Asano-san, You Don't Want To. April 16, Tuesday, light rain. Bite. Stepsister, Hitomi Asano. Intimacy, 20%. Ever since seeing the interaction between Hitomi Asano and the little girl at the aquarium, the intimacy level has quietly increased by 5%. Attendance rewards issued, Music Sense Level 3, 10% equity of eBay brokerage firm, charm attribute +1. Next reward distribution, 14 days later. Ito Nobuyuki silently said, check personal attributes. Name, Ito Nobuyuki. Age, 18. Occupation, System Master Student Amateur Translator Kendo Beginner Chef. Charm, 8+1. Intelligence, 7. Physical strength, 5. Skills, Chinese LV4, Acting LV3, Kendo LV3, Cooking LV3, Music LV3, Japanese LV3, English LV3, German LV2, Housekeeping LV1. Special relationships have been established, Hitomi Asano stepsister, Sanai Yonakura schoolmate. Physical rewards for signing in, 100,000 yen, a set of pink underwear of Sanai Yonakura not claimed, 10% equity of eBay agency. Please go to the agency to claim it before 2400 hours tonight. Attributes are difficult to improve, so as long as you give away attributes, you will earn money. Why add this attribute to charm? If I change to any other one, they will be better than charm, and I can't be an artist. Attribute 10 is the limit of human beings, and now charm is 9. My personal safety seems a bit at risk. There shouldn't be a weird older sister who will take a fancy to my face and tie me to the bed and do all kinds of weird things to me, right? As for the other reward, 10% equity of eBay brokerage firm, this is 100% a sure win. Although he is not in the entertainment industry, he knows the famous name of eBay. The largest record company in the island country. The world's largest independent record company. A giant entertainment and cultural industry company involved in entertainment, marketing communications, artist management, planning and development, performance design, and music publishing. eBay Agency is a subsidiary of the eBay Group, specializing in the agency of artists and celebrity performing arts. Although it is a subsidiary, it is also a super agency that manages countless artists. The market value of this equity, I can't even imagine it. In an instant, he became a big shot in the island country's entertainment industry. Ito Nobuyuki opened the classroom window and looked at the empty playground of the private school. The damp and cold wind blew into his body through his collar, making him shiver. He quickly closed the window. Hattori came over happily. Ito, the weather is bad today, and the kendo club won't be holding club activities. Do you want to go to Shibuya with me after school? No. Why? Aren't you bound by a girlfriend? Hattori approached him and whispered like a primary school student telling tales to the teacher, are you really stuck in that relationship? Asano-san sent a line message on Saturday, saying that she was going to the aquarium with a boy. She said he was her brother, but I don't believe it. The man with his face covered has a body similar to yours. Asano-san must have found a new boyfriend who is similar to you. I heard that someone saw someone similar to Asano-san in informal places in Shibuya before. Hattori chatters on about gossip. Ito Nobuyuki lowered his head silently, thinking of what Asano Hitomi said on Saturday, you won't be able to recognize him unless he is very familiar with you. I didn't expect that the person who was very familiar with me was you, Hattori. And there was Hitomi Asano, who said no one would recognize her, but in the blink of an eye she was almost exposed. 2 days had passed since they went to the aquarium as a pretend couple, and they continued with their school life. He glanced at the other side of the classroom and saw Hitomi Asano building relationships within her circle of girls. There was no doubt that she was the queen of the girls' circle and the star that the girls embraced. Ito. Shibuya, do you want to go? Hattori looked enthusiastic. I have something to do after school. Ito Shin said after a moment of silence. The equity of eBay brokerage firm must be claimed before midnight tomorrow. As for what the consequences would be if he didn't claim it, he didn't want to try. Well, since you have something to do, I can only go out and play with my junior. Hattori suddenly became energetic again. Ito, let me tell you, the junior from the first grade finally accepted the 99 roses I gave her. What he called the first-year junior was the first-year junior with a mature figure who he had been pursuing for a week. This XP is really weird. Ito Nobuyuki gave him his blessing, and the two chatted for a while and soon went back to class. After school in the afternoon, the drizzle that had been falling all day had not stopped yet. Fortunately, Ito Nobu brought an umbrella. When he walked to the shoe cabinet and was about to change his shoes, Line received a message. Hitomi, stepbrother, can I ask you a favor? Letter, no. Hitomi, hey. Do we really need to kill the conversation? Shin, what's the matter? Hitami, this is something I can only tell you in person. You'll know once you return to class. Ito Nobuyuki put away his phone, turned around and walked back to the classroom. The classroom is on the second floor, not far away. If Asano Hitami had sent the message 1 minute later, or if he had changed his shoes 1 second earlier, he would never have bothered running back to the classroom. In the second grade class C, Ito Nobuyuki opened the door and walked in. In the classroom, the desks and chairs were neatly arranged, the blackboard was wiped clean, and one of the 6 windows was open. A black-haired girl stood in front of the open window, her eyes sad. The wind, carrying the scent of earth and flowers, blew into the classroom, lifting her long, loose hair. Outside the window was a gloomy sky and cold drizzle. A girl leaning against the wall inside the window, watching the rain. Ito Nobuyuki stood at the door. This scene is like the first meeting between the hero and the terminally ill heroine in a youth movie. If nothing unexpected happens, the main storyline will be triggered in the next second. Ito Nobuyuki chose to turn around and leave. Whoever wants to do this crappy main storyline can do it, but he won't do it anyway. This isn't, I want to eat your pancreas. Eh? Don't go. Asano Hitami was defeated in a second, jogged over and grabbed his arm. Ito Nobu turned around helplessly and asked, "What's the matter with calling me to class? It's very important. Explain. Is it raining heavily outside? Am I wearing a school uniform that reveals my figure when it gets wet? Yes. Ito Nobuyuki, you don't want your ex-girlfriend and stepsister to get wet in the cold rain and be seen by people on the street, right?" Asano Hitami grinned, as if she was sure of victory. "You can take a taxi back." Ito Nobu continued walking, and Asano Hitami quickly pulled him again. "Taxes are expensive. It has nothing to do with me. You are popular underground idol, and taking a taxi won't cost you much of your savings." "That's right, but don't you have an umbrella?" "I see. Not only are you a bad woman, a secret camera maniac, and a liar, you are also a stingy little female devil who likes to take advantage of others." After hearing Ito Shinichi's long speech, Asano Hitami was devastated and lowered her head in despair. The drifting drizzle seemed to be her backdrop, like a heartbroken heroine who had just been dumped. If a passerby passed by, he would probably feel sorry for it, but Ito Nobuyuki would not. He turned and left. "How can you be so stubborn? You don't even show any mercy despite my wonderful acting skills." Asano Hitami wailed like she was in despair. As expected, that was her acting just now. Ito Nobu stopped. "Do you really want me to hold an umbrella for you? Change your mind." "No. Asano-san, do you know that if you want to get something, you need to pay a corresponding price?" Ito Shin turned around and smiled cheerfully. Hitami Asano covered her chest with her hands, took a few steps back, and tightly pressed her legs together in 80D black stockings under her pleated skirt, and said vigilantly, "What you up to?" "I want an umbrella." "That's easy." Ito Nobu shook the blue folding umbrella in his hand. "I want a price." "What's the price?" "Let's go back to the classroom and talk." Ito Nobuyuki was the first to walk back to the classroom. Asano Hitami took out her cell phone and took a look, confirming that the battery was full and she could call the police to report the harassment at any time, before she followed carefully. Bang! Snap! Ito Nobuyuki closed the classroom door, locked it, pointed at the wall and said, "Lie down against the wall, lift your head up, and let me hit you." What? "Just do as I say, and I'll hold an umbrella for you. This is the price you pay for tricking me into going back to class." Ito Nobu looked out the window. The gloomy sky seemed to be drizzling for a long time. He smiled and said, "Asano-san, you don't want your clothes to get wet and be seen naked by people on the street, do you? Although this is not the first time I use this trick, it still feels great." Scored 3 goals. Chapter 29 Scumbag Ito. The cold drizzle fell, and a transparent umbrella opened up a small harbor. The two of them deliberately stayed a little longer, waiting until almost everyone in the private school had left, before leaving the teaching building to avoid being discovered by others as step-siblings. The cold wind blew, and Asano Hitami hugged her arms and couldn't help shivering. "Hey! I told you to hit, there, couldn't you give me a little more of the umbrella? The rain is hitting my shoulders." No, if I give you more, I'll get wet. Ito Nobuyuki took the umbrella and placed it between the two of them. I originally wanted her to hold it, but there is a height difference between us, and it would be inconvenient for the taller person if the shorter person held the umbrella. Asano Hitami's breath was stuck in her throat and she almost died without being able to breathe. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. If you stay with this guy, you will easily get angry to death if you don't have strong psychological stress resistance. The wet spots on the shoulders gradually spread to the neck. When the cold wind blew, the soles of the feet were frozen and shivering. She slowly approached Ito Nobuyuki to get a slightly larger space to shelter from the rain. As soon as it rains in Tokyo, the streets are filled with cold winds, and the wind blowing from the sea sweeps across the entire city. Asano Hitami's fingertips were cold. She hugged her arms and tried to warm her palms with the heat of her body, but it was of little use as her body didn't feel much warmer. Ito-shin glanced at her and quietly moved the umbrella towards her. You don't seem to have any performances recently. Well, I've turned down all the performances and I'm concentrating on the audition tomorrow. Audition? Didn't I tell you last time that the high school dating reality show is a new studio and there aren't enough idol actors to participate, so we're looking for actors from the public? Asano Hitami frowned, wrapped up the hem of her shirt that was blown up by the cold wind, and said, There are still 2 nights left, and I have to digest the experience I gained from our last date. As long as I can participate in this reality show, I can debut as a legitimate idol, commonly known as making it to the shore. What if it doesn't pass? Asked Ito Nobuyuki. I hate your tendency to think the worst of things, Asano Hitami complained, then raised her head and said proudly, I will never fail. Being likable is my specialty. I'm not talking about your losing in terms of ability, but other factors that were not involved in the interview, such as backdoors, financial interests, and more seriously, unspoken rules. Asano Hitami remained silent. Ito Nobu realized that his words were too harsh, so he changed his tone and comforted him. That's the worst possible outcome. Your luck can't be that bad. No, you are wrong. Other factors are the most common phenomenon. This phenomenon occurs in all walks of life, and is most serious in the entertainment industry. Hitami Asano says. That's why I have to seize the time and not waste a single minute to prepare for the audition. The reality show is about high school love, and what I have to do is to convince the director that I am more suitable for the reality show. Along the way, Hitami Asano was talking about her plan how to conquer the judges with a smile, how to pretend to be in first love, how to make people fall in love at first sight. Ito Nobuyuki occasionally agreed and offered some suggestions. Before they knew it, the two returned to the shabby apartment in Ikehara-cho, Shinjuku. After sending Hitami Asano home, Ito Nobuyuki held an umbrella and walked into the rain again. This time, our destination is Ibe Agency located in Ginza, Chuo-ku. Ginza is a commercial street in Chuo-ku, Tokyo. It is known as the most prosperous place in Asia and is famous for its high-end shopping stores. It houses almost all the world's brand-name goods and is a shopper's paradise. It was raining in the evening, so there were fewer people in Ginza. Vehicles are prohibited in Ginza on weekends. Ito Nobuyuki came to an office building, and the Ibe neon lights were still flashing under the rain. Walking into the automatic door, the girl at the front desk smiled and said, Welcome, sir. Huh. The girl at the front desk suddenly looked strange. She stared at his face and looked up something on the computer. Welcome, Mr. Ito. The following process was very magical. The girl at the front desk made a phone call and someone from the legal department immediately came downstairs, pointed to a share transfer contract, and repeatedly checked Ito Nobuyuki's identity. It is understood that 10% of the shares belong to former director Ito. What a coincidence, his last name is also Ito. The former director was a notorious scumbag in the firm. He played with dozens of women and played with the female artists in the firm. In the end, he died in a pregnant woman's belly because he only slept with her but didn't take care of her. Before his death, the former director signed a share transfer contract, requiring all of his shares to be unconditionally transferred to a young man named Ito Nobuyuki. After hearing the bloody story behind this equity from the girl at the front desk, Ito Nobuyuki felt a chill in his stomach and swore in his heart that he would never be a scumbag and not fall into the same trap as his predecessors. After the Ministry of Justice confirmed that Ito Nobuyuki was indeed Ito Nobuyuki, they bowed respectfully, called him Mr. Ito, invited him to visit the office on the top floor, and took the initiative to assign him a beautiful secretary who graduated from Waseda University. It was night and it was raining, so Ito Nobuyuki politely declined the offer to visit the office. He also wanted to turn down the beautiful secretary, but the people in the legal department refused to agree and insisted on assigning the beautiful secretary to him. In the end, they almost called the other directors down to persuade him to accept the female secretary. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the group of people, Ito Nobuyuki had to accept the female secretary and leave in a hurry. On the train on their way home, I received a message on my cell phone. Keiko, Mr. Ito, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will do my best to serve you. Keiko Imamura, this is his secretary, a workplace queen with a charming figure, wearing OL clothes, and her long hair is slightly curled. Ito Nobuyuki asked why he had to be assigned a secretary. At first, Keiko Imamura hesitated and did not dare to answer, but seeing his tough attitude, she knew she could not hide it any longer, so she had to tell him the inside story. The firm was afraid of repeating the same mistake and having another troublesome Ito, so they assigned Keiko Imamura to be his secretary, telling him not to interfere in the firm's affairs and to be a free and easy young man. After learning the truth, Ito Nobuyuki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many outrageous things did this predecessor do to scare the board of directors like this? Keiko, at the board meeting, former director Ito brought 3 female artists in bikinis to the meeting. He pointed fingers at plans he didn't understand and told the female artists to put on sunscreen. After the meeting, he immediately flew to Hawaii to bask in the sun. Keiko, he got 3 female artists pregnant and then he didn't take responsibility for it. Keiko, she embezzled agency funds to buy handshake tickets for her idols, and even paid a large sum of money to steal their virginity. That would have been fine, but the paparazzi secretly photographed this incident, which caused a sensation in the island entertainment industry and almost put the agency in a public opinion crisis. Keiko Imamura recounted the glorious deeds of former director Ito one by one. There are dozens of them in total, and each one causes a lot of trouble for everyone in the firm. Ito Nobuyuki put himself in the other person's shoes and realized that if he were the person in charge of the firm and met such a difficult guy, he would also remove this person from the firm's decision-making level, even if it meant letting him spend lavishly and enjoy himself, and not letting him participate in important decision-making. Keiko, Mr. Ito, it's not that we don't trust you, but your arrival has cast a new layer of gloom over the office that just got rid of the haze. That's an irrefutable reason. Shin, let me guess, you should have just graduated from college this year. Keiko, huh? How did you know? Letter, which board secretary would dare to tell the current shareholders about the gossip of the former directors and complain without any scruples? Keiko. The concept of seniority and inferiority is deeply rooted in the island nation, and workplace bullying is very serious. If you walk into any company, you can see bosses pointing at employees' noses and scolding them in the corridor. Ito confidedly thought, this silly secretary, who spoke so carelessly, if she happened to meet someone similar to the former director, Ito, she might have been pressed on the desk, had her dress stripped off, and been severely punished. Chapter 30 Auditioner number 58 Asano, please give me your advice. Wednesday, April 17th. The drizzle that had been going on for several days finally stopped, the sun came out, and the air was filled with a refreshing after-rain flavor that made people feel happy. Hitomi Asano was adjusting her clothes in front of the mirror. She was wearing a clean white shirt with the hem half tucked into her jeans. She looked like a freshly minted schoolgirl who had just stepped into society. She had nothing to do with the super popular underground idol Keio in the live house. This is her specialty lies. She will play a high school girl who dreams of becoming an idol. She thought about it carefully and realized that she would definitely not be able to do it in terms of acting skills, because the agency would definitely find a few actors with good acting skills to support the reality show, and she had never starred in even one work, so she would definitely be passed over. As for participating as an underground idol, that doesn't work either. Japanese people generally have misunderstandings about underground idols, believing that they are closely related to pornography, and that if they debut as underground idols, their future will be limited. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, auditioning as a newcomer has the highest risk and the brightest future. It just so happens that this reality show is about high school students' love, which is barely an advantage. In the entertainment industry, lies are weapons. As for the lies being exposed, that's what happens after it's exposed. What Asano Hitami needs to do now is to become a formal idol, and everything else will come second. Okay, let's go. Asano Hitami took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and saw the people sitting at the dining table looking at her in amazement. Ha, you have noticed my charm, right? You can call me princess. She brushed her long hair and turned around, thinking that the guy had been captured by her, but he said, "There's a mental hospital nearby. I can take you there to have a look at your brain. I don't understand romance. Living with you every day is just bad luck." Asano Hitami pulled out a chair and sat down at the dining table. "Where are Mom and Uncle Naoto?" "Working overtime, not back yet. I'm not going to the private school today. I'm going to attend an audition and won't be back until 8 or 9 in the evening." Hitami Asano picked up a piece of pickled cucumber and put it in her mouth. "Have you asked for leave from the teacher?" Ito Nobu looked up at her. Well, the reason was that she was raped by her stepbrother and went to the hospital for an abortion. Asano Hitami deliberately gave an exaggerated reason and concentrated on listening to Ito Nobuyuki's surprised voice, but after more than 10 seconds, there was nothing else except the sound of drinking soup and eating vegetables. She looked up discontentedly and said, "Why don't you react at all?" "Because I know this is 100% fake. There is no way I can get close to a bad woman like you who takes secret photos, let alone violate you." Ito Nobuyuki's tone was calm, as if he was telling a trivial matter. Asano Hitami suddenly felt angry, and since it was her menstrual period today, she immediately ate all the rice in the bowl, put down her chopsticks, and said angrily, "I'm done. It's my turn to wash the dishes today, right? I'll wash them for you when I get back from the audition. You can use another set of dishes tonight." Asano Hitami picked up her bag and walked away. She wanted to slam the door to express her dissatisfaction, but when she thought that it was her own property, she had to close the door gently, making her even more unhappy. Ito Nobuyuki slowly finished his miso soup, cleaned the table, and picked up the phone beside him. "Sanai, senior. Let's continue practicing Hokushin Itoryu today." "Nobu, okay." The message was read the moment it was sent, and Sanai Yonakura sent a "good morning" hamster bowing emoticon. It feels so nice to greet a cute school girl early in the morning. Ito Nobuyuki raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned off his cell phone, checked whether the water, electricity and gas at home were turned off, then put on his backpack and set off for the private school. In the office lounge, Asano Hitami held the script and looked around carefully, observing her competitors. Somewhat popular starlets complained about the lack of a separate rest room. The talented actors rehearsed the script in the corner. And a high school girl with the same personality as herself, with panicked eyes and looking at a loss. Asano Hitami looked around and judged who was her opponent and who was a passerby who was 100% impossible to choose. Half and half. Okay, we can't waste any more time, let us quickly choose the script. Asano Hitami looked at the two scripts. Marked them as "no emotional scenes" and "with emotional lines," respectively. She paused her hand in the air and subconsciously took the first one, but reason restrained her. Hey, didn't we practice emotional scenes before just for the purpose of performing emotional scenes in reality shows? Is it really a good idea to choose a script without emotional scenes? Asano Hitami thought of the annoying guy at home, and suddenly felt annoyed. I felt a little uncomfortable when that guy saw me dating on the show. Oh, so conflicted. Just pick one at random. Close your eyes and shuffle the two scripts. Take one of these. I opened my eyes and saw there is a love scene. Asano Hitami was silent for a while. Let's do it again. She closed her eyes, shuffled again, and pumped again. There are emotional scenes. Let's do it again. There are emotional scenes. Again. There are emotional scenes. Come again. No emotional scenes. It is fate's choice, and it is you. Asano Hitami's face lit up with joy, and she decisively opened the script of their emotionless scene. Script 1, a savage and mean high school girl with a tragic life and bad personality. Please act out the scene where the character is having breakfast with her ex-boyfriend and longs for his support and encouragement for her career, but is ignored and gets angry. This character will not have any love story, you will play the role of driving the emotions of other characters. There is only this line of words, and the rest is up to you. Asano Hitami turned her head and glanced at herself in the dressing mirror. This character in the script looked so familiar. It's actually a character with a bad personality. Wouldn't all the practice of that heartwarming smile and first love feeling be in vain? She looked around. A slightly popular star was playing the role of a shy girlfriend, a talented actress was rehearsing the role of a literary girl facing the wall, and a high school student like herself was reciting the lines of a supporting actress that were similar to those of the nasty girlfriend. It turns out that different statuses lead to different treatments. Asano Hitomi lowered her head and thought. Plans cannot keep up with changes. There is no time to complain. Just think about how to play this role quickly. First of all, I have to make it clear that my goal is not to perfectly play the role of a arrogant and mean high school girl, but to play the role of the arrogant and mean high school girl in the director's mind. Clarify your goals, make plans, and take action. Following this line of thought, a thread gradually appeared in Hitomi Asano's head, and she thought along the line. Director Ogawa, this is the list of people participating in the audition. Okay, just put it on the table. A thin middle-aged woman with messy hair like a bird's nest pointed to the beach table in the middle of the room. After the staff left, Director Ogawa sat up from the sofa, yawned, and picked up the name list to look at it. A reality show requires 20 guests and 8 leading actors. 2 of the main actors are artists under the sponsor, Aribe. 3 talented actors are also selected to ensure the quality of the reality show. So there are only 3 roles that really need to be selected. There are a total of 63 people who participated in the audition. Well, it is indeed a life and death battle. A short drama agency that sells rotten girl culture has transformed itself into a reality show production company, joined the entertainment industry, and embraced the public. Anyone would think this is a very bold decision. Director Ogawa paced in the room, talking to himself. This is her habit. Only by speaking out her thoughts can she sort out her ideas. Many people think that the entertainment industry is a place where you can make a name for yourself as long as you have a good-looking face. Actually, it is not. Background, connections and abilities are all essential. To some extent, the former 2 are more important than the latter. Director Ogawa is 50 years old this year and personally managed the transformation of the agency 3 years ago. During these 3 years, she raised investments, sought connections, and recruited talent, and finally reached the point where she could film the show. She chose reality TV first. On the one hand, it is in line with the general public and fits the market. On the other hand, the shooting cost and difficulty are low. This reality show is the result of her 3 years of hard work. Of the 5 people selected, 2 are from the investor, and this cannot be rejected, otherwise the funding chain will be broken. These 3 are actors hired at a high price, and the quality of the show depends on them. There are 3 vacancies left, and the investor wants to insert someone else and promises to increase investment, but she wants to take a gamble and see if there are any undiscovered talents in this world. Ding-a-ling! The alarm on her locker went off loudly, reminding her that the audition was about to begin. Director Ogawa slowly turned off the deafening alarm clock, holding the name list in one hand and pounding his aching waist with the other. I hope to find good seedlings. Number 1, please come in for the audition. Number 2, please come in for the audition. Number 37, please come in for the audition. Number 58, please come in for the audition. When Hitomi Asano heard her name being called, she took a deep breath, closed the script on which she had written densely with notes in such a short period of time, and walked into the audition room. Hello, director. I am the 58th auditioner, Asano. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 31 The Cute Schoolgirl with Wet Clothes. The audition time stated on the audition notice was 3 minutes, and Hitomi Asano prepared a 5-minute performance. At the 3rd minute, Director Ogawa, who was sitting behind the scenes, did not call for a stop, and she continued to play the role of a bad woman. Fortunately, she was well prepared and continued to play for 2 minutes. In the end, it was really unexpected. Director Ogawa still remained silent. Asano Hitomi was anxious. Coupled with her period, and the script was very similar to what happened in the morning, she got too involved and acted in her true nature, treating the camera recording the performance as some hateful guy, and she produced a violent storm of output. Then, Director Ogawa finally called a halt. Please wait for further notice. Asano Hitomi walked out of the audition room. Hello, I'm contestant number 37, Nagase Shino. May I ask, did the director not stop you after the audition time expired? Asano Hitomi turned her head and saw a girl wearing a purple top hat. He looks about the same age as me. Are you also? Yeah, the performance lasts 3 minutes, but the director didn't stop until the 5th minute. Nagase Shino nodded vigorously, and the little French hat on her head swayed as if it was about to fall off. The director delayed me for 10 minutes. Asano Hitomi looked around and found that most people had sad faces. Could it be that everyone? Yes, the director has different extensions for each person. Nagase Shino said in a depressed voice, I don't know if I can be selected. The two chatted and found out that they were both high school students. The girl named Nagase Shino's parents were engaged in stage play performances, and she took part in the audition today at the instruction of her parents. Asano Hitomi only told the other party that she was just an ordinary high school student who wanted to enter the entertainment industry and become a star, so she came to the audition line was the easiest thing. The two hit it off immediately and had a great chat. Soon, all 63 people in the lounge finished their auditions. Director Ogawa walked out of the audition room with his staff. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to audition for my reality show. You are all extremely talented, but unfortunately, reality shows require people who fit the script, so we will select you and pick the most suitable rather than the best. After the director finished speaking, warm applause broke out in the lounge. Everyone knows that this is just a polite remark, but that's how the Japanese are. They have to give face to their predecessors. They can curse them in private, but they can't be mean to them in public. Asano Hitomi followed suit and clapped her hands, pricked up her ears, and listened carefully to the list of selected people. A total of 14 guests are needed, 2 leading actors and 12 supporting actors. Director Ogawa first announced the names of the 12 supporting actors. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Those on the supporting role list breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were not the leading actors, at least they were chosen and had a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Those whose names were not on the list of supporting roles became worried, as the only 2 possible outcomes were either the leading role or being eliminated. Director Ogawa said, the lead actress is Nagase Shino. She has superb acting skills and fits the character perfectly. She is the one I immediately decided to be the lead actress. Asano Hitomi looked at the ecstatic girl beside her. Her purple hat shook and fell to the ground. Will there be me? Director Ogawa continued. The second lead actress is Hojo Saki. Her fame can help increase the popularity of the show, and her acting skills are also good. This is the slightly popular star. The reason is very realistic and everyone feels complicated. The third place was an unknown high school girl. The reason given by the director was that it could increase the drama of the show. The 3 leading actors have been announced, as have the supporting actors. The remaining actors not on the list have been eliminated. Asano Hitomi sighed and lost. It is impossible to give up, the only way is to find another way to become an orthodox idol. She turned and left. Nagase Shino was very happy to be selected, so she didn't want to ruin her good mood with her depressed look. At this time, Director Ogawa said, the next is the 13th supporting role. You heard me right. I saw someone who fits the role of a supporting actress perfectly. She is number 58 Asano Hitomi. I couldn't help but be mesmerized by her performance. It was so bad. She was simply a bad supporting actress herself. Asano Hitomi turned around suddenly and found Director Ogawa looking at her. Congratulations, you've been selected. I like your performance very much. If you had chosen a script with emotional scenes, you might have been able to become the lead actor, but you chose a script without emotional scenes to promote the emotions of other characters, so I can only let you play a supporting role. After all, we are a reality show with love as the selling point. Thanks. Do you regret it? Could have been a starring role. Asano Hitomi knew that this was a good opportunity to debut, but she ruined it because of her own momentary thought. Forget it, forget it. As long as I can make my debut successfully, I don't have to worry about not having good roles coming my way. Therefore, I must show off to that guy when I get back, and let him say good things about me, so that I can make up for this regret. On the other side, at Yingqing Private School, school was over in the afternoon. After Ito Nobuyuki and Yonakura-sanai finished practicing kendo, he took a bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth, while checking the sign in rewards. Bite. Schoolmate, Sanai Yonakura. Intimacy, 55%. Attendance rewards issued, kendo upgraded to level 4, title, Hands of the God of Cooking. The dishes you make have a chance to seduce the diner's sincere emotions, physical attribute +1. Next reward distribution, 14 days later. Except for Chinese, the first LV for skill, strange skill, and physical strength are above the level of ordinary people. Ito Nobu summarized his gains. At the same time, a warm current surged out of the heart, flowing into every part of the body, making the whole body warm. The brain felt dizzy for a moment. It seemed like something was stuck in my brain and I couldn't digest it for a while, but it was undoubtedly mine. Is this kendo level 4? The fatigue in my body disappeared, and I felt like I could stand up and practice kendo for another 5 hours. Wow, I'm so tired. Sanae Yunakura was sweating profusely. She sat down next to Ito Nobuyuki and drank the same mineral water as him. Hey, why are you looking at me, senior? Sanae Yunakura asked puzzledly. Nothing, I just think you're getting cuter and cuter. Who doesn't he like a junior high school girl with a 55% intimacy level? The more Ito Nobuyuki looked at Sanae Yunakura, the more he liked her. Sanae Yunakura blushed and lowered her head. Ito Shin smiled, said nothing, and looked at her with gentle eyes. Kendo girl Chihori Kono, who was training as a member of a kendo competition, accidentally caught a glimpse of two people, a man and a woman, sitting together, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was quite ambiguous. She immediately clenched the hilt of her sword and stared at Ito Nobuyuki. At 5:30, the club activities ended. Ito Nobuyuki and Yunakura Sanae left the private school together. The two chatted as they walked towards the tram stop. Suddenly, a strong wind began to blow, the billboards on the street shops rattled, and thick rain clouds like ink soon gathered in the blue sky. The humidity grew thicker, thunder roared, and heavy rain began to fall. The weather forecast said it would be sunny today, but neither of them brought an umbrella and ran to the tram stop in the rain. The tram stop had not arrived yet, and there were students like them hiding from the rain all around. Sanae Yunakura was soaked all over, and her wet clothes stuck to her skin. In order to avoid exposure, Ito Nobuyuki had already draped his coat over her shoulders before her clothes were soaked. Despite this, she hugged her arms and shivered in the cold wind. It's over, it's over. My house is quite a distance from the tram stop. If I walk back like this, I will definitely catch a cold tomorrow, Aki. Sanae Yunakura sneezed and her nose turned slightly red. My house is close to the tram station. If you don't mind, Mr. Yunakura, please come to my house, take a shower, and dry your clothes before leaving, Ito Nobuyuki invited. It just so happens that Hitomi Asano is going to audition for a reality show today and will be home late, so there is no need to worry about the identity of step-siblings being exposed. Please, is it okay? Would uncle and aunt mind? Sanae Yunakura didn't want to make Ito Nobu feel embarrassed at home. No problem, you're welcome in my home. Well, excuse me for bothering you. Sanae Yunakura blushed and nodded slightly in agreement. Chapter 32, Ex-girlfriend suddenly comes home to catch the adultery. The cast list for the reality show was decided, and Hitomi Asano was selected as the supporting actress. She chose a supporting actress role without any emotional scenes, and her role was to promote the emotions of other characters in the reality show. After the audition, in the evening, at the restaurant. Tong, try this fish ball. I think it tastes really good. Thank you, Shino. Asano Hitomi took the fish bowl with chopsticks and put it directly into her mouth without caring whether it was hot or not. She exhaled a breath of hot white air. It's so hot. Be careful, don't get burned. Nagase Shino blew on the newly picked konjac and took a bite. Have you ever been in love? Hey, why are we suddenly talking about this? The theme of reality shows is love. If you have experience in love, it will definitely be easier to shoot a reality show. Although Tong doesn't have any love scenes, she has experience in love, which is more or less helpful for playing a role. Well, Shino, we are friends, right? Asano Hitomi said with a smile. Nagase Shino, who was eating konjac, nodded. Asano Hitomi clasped her hands together, tilted her head cutely, and said, I am sincere to my friends, so the statement, I have never been in a relationship, is true. I'm the same as Tong, I've never been in a relationship. By the way, after dinner, shall we go to KTV? No, I have to go home and show off to a hateful guy. Asano-sama and Senpai are both first loves. In the Ito family's bathroom, where the water was running, Sanae Yunakura's shocked voice was heard. Ito Nobuyuki leaned against the wall, reading an e-book on his mobile phone, but Sanai Yunakura was startled in the bathroom, making him unable to calm down. He takes a quick shower, so he finished first. Now Sanai Yunakura is taking a shower in the bathroom. She is a little scared being alone in an unfamiliar environment. Once she is scared, she can't help talking, and once she starts talking, she can't stop. Senior, this is bad. What's wrong? I didn't bring any change of clothes. I was so scared that I thought there was a thief in the bathroom. Ito Nobuyuki breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought that the thief incident 2.0 had come. He said, "There is a hair dryer in the bathroom, it dries quickly. But, what about the underwear? Can't you blow on your underwear? It's not clean." Grandma said that girls' bodies are fragile and must be well protected. Ito Nobu fell into deep thought. He was in a dilemma. It's not like he can conjure up a set of underwear out of thin air. Wait, it seems to be true. Yunakura Sanai pink underwear set to be collected. Almost forgot this. Ito Nobu thought to himself, receive it. There were suddenly 2 pieces of pink clothing in the palm of my hand, and there was even a trace of warmth left. It's still fresh. A rich scent of milk wafted out from one of the clothes. Ito Nobuyuki controlled his eyes, took a look, and stopped looking. He knocked on the bathroom door. Senior, do you want to come in? I can open the door for you. You really don't treat me as an outsider. Ito Nobu coughed twice and said, I have a set of underwear here, new, you can change into this. Why, senior? Don't ask where the underwear comes from. It's a secret. Junior, don't challenge the authority of your seniors. Oh. The bathroom door opened a little, and a delicate arm dripping with water stretched out. Ito-shin handed her 2 pieces of underwear. The little hand grabbed the clothes, whooshed back, and locked the bathroom with a click. He just invited me in, but now he is very alert. Take a shower first. I'll make you some miso soup to warm you up. Thank you, senior. Wait, senior. Yunakura Sanai's voice hesitated for a moment, then continued. Senior, this underwear seems to be one I lost before. It was very strange at the time. I remember that I was wearing them, but when I went to the bathroom to check, I found that my underwear was gone. Luckily, my period was about to start that day, and I had spare underwear in my school bag. I understand. What do you know, senior? Sanai Yunakura's voice seemed to be a little louder, as if she was leaning over and talking with her mouth close to the door. Yunakura-san's underwear also liked me and ran into my hands. Ito Nobuyuki lied with his eyes open. The only sound in the bathroom was the sound of running water. After more than 10 seconds, there was a faint murmur. Could it be that I really like you too much? My love for you has infected me, and your underwear has ended up in your hands. Ito-shin's face was filled with black lines. This silly girl believed it. He knocked again and said, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Sanai Yunakura's voice sounded a little weak. Ito Nobuyuki felt even more insecure inside. He thought he shouldn't let his words make this silly girl even more stupid. Snap! The sound of a door opening. However, this sound did not come from the bathroom, but from the entrance. Ito Nobu turned his head and saw a familiar figure holding his head high, like a proud swan, pushing open the security door and walking in. Hey! I'm telling you. Before Asano Hitami could finish her words, her mouth was covered. Ito Nobuyuki swore that he had never run so fast in his life. The moment he saw her, he realized that something was wrong and quickly ran over to cover Asano Hitami's mouth. My junior high school girl is still taking a shower. It will be troublesome if I come out and see 2 of them together. The next day, the private school forum might be shocking. Ex-girlfriends become step-siblings. Although I can give my junior sister a gag order, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Asano Hitami's eyes widened, her mouth blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. She didn't know the whole story and could only speculate based on the known information. Ito-shin wants to violate her. My parents are working overtime, so there are only 2 of us at home. The moon is dark and the wind is strong. Isn't this a typical plot of violating a decent girl? Asano Hitami's eyes gradually became fierce. She was never someone who would surrender herself without a fight. When faced with danger, she would never give up struggling until the last moment. Okay, cover my mouth, okay? I'll bite you to death. Asano Hitami opened her mouth wide and nibbled the flesh on his palm. Ito Nobu felt the pain in his palm and knew that this guy had misunderstood. He quickly pressed her against the wall and whispered, "Don't move, I'll explain it to you." Hum. Asano Hitami's face turned red when she felt the masculine scent coming towards her. This guy is so close. You are a hooligan. After living together for a week, he finally couldn't control his nature. Thinking of how he had looked at her with disdain in the past, Asano Hitami felt the humiliation of being violated, but at the same time, she felt a little bit of pleasure. It turns out that you can also be conquered by my charm. There are outsiders in the house. Asano Hitami blinked twice quickly and realized that something seemed to be wrong. I have a junior girl from the same club. After school, we went to the tram station. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily. She was soaked, so I invited her to my house to take a shower. Then, you came back. Asano Hitami's eyes were dark, and she looked at him with an expression that said, "You don't even let my schoolmate go." Ito Nobu felt a soreness in his back teeth as he explained. I didn't intend to take advantage of my schoolgirl. I was just worried that she would catch a cold after returning home soaking wet. Never mind. You wouldn't believe me even if I explained. He loosened his grip so that Hitami Asano could speak. Bar. It's a dark night with a strong wind, and you and your schoolmate are alone at home. Do you think I trust you and do nothing? Asano Hitami spat rudely. It is difficult to explain Ito Nobuyuki's misunderstanding clearly, but it still needs to be explained carefully, otherwise you will be covered in mud and won't be able to get rid of it in the future. I am truly innocent. I don't believe you. Snap. Just then, the sound of a lock being unlocked was heard from the bathroom, and a childish voice reached the entrance and entered the ears of the two. Senior, I finished my bath. I smell so good. Chapter 33. This isn't a breakup at all, right? Is it such a coincidence? Ito Shin's face couldn't help but twitch. Asano Hitami had an expression that said, "Look at you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you are so bad." She snorted unhappily. I know that step-sibling matters must not be exposed. I'm going back to my room now. Is it so easy to let me go? Ito Nobuyuki couldn't believe it. As expected, Asano Hitami stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear. I'll listen carefully in the corner. I hope you don't make too much noise, he tilde. She left a devilish smile on her face and slipped back into her room. Just as she closed the door, the bathroom door opened. Sanae Yunakura, wearing her private school uniform, first peeked through the door and glanced into the living room. After confirming that no one was there, she breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I seemed to hear the voices of other people besides Ito-san just now. I'm the only one at home. You must have heard it wrong. As Ito Nobuyuki had just finished speaking, he suddenly felt the phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. He took it out and took a look. Hitami, your junior has really good ears. She can hear this. She was really eavesdropping. Ito Nobuyuki imagined that the beautiful girl Asano Hitami was kneeling on the ground with her butt sticking out, with one ear pressed against the door to listen to the noise outside, while showing a lewd smile like a pervert. Damn, the visuals are so strong. What's wrong, senior? Are you not feeling well? Sanae Yunakura saw him covering his face for no apparent reason and thought he had caught a cold from the rain, so she asked with concern. It's okay, I saw an interesting piece of news. Ito Nobuyuki said with a smile. Hitami, yo. Your junior high school girl really cares about you tilde. Line keeps receiving sarcastic messages. What interesting news. The loser ex-girlfriend eavesdropped. Huh. Sanae Yunakura was puzzled. She's my ex-girlfriend, why are you still eavesdropping? Shouldn't we have severed our relationship? I thought so too, but something unexpected happened and the ex-girlfriend lived with the protagonist of the news. This isn't a breakup at all. Instead of breaking up and leaving each other, our relationship has become even closer. Yunakura Sanae looked up and thought, could this be a trick of fate? She tilted her head back, pulling at the collar of her shirt, and the unfastened buttons opened, exposing her white collarbone and shallow cleavage to the air. Ito Shin took a look and looked away like a gentleman. Buzz. Hitami, the schoolgirl is already naked, and she has no vigilance towards you at all, and you still say that she is just an ordinary schoolgirl of yours. Shin, do you have X-ray vision? Hitomi, no. I opened the door a little bit. Ito-Nobu looked behind him and saw that the door of the storage room had quietly opened a crack at some point. How come it's like a private detective investigating a cheating boyfriend? Maybe there really is such a thing as fate. Yunakara-sanai was very attentive and noticed that his expression was not right. He seemed to be speaking in shackles and whispered. Have I caused trouble for you, senior? No, how could it be? But senior has never dared to look at me. Miss Yunakara, Ito-Nobu felt that his voice was very gentle now, like an old father coaxing his daughter who was upset. If you can tie your collar a little tighter and pay more attention to your privacy, I will definitely look you in the eye when I speak. Sanai Yunakara was stunned for a few seconds, then looked down and found that her collarbone was completely exposed and Baijia's shirt was half hanging on her chest, making her look like a welfare girl. Her face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. She hurriedly buttoned her clothes to her chin, turned sideways, and glanced at Ito Shin with her childish eyes like a fawn. Her ears turned red. Who doesn't he like the shy look of a cute schoolgirl? Ito Nobuyuki wanted to appreciate it properly, but the vibration of his cell phone shattered his mood. Hitomi, come on, let me listen carefully. How can you be so pure with your schoolgirl? Geisha is furious JPG. If he had a hammer in his hand right now, Ito Nobuyuki swore that the hammer would fall on Asano Hitomi's head. So, I reminded my junior schoolmate to pay attention to privacy, which was a big taboo in your eyes, right? Any questions? Hitomi, it's fine, it's totally fine. The junior's breasts are exposed, so it's normal for you as a senior to remind her. Shin, what do you mean by what you just said? Hitomi, it doesn't mean anything tilde, I'm just an ex-girlfriend, a poor woman watching her ex-boyfriend being affectionate with a girl tilde. Shin, are you pitiful? Oh, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hitomi, you're not that pure. You're a pervert who watches me take a bath every night. Ito Nobuyuki wanted to type a rebuttal, but suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said before that he would watch the video of her taking a bath every night before going to bed. But the key point is, I don't have any bathing videos at all. Does this mean that you have dug your own grave? The boomerang from the past hit me in the face. Hitomi, you have nothing to say, right? Hands on hips, proudly JPG. Hitomi, to return your love, I watch your bathing video twice bold font every night before going to bed. Now I can even count the number of hairs on your body tilde. Ito Nobuyuki shuddered suddenly in front of the mobile phone screen. The video he had of Hitomi Asano was fake. It is true that Hitomi Asano has her own video. Thinking of her taking a shower at night, turning off the lights, covering herself with the quilt, and studying her naked body, Ito Nobuyuki felt a chill. Senior. What's wrong? Ito Nobu looked up and saw that Yunakara-sanai had changed into shoes and picked up her bag, as if she was going out. Senior, I'm leaving now. Why don't you stay a little longer? Ito Nobuyuki said. No need. Yunakara-sanai stood in front of the door and shook her head. Her big black eyes looked a little disappointed. Senior was chatting with a girl just now, right? Ito Nobuyuki was surprised. How did you know? Hitomi, how did she know? Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Yunakara-sanai covered her heart and slowly explained the reason. When you are chatting with someone you care about, you can't hide your focused eyes. Just now, my senior was chatting with someone online, and I called her senior several times but she didn't hear me. This means she must be someone very important to me. I recognize all of this, but why do you think it's a girl? Hitomi, yes, I'm curious too. How did you guess that I'm a girl? Senior, have you ever smelled the scent on yourself? Yunakara-sanai said softly, Senior, in addition to the reliable scent of your senior, there has always been a pleasant floral scent on your body. Although the scent is very faint, you can smell it if you smell it carefully. Is this okay? If it weren't for the need to maintain his image in front of the cute schoolgirl, Ito Shin would have widened his eyes in shock. Hitomi, you're even okay with that? My eyes are about to pop out of my head. Ito Nobuyuki took the time to take a look at Line and couldn't help but complain in his heart, wondering why Asano Hitomi had the same ideas as him and was almost becoming his substitute. Yunakara-sanai lowered her head and said dejectedly. That must be a girl who is very important to senior. In a way, it is indeed important. Ito Nobuyuki muttered to himself. Just kidding, girls who watch themselves taking a bath naked every night, of course they are important. I wanted to kick her out of the house. But I won't lose heart. What? I am a die-hard fan of Senior. I will always love Senior. Sanae Yunakura had a determined look on her face. Although she was only 1.5 meters tall, she pulled out two 30-centimeter cheering sticks from under her skirt, waved them vigorously twice, and then put the sticks back where they came from. Chapter 34, Ex-Girlfriend Feels Uncomfortable. Junior, if the law wasn't protecting you, I would definitely lift up your skirt to see if there was an alternate dimension inside. Of course, this is a joke. Ito Nobu looked at the 30-centimeter cheering stick, pulled it out, and put it back in, and couldn't help but doubt this world. Am I traveling through a normal world? Hitomi, is there an alternate dimensional pocket under the schoolgirl's skirt? Hey! You nasty girl who's hiding behind the door and eavesdropping, can you please stop telling me what's in my heart? Senior, it's so late, I won't bother you anymore. Sanae Yunakura grabbed the handle of the security door and prepared to open it, but found that the handle didn't move at all. Hey, the door is broken. It's not that the door is broken. Ito Nobu took out the key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. I locked it. Oh, so that's how it is. Sanae Yunakura successfully pressed the door handle and tried to open the door, but the door still didn't move. Senior, this door. Because there is another lock, I'll open it for you. Ito Nobuyuki took another key and inserted it into the hole above the door handle. It should be unlocked this time, right? Senior. It's not locked, but it has an anti-theft chain. My house was robbed a while ago, so when I replaced the new door, I asked the decorator to add a few more preventive measures. Ito Nobuyuki removed the 3 layers of security and successfully opened the door. Cold wind blew back into the corridor, and the damp and cold air after the rain penetrated into the room like a poisonous snake, and the two of them shivered together. Achoo! Yunakura Sanae sneezed and crossed her arms to preserve the last bit of heat she had left. Senior, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow, AHO. Etc. Ito Nobuyuki went back to the living room and came out with 2 sets of Yingqing private school uniform jackets. He handed one to Sanae Yunakura. Put this on to keep you warm. Thank you, Senior. Sanae Yunakura took it and put it on. With 2 pieces of school uniform on, she felt less cold. More importantly, this school uniform has the flavor of a senior. It felt like 100 seniors were accompanying me. I was so happy. Sanae Yunakura clutched the collar of her coat, as if she was holding the person she loved in her hands, and her heart was filled with a little relief. It's not safe for you, a girl, to go out there late at night. I'll take you there. Ito Nobuyuki put on another school uniform jacket. Will this trouble you, Senior? No trouble. Sanae Yunakura agreed with a blushing face. Buzz buzz buzz. Ito Nobu felt the phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. Asano Hitomi was sending a message. His expression did not change, and he continued. There is no time to lose. Let's set off now while the rain is light. Yes. Senior. Sanae Yunakura raised one hand. Why is it like an elementary school student answering questions from his teacher? Ito Nobu complained. Because I'm very happy. Sanae Yunakura put her hands behind her back and skipped out of the door. Happiness. Yes, it's the happiest thing for me to be with my senior and have him send me home. Really, you're so easily satisfied, you'll be deceived. I only feel happy when I am with my senior's tilder. What if I'm not here? Well, I feel happy looking at my senior's photos. If I ever break up with my senior, I will go crazy looking at his photos every day tilder. Little slut. Ito Nobuyuki closed the door with his backhand, and thinking that there were other people at home, he only locked the inner lock that could be opened from the inside. Then I sent the cute schoolgirl to the tram station. During this time, the cell phone in my trouser pocket kept vibrating. Ito Nobuyuki sent Sanae Yunakura to the tram station, and then she refused to let Ito Nobuyuki continue to send her for the rest of the journey, saying that she didn't want to trouble her senior. This junior schoolgirl is a powerful beast in human skin, so there is no need to worry about her safety. Shin asked her to send him a line when she got home and watched her get on the train. I turned around and went back the same way, and just when I got home, I received a message saying that Sanae Yunakura had returned home. Ito Nobuyuki felt relieved and opened the door. As soon as I entered the house, I saw a very beautiful girl sitting in the porch, cutting her toenails and listening to music. Inexplicably familiar. The classic is Reborn, It Belongs to. Are you back? Asano Hitomi looked up at him. Well, I'm back. Ito Nobuyuki sighed. The feeling of catching an adulterer was the same as last time. Didn't you flirt with your junior high school sister and kiss her under the street light? Of course not. I just treat her as a schoolmate who needs my care. Ito-shin opened the shoe cabinet and changed into slippers. Asano Hitomi put down her nail clippers, stood up suddenly, moved closer to him quickly, smelled his scent, and murmured. As expected, the smell is exactly the same. She is the girl who confessed to you last time. Your nose is, never mind. I know you girls have a very sensitive sense of smell. Ito Nobuyuki is tired. This is true for Hitomi Asano, Sanai Yonakura, and even Aunt Sayuri can smell it. He has become desensitized and is more durable. The temperature in Tokyo dropped sharply after the rain, and my hands and feet were cold after going out. Ito Nobuyuki wanted to go to the kitchen to get some hot water to warm himself up. Asano Hitomi grabbed his hand and stopped him from leaving. Although I know it's a bit arrogant to say this, but I'm not happy. You brought your junior sister home while I was not at home. I can't be happy. She continued. I turned down my friend's invitation to go to KTV tonight just to get home early and tell you the good news that I passed the audition, but when I got home, I saw a girl I didn't know taking a shower. I felt very uncomfortable. Congratulations on your successful audition. Would you like to say more? Asano Hitomi let go of his hand. Ito Nobuyuki turned around, sighed, and looked at his ex-girlfriend, who was now his stepsister. What else do you want me to say? Asano Hitomi frowned and thought for a while, then said. Indeed, I can't imagine what else can come out of your mouth. After all, you are not on good terms with me. I'm very thirsty now, can I get a cup of hot water? Go ahead, Asano Hitomi murmured. Strange, I was in a bad mood just now. What happened? I was very angry. I wasn't even happy about the successful audition. It was as if I had lost in something more important. Ito Nobuyuki poured himself a cup of hot water, sat on the sofa, drank it slowly, and felt the damp rain blowing in from the window. Boom! Crash! Lightning flashed through the thick clouds and the rain began to fall again. Ito Nobuyuki's emotions slowly calmed down, and memories of his past life came to his mind. A person without any support lives in a rented house in a big city. Outside, it was a busy city with bright lights and bustling noises, but he was in a dark and cramped 3-square-meter rental house. On his computer was a job application website, and on his table was a bucket of instant noodles that he had not yet thrown away after eating. The days that accompany him the most are rainy days. Every time it rains, I always feel like, it turns out there is another rain as lonely as me. This kind of self-pitying feeling is commonly known as sentimentality. The steam rising from the cup slowly blurred his eyes, and he took a small sip of the hot water. On the other side of the sofa, Hitomi Asano also sat down with a cup of hot water. She covered her lower abdomen with one hand and took a sip of the cup with the other. Ito-shin took a quick glance and saw that she was on her period and was holding her stomach because she must be feeling unwell. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone vibrates. Ito Nobuyuki took out his cell phone and saw a message from Sayuri. Sayuri, Nobu-kun, Hitomi is on her period today. This girl never takes care of herself. She always stays up late and sleeps naked during her period. Please give her some advice. Maybe she would rather listen to her peers. Nobu, okay. Sayuri, thank you for your help, Nobu-kun. I will also give the child more instructions and won't trouble Nobu-kun all the time. After seriously replying to his stepmother, Ito Nobuyuki drank the hot water in the cup in one breath. Get up and close the window. The sound of rain outside the window is isolated from the inside of the house. Asano Hitomi glared at him in dissatisfaction and said. I'm listening to the rain, why do you close the window? You're still using cold air during your period, aren't you afraid of having a stomachache? You'll get used to the pain after a while. Ito Nobu had no choice but to open the window a little to let some cold wind in. The wind carried the smell of damp rain, earth, and grass. Asano Hitomi was satisfied. She took a sip of water with a smile, and swung her legs happily. I like rain very much. It makes me feel like there are raindrops in this world that are just as lonely as I am. Lonely. Ito Nobuyuki didn't expect that she had the same feeling as himself. Asano Hitomi looked out the window. There were bursts of thunder and heavy rain falling from the sky. The raindrops hit the window and left layers of blurry watermarks. Two figures were reflected on the blurry glass, and they were separated by a long distance. The more lively it is, the lonelier I feel. Because I know that I am just an outsider with no home. Chapter 35. It's so uncomfortable, can't you just let it quiet down for a while? Without an emotional anchor, it feels out of place, right? Question mark. Asano Hitomi didn't say whether it was right or not, but her eyes were very surprised. She turned her head to look at him, as if saying with her eyes, "How do you know?" Ito Nobuyuki stood up and wiped the mist off the window glass with his hand. The girl reflected in the glass seemed to merge into the thick darkness outside the window. I have a friend who is an orphan. Although he received help from many people during his growth and society gave him the greatest convenience, he had no emotional support and was always separated from the world by a thin membrane. The simplest emotional support is home. Home is a person's home and a place to store emotions. How is your friend now? Asano Hitomi couldn't help but ask. Finish the hot water and go get another cup, and I'll tell you. Ito Nobuyuki left her in suspense, deliberately teasing her appetite, not thinking that she would be so obedient, but he did not expect that she would be silent for a while, then drink up the hot water in the cup, go to the kitchen to pour a new cup of hot water, and sit back on the sofa. I did as you said. What happened to your friend in the end? It seemed like she really wanted to know. Ito Nobuyuki did not hide it. He hesitated for a moment and said. He finally had a home and a place to call home, but every time it rained, he would recall that lonely time, and so he cherished his current home and happy life even more. It's boring. Asano Hitomi complained, why do the protagonists in the stories always have such a happy ending, but people in real life have to live a hard life and don't have a happy ending in the end? Because the people in the story believe that beauty will definitely be in the future, they work hard for beauty. Even if the ending is not ideal, they will definitely not regret it when looking back. Maybe there will be a little happiness that will make them smile. Ito Nobuyuki closed the window tightly, completely blocking the cold wind outside. But in reality, most people choose to give up and live in a daze. I feel like you're hinting at me. Asano Hitomi said, also, why did you close the window? I want some fresh air. I'm not hinting at you, you're just being sentimental. Ito Nobu turned on the small light bulb on the balcony and turned off the main light in the living room. I closed the window because I want to rest. I don't want to wake up the next morning and find the living room freezing. He pulled out the German dictionary from under the TV cabinet and returned to the bedroom. Asano Hitomi stared at his door for a while, as if her eyes could kill, and then watched the rain for less than 5 minutes. She felt that the surroundings were dark and scary, and there was no cold wind from the rain. She felt it was boring, so she drank the hot water and went back to her room to sleep. Because of that annoying Ito Nobuyuki, it was the first time she went to bed so early. Ito Nobuyuki was reading a German dictionary in his bedroom when he heard the sound of a door opening and closing next door. After that, there was no usual music, so he knew that Asano Hitomi had fallen asleep. He took out his cell phone and clicked on Sayuri's line profile picture. Shin, I asked Tong to rest early. She is very obedient and has fallen asleep. You don't have to worry. Letter, Dad always likes to drink coffee when he works overtime. Please remind him more often that drinking too much coffee is bad for his health. He may be more willing to listen to his lover. Ito Nobuyuki's words were very emotionally intelligent, especially the last sentence. Sayuri was overjoyed and sent several messages, saying that Ito Nobuyuki was a good child and she would also watch over Ito's father and ask him to take care of his health. After the chat, he continued to look at the dictionary for an hour. His eyelids felt heavy, so he closed the dictionary and went to the bathroom, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday evening. Ito's father and Sayuri are still working overtime. With the two overtime maniacs together, it is common for them to get off work at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Ito Nobuyuki was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Hitomi Asano sat on the other side of the sofa, holding a small dressing mirror and putting on her eye makeup. The living room was very quiet. Apart from the sound of the clock, there was only the sound of turning pages and the girls giggling. The more she looked at herself, the prettier she thought she was, and she was secretly happy. Ito Nobu took a glance and couldn't help asking, "Does it really look good with such heavy eye makeup?" Asano Hitomi rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stupid boys just don't understand. When idols are on stage performing, the audience can't actually see their facial features clearly. In order to let the audience see their facial features clearly, they usually put on heavy makeup before going on stage. I am ignorant. HMPH tilde it's okay tilde I forgive you out of my mercy tilde." Hitomi Asano raised her pointed chin proudly, and then continued to be shocked by her own beauty in the mirror. The clock on the wall ticked and soon it was 9:30 in the evening. "I'll take a shower first today," Ito Nobuyuki said as he put down the book. Yesterday the two had an argument over who should take a shower first. Finally, they agreed on a rule: take turns bathing, one person bathing once a day, and the other person bathes first the next day. "Go ahead," Asano Hitomi stared at the dressing mirror and waved her hand holding the mascara at him. "Remember to flush the bathroom after you're done. I don't want to step in your bath water." "You're talking about me." "I don't know who it was, but last time I took a shower, I forgot to take my underwear to the bathroom and almost tripped me." Ito Nobuyuki got angry when he talked about this. "Can you just throw your underwear on the ground?" I forgot," Asano Hitomi wanted to refute loudly, but when she thought that it was indeed her fault, she lost her confidence and muttered softly, "I will remember to take it away next time, and I feel embarrassed that you saw my underwear." As she spoke, a blush appeared on her face. Ito Nobu knew the bad temper of this woman and was too lazy to care about it. He casually said, "I'll flush the bathroom," picked up his clothes and went to take a shower and rest. Late at night, Ito Nobuyuki dreamed that someone was strangling his throat and he couldn't breathe, and he woke up suddenly. In the moonlight, the curtains fluttered in the wind, casting dark shadows. When I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar face sitting on my body. This was the second time, and Ito Nobu was not at a loss like last time. He took a second to wake up, a second to think, and said, "If you sit on me again in the middle of the night, I'll throw you out. TSK, you don't dare tilde if you really dare to do anything to me, Uncle Naoto will not forgive you." Asano Hitomi looked very proud. Ito Nobuyuki didn't know what she talked about with her father, but from that day on, this guy acted like a fearless and arrogant person. But he also has a way to deal with it. "Then I can only watch your bathing video several times every night, and then sketch it on sketch paper, inch by inch of your skin, in absolute detail, not even leaving out a single hair of yours. Pervert." Hitomi Asano's face turned red instantly. "It's the same to you, you nasty girl who sneaked into my room in the middle of the night." Shin bullied her without any pressure at all. "She is like a cockroach, who can't be stepped on to death or crushed. She keeps testing my bottom line. She won't change even after learning a lesson and will continue to provoke me next time." In his entire 2 lifetimes, Shin had never seen such a bad girl. "I remember the bedroom door was locked. How did you get in? Isn't the spare key of the house hidden in the carpet outside your door? Don't worry. It won't help even if you hide the key somewhere else. I already made a new key. Your evilness is beyond the moral limit." Ito Nobuyuki was thinking that he had done a lot of good deeds in his previous life. Although his life was difficult, he donated his meal money to the children's fund every month and had never done anything harmful to others. Why did he have to deal with this troublesome woman in this life? He raised his eyes, looked at the beautiful face of the girl, and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter with you raiding my room so late at night? This Sunday is my last live house performance. I'm letting you know." Asano Hitomi frowned, as if something had tickled her. She twisted her waist and found a comfortable position. "It reacts really quickly. It hurts. Can't you let it be quiet for a while? This is not something I can control." Chapter 36 Saturday Tracking Incident. The morning after another night raid, Asano Hitomi packed up and went to Shida Music Club to rehearse the last live house. Ito's parents said at the weekend that they had been working overtime for a week and wanted to go out and relax. To put it bluntly, they were going on a date and left early after dinner. After dinner, Ito Nobuyuki tidied up the living room, then took out a German dictionary from under the TV cabinet, preparing to use Saturday to improve himself. "Ibay's agency has a secretary to handle official business for you, so you don't have to worry about anything." The morning passed quickly. After lunch, I received a line message from Hitomi Asano on my phone. "Hitomi, someone is following me. Ito Shinko's heart skipped a beat. Well, things had happened and the leisurely Saturday was gone forever. He typed, "Are you too sensitive?" and Asano Hitami's reply came. "Hitami, that woman has been following me for a long time. No matter where I go, she will follow me. When I walk towards the traffic police, she will quickly hide. Hitami, you are the only one I can ask for help. I will accept the price you ask for afterwards. Hitami, some time ago I saw a news report about an idol being stabbed to death by a stalker who broke into his home. Hitami, I'm scared." Ito Nobuyuki placed his thumb above the screen for 2 or 3 seconds, then pressed the delete key to delete, "Are you too sensitive?" and started typing again. "Letter, where are you now?" Hitami, Jinzer, there are a lot of people here, so the stalker wouldn't dare to mess around. Shin, send me your location, I'll find you. Buzz. A real-time location appears on the line chat interface. Ito Nobu put down the book, stood up, put on his going-out clothes, took a fruit knife from the kitchen and stuffed it into his belt, picked up the sugarcane he used to fight the thief last time, and went out to Jinzer. Jinzer is bustling with people on weekends. Vehicles are closed to the streets, and the streets are filled with young women holding hands, shopping and admiring luxury goods. Hitami Asano sat on a lounge chair in a luxury store, politely declining the salesperson's sales pitch, lowering her head and pretending to play with a mobile phone, glancing around, paying particular attention to a woman in a baseball cap who was talking on the phone outside the store. Thinking of the news about the stalker who killed her idol, the fear of death engraved in her biological instinct made her swallow nervously, typed, "Are you here?" on her phone, and clicked send. There is no read, it seems it is still on the way. Asano Hitami prayed in her heart that the woman outside would not be impulsive and do anything to her. Buzz. The phone vibrates. She quickly unlocked the lock and saw the long-awaited message. Shin, I'm in the store, where are you? Hitami, don't move, I see you. Ito Nobu saw the message and put away his phone. There are people coming and going in front of the store, and there are always women who are curious about who this young handsome guy is waiting for, and what he holds in his arms is a piece of fresh and juicy sugarcane. A pretty girl in fashionable clothes rushed out of the store and threw herself into the arms of the handsome guy. It turns out he was waiting for his girlfriend. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match. But the fact is, Ito Nobuyuki used one free hand to push away the clinging guy in his arms, but the other person's chest seemed to be covered with 502 glue and he couldn't move no matter how hard he pushed. You're finally here. Asano Hitami breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought that one day I would smell this guy and feel so happy. Ito Shin used all his strength and finally pushed Asano Hitami away and said, Where is the person following you? Under the streetlight outside, Asano Hitami pointed quietly, Can you beat her? Ito Nobu glanced at the Kendo LV5 on the light blue panel. When he was practicing with Sanai Yonakura at the private school, Sanai Yonakura only used one sentence to describe his current strength, the same level as me when I was 9 years old. What level are you at? 9-year-old you. Oh, you beat all the kendo gyms in Tokyo when you were 9 years old, that's okay, sorry for the offense. As long as there are no firearms, we can win. Islanders can't normally buy guns, so doesn't that mean you are invincible? Asano Hitami's eyes lit up and she said in surprise. No. Ito Nobuyuki thought of the girl with super strength Sanai Yonakura and shook his head. In this world, there are always people better than you. Now we first need to confirm whether the person is a simple stalker or a paparazzi. Paparazzi will also stalk. Asano Hitami suddenly said. The guy who was following me took out his phone and took a picture of the two of us. Take pictures. The only ones who can do such a thing are the paparazzi and you. Could it be a paparazzi? Asano Hitami didn't care about his ridicule. Forget it, let's quickly find a way to get rid of it. Can you happen to be available every time to protect you? Ito Shin's words hit the nail on the head. Asano Hitami was silent for a while, then said. No. You want to catch her? That's dangerous. You are right. Ito Shin would not put himself in danger. But eliminating danger is also a way to protect yourself. How about this, let's pretend we didn't notice her and walk around the street normally to see how she reacts, and then make a decision. Good. Are you sure it's the paparazzi? Confirmed. It's just as you guessed, it's a paparazzi. Asano Hitami said, the senior from Idol. Kitaki taught me how to identify paparazzi. Ito Nobu nodded. How about we find an intersection and catch her? Well. Asano Hitami hesitated and said, be careful, don't get hurt. A voyeuristic photographer actually cares about me. Ito Nobu said with a smile. I'm afraid something happened to you. Uncle Naoto will be sad, and Mom will be sad too. Asano Hitami blushed and turned her head away. Through the reflection in the merchandise store window, you can see a woman in a baseball cap with a flash of white light in her hand. She took a picture of the two of them just now. Damn paparazzi, where in the world do such disgusting people come from, snooping into other people's privacy at will? Asano Hitami knew that her embarrassing, blushing face just now was photographed, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. I agree with what you said. Ito Nobuyuki and Asano Hitami deliberately walked to a residential area with fewer people, walked into an alley, quickened their pace at the corner, and quickly left the woman behind. Where are the people? They were clearly walking this way just now. The woman held the camera in her arms and looked around in the alley in suspicion. Crack. There was a sound from the left, and the woman looked towards the source of the sound. Akan rolled to her feet. Suddenly, a huge force came from the right, and before she could react, she was pressed firmly against the wall. The things in his arms were empty, and the camera was taken away by the girl. Asano Hitami checked the photos in the camera one by one and said to Ito Nobu. Yes, all the photos taken are of us. The woman who was pressed against the wall had cold sweat on her forehead and said awkwardly. Don't torture me. I'll tell you everything. She begged for mercy and twisted her body, trying to find a chance to escape, but accidentally squeezed the card in her pocket out and it fell to the ground. Asano Hitami bent down to pick it up and read it word by word. Yamane private detective, specializing in investigating mistresses, property evidence, whereabouts, marriage, etc. Contact information. Ito Nobuyuki's eyes suddenly became subtle, and he pressed the woman's neck with the sugarcane, increasing the force. Asano Hitami's face looked extremely ugly. He's not a paparazzi, he's a private detective. Asano, it seems that someone who knows you wants to investigate you, he said. I know, the fact that he was able to accurately track me from here means that he knows that I am Xiao Qianyo. This means that this person is very familiar with me and knows my performing activities, rehearsal times, and my real body shape. Asano Hitami's voice became smaller and smaller until it could no longer be heard. Ito Nobuashi gave her the answer. Someone in your idol group has hired a private detective to investigate your whereabouts. However, since they hired a private detective, it means their purpose is not clear. What are you going to do? Chapter 37 6 Years of Struggling Between Love and Hate. Sunday, Shida Music Club. Ms. Shizzy, this is your share of the handshake ticket. Thank you, Sakashita-san. Kitarki Shizzy took the shriveled envelope and bowed to the woman in front of her. The woman looked at the short-haired girl in orange clothes in front of her, who seemed to be full of the vitality of the early sun, and smiled. It's been 6 years since Ms. Shizzy started working as an underground idol. Yes, I have been involved in idol activities since the first year of junior high school until now. Not going to school anymore. I'm going to school. Kitarki Shizzy shook her head, but my academic performance is not good. My deviation value is at the bottom of the grade. Being in school is torture for me. I'm happy as singing and dancing. Sakashita took out a box of ladies' cigarettes, pinched it between his index and middle fingers, took out the gilded lighter, and lit the cigarette with a click. She took a deep breath, turned her head and exhaled white smoke towards the wall. I'm 36 years old. In my eyes, you are all children. Adults are boring and can only tell you the cold reality. Miss Shizzy, you are not cut out to be an idol. Yes, I know. If you can go to school, you should go to school, learn knowledge, and find a good job. Underground idols have no future. Many of them leave every year. Some go to restaurants to serve dishes, some to become apprentices in barbershops, and some become mistresses of rich men. Sakashita glanced at the shrunken envelope in Kitarki Miko's hand, and kicked the wall with the tip of her high heels as if complaining that she couldn't come up with more money, and said unhappily. This amount of money per month has not increased in several years. I'm not capable enough, but I will continue to work hard. Kitarki Shizzy lowered her head. Don't waste your youth by being an underground idol. Go to school or find a store as an apprentice and learn a skill so that you can support yourself in the future. Dreams are just dreams. Live your life first, then dream. Sakashita frowned slightly and lost interest in smoking. He took a few deep puffs, put out the cigarette butt, and stuffed it into the storage box. Honestly speaking, I don't want to do this kind of thing. I was also an underground idol chasing my dreams. Later, I listened to the advice of a senior, studied hard, and became the financial manager of Shidder after graduation. It's okay, I understand, Sakashita-san. What does your family do? Open a restaurant. Go back and talk to your parents. If you really can't continue your studies, just inherit the family restaurant. This is the best option for you. But I still want to try. 80% of underground idols earn less than 20% of the entire idol market. You've been an underground idol for 6 years, don't you know this? Sakashita was a little angry and said, not everyone can be an idol. For example, you, after 6 years of underground idol career, can't even compare to what Keio made in 2 months. She is your junior who you brought up personally, and you should know that she is born to be an idol and has the talent to be liked. What about you? You have nothing, and you are just wasting your youth here. Kitarki Shizi bowed deeply and remained silent. Sakashita waved his hand, as if out of sight, out of mind, and turned away. Buzz buzz buzz. Line message. Kitarki Yuichi, Takako, are the club activities over? We're short of staff at the store right now. Beigui, I understand, Dad. I'll be right back. Kitarki Miko put the envelope into the locker room and returned to the lounge. All 4 members of Idol are here, 3 of them surrounding a girl in pink, looking reluctant to leave. The pink-dressed girl saw Kitarki Shizi coming in and immediately ran over to greet her. Hello, senior. Her smile is always so perfect and enviable. Kitarki Shizi felt bitter inside, but smiled on the outside. It's the last show, Keio, keep going. The pink-dressed girl hugged Kitarki Miko's arm and said affectionately. Thanks to the guidance of my predecessors over the past year, otherwise I don't know how many detours I would have to take. Don't say that. You've been working hard yourself. Senior, will you continue to be an underground idol? The girl in pink suddenly asked. Kitarki Shizi suddenly paused for a long time before whispering. No, I will go back to school in a while. I probably won't take the college entrance exam. I will just inherit my family's restaurant after graduation. The 3 girls on the other side invited the girl in pink and Kitarki Miko to go out for dinner as a farewell lunch for the last performance. The girl in pink refused and hugged Kitarki Shizi's arm tightly, wanting to have dinner with Kitarki Shizi alone. Oh tilde. It's understandable. Keio likes Sanako-senpai the most, and everyone knows it tilde. R. The lilies are blooming tilde. The 3 girls teased their relationship and left together. There were only 2 people left in the empty lounge. Kitarki Miko opened the refrigerator and took out a matcha cake that she bought yesterday to celebrate Xiao Chio's successful landing. She is a senior in the team and a sister to everyone, and she should care about them. Keio, I'll buy you. Senior, why did you hire a private detective to investigate me? Asano Hitami suddenly asked. Kitarki Shizi's body froze for 2 or 3 seconds, then she placed the cake on the table, still smiling. Because of jealousy. Why? I don't understand. It's obvious that Senior cares about the 4 of us the most. Senior is our guide. Because of jealousy. The same words were said, but Kitarki Shizi's expression became increasingly ferocious. Why am I the most experienced, have been in the industry the longest, yet the least popular, and get less share than any of you? Only after you have worked hard can you feel how desperate the gap in talent is. I've thought about it more than once. It would be great if you all disappeared. If each of you didn't exist, I would be the most popular person among fans. But even if it's just a dream, I know clearly that with my talent, I can never match your achievements. I hate you the most, Keio. You have a lovely face, a happy family, people who love you, and the natural talent of an idol. I wish you would die sooner. My inferiority complex has created my arrogance and prompted me to explore your secrets. I hired a private detective to see if the real you is as perfect as Keio. But it's all meaningless. Sakashita-san's words woke me up. Don't dream of being an idol. It's useless. I don't have the talent to climb to the top. And at that moment, I realized how ridiculous I was. I've been jealous of you for 6 years, but every day I pretended to love you as a senior, struggling between love and hate, but in the end it was all false. What on earth have I done in these 6 years? Asano Hitomi maintained her smile and said, Senior, do you really think that when I say that I have a happy family and someone who loves me, I am telling the truth? Does truth or falsehood still matter now? Katarki Shiz's tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. She stared at the flawless smile on the girl's face and suddenly smiled with relief. You really have the talent to be an idol. Even when facing a bad me, you never show the slightest dissatisfaction, and you are still the perfect, lovable Xiaoqiu. You are the most perfect junior that I have taught in the past 6 years. Congratulations on becoming a legitimate idol. I hope you will never have fans who love you. Goodbye. Katarki Shizi turned and left. Snap. The door opened and closed. Bang. The matcha cake hit the door and broke into pieces. Asano Hitomi still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were empty and lifeless, and her mouth was panting as if she was about to spit out her soul. Asshole. You practice dancing until late at night every day, break your toenails due to excessive practice, and still pretend nothing happened when you stand on the stage to perform. I sang until my throat hurt, I vomited, and it got inflamed. For a smile, I can adjust for a whole day, squatting on the roadside to study the expressions of passers-by. All my efforts in the past year were all negated because of the phrase, I was born an idol. All negated. Lies are weapons to protect myself. I use the false and perfect, Xiaoqiu, to face everything, but why do I still feel so uncomfortable? I hate Keio, who never gets angry, never gets lazy, never has selfish thoughts, and is always perfect. She looked out the window in confusion and murmured in a low voice. Your love for me was only out of your responsibility as a senior, and in the end I still didn't get the real love. Boom. It was raining heavily in Tokyo at noon on April 21st. Thick rain clouds piled up in the sky like ink, and it was unclear when the rain would stop. Asano Hitomi felt so tired and exhausted. She had no interest in anything in the outside world. She even wanted to go home and argue with that annoying guy, so that she could at least feel more energetic. Chapter 38. Someone at home has prepared a meal for you. Outside the window, under the cover of black rain clouds, shops large and small in Tokyo lit up their neon lights, emitting a hazy glow in the rain. Ito Nobu looked at the clock on the wall. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Put down the book, pick up the phone, and send a message. Shin, isn't today your last live? Why are you suddenly not letting me go? The message was sent, but it was not read for a long time. Ito Nobuyuki was not in a hurry and picked up the German dictionary again. After 6 o'clock, I got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ito's father and Sayuri went to the neighboring Chiba prefecture for fun today, so I only have to cook for 2 people in the evening. After spending 2 weeks with Hitomi Asano day and night, Ito Nobuyuki roughly understood her taste. She liked sweets, hated sour things, and especially hated lemon juice. It turns out that idol girls are no different from ordinary girls, they all like sweet food. However, the reason Asano Hitomi gave for liking sweets is very novel. When I was a child, every time I ate a lollipop, my mother would punch my fingers into the shape of lollipop. She was always drunk and unconscious, and when she saw me eating a lollipop, she thought I was doing that kind of thing to a man and called me a fox spirit, so my current behavior is called childhood revenge compensation, tilde. What she said was well reasoned, and she even blinked her seductive eyes twice quickly as if teasing. She said that was a falsehood. Ito Nobu no longer cared whether it was true or not. The important thing was that he knew she liked sweets. Title: The hands of the cooking god. The dishes you make have a chance to seduce the diner's sincere emotions. This is a newly acquired title reward, but I haven't tried it yet. Now is a good time to try it out. Wear it, he said to himself. Already worn. Ito Nobu felt his hands warm, and he couldn't wait to pick up the pots and pans, took the vegetables and meat beside him, and started cooking. Tick tick. The hour hand of the wall clock passed a number and pointed to 7. After Ito Nobuyuki finished making 4 desserts, the living room and kitchen were filled with a tooth-tickling sweet smell. I left home at 7 in the morning and I'm not back until 6 in the evening. It is true that he had no good feelings towards Hitomi Asano in his heart, but when he caught the private detective with her yesterday and found out that the person behind the scenes was a girl named Katarki Miko, she showed an expression of suspicion of the world. He went out again today and didn't come back for the whole day. Although he occasionally sent messages to prove that he was still alive, it was hard not to worry about this semi-disconnected situation. It has nothing to do with favorability, it's just pure worry. After all, she is his stepsister and a member of the family. Call her and ask. Beep, beep, beep. After several busy tones, the call was connected. I'm home now. After a few brief words, the sound of a door opening was heard from the entrance. A figure in a black raincoat entered the entrance hall and bent down to change his shoes. There were thunders outside and flashes of lightning from time to time, but the apartment was calm as usual. Warm lights, comfortable temperature, and a pleasant aroma floating in the air. The girl didn't know when she started to pay attention to the faint fragrance at the tip of her nose. The fragrance is not strong, but it exists all the time. It is like grass, green leaves, breeze, and the warm spring sunshine, which brings joy to their heart. The person carrying the fragrance walked up to the girl. Ito-Nobu put his phone on the shoe cabinet and asked. What did you do out there all day? Say goodbye to underground idol career. Is the farewell over? Well, I had a big fight with a senior in the team, and then I finished my last performance. Can you still perform after a quarrel? Just be patient. No matter how you feel, just tell yourself before you go on stage, I'm not Hitomi Asano, I'm Keio, a super idol that fans love so much that they are willing to sacrifice their souls for me. Anyway, those fans like Keio. Asano Hitomi spoke lightly, like an outsider, standing in the perspective of God, describing a sparse and ordinary fact. Ito-Nobu felt something was wrong. Aren't you and Xiaochio the same person? Asano Hitomi's eyes were confused for a moment. She did not answer, but silently took off her raincoat and raised her face. Her pretty face was the same as when she left home in the morning, with a pleasant smile on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still bright and eye-catching. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Ito-Nobu always felt that something was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it, but it just existed. He put his doubts aside and said. Wash your hands before eating. So fragrant. Asano Hitomi sniffed. There was a sweet aroma in the air, and she couldn't help swallowing. It's the sweets you like to eat. Made just for me. I just learned the cooking guide and wanted to try out the results. My personal psychological factors will affect my evaluation of the dishes, so I need to find someone who has a bad impression of me to taste the food. If even she says it's delicious, it means it's really delicious. Well, actually, it's because it's my turn to cook today, and there's only a bunch of dessert ingredients you bought at home, and it's raining outside, so I'm too lazy to go out and buy more. That's right, Asano Hitomi muttered to herself, given how much you hate me, how could you prepare dinner just for me? If there really is such a day, the sun will definitely rise from the west. That's right, try it soon. Ito-Nobuyuki wished she would think so. The two walked to the dining table. Asano Hitomi picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tricolor dango, and put it into her mouth. Three-color dango is a traditional dessert of the island country, also known as hanami dango. It is a dango made up of three colors, pink, white and green. The main ingredients are milk and glutinous rice flour. There is no filling and it tastes slightly sweet in the mouth. The three colors represent spring, summer and winter respectively. As for why there is no autumn, it seems to be a pun related to Japanese. I heard that this color combination is because, when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom, there is still snow on the ground, and under the snow are green buds. The Japanese people like to do this kind of delicate things. There is another folk meaning: no matter what difficulties you encounter, don't give up, there are pink cherry blossoms, white snow and green grass to love you, which means looking to the future. Ito-Nobu was curious about the effect of title, Hands of the Kitchen God, and asked. How does it taste? That's too foul. Asano Hitomi lowered her head, clenched the chopsticks in her hand, pursed her lips, her eyes were slightly hot, and her vision gradually blurred. Ito-Nobuyuki bent down and took a look. Seeing that she seemed to be about to cry, he was surprised. It seemed that there was an item in the description of title, Hands of the Kitchen God, that could evoke sincere emotions in people's hearts. Could this be it? The effect is too strong. Asano Hitomi took in the food on the table bit by bit. She thought about a lot of things. When I first became an underground idol, I knew nothing and was at a loss in the face of the fans' enthusiasm. But someone stood in front of me and adjusted the situation skillfully. That person was as gentle as a real sister. Every time there is a dinner party to celebrate the success of a live performance, there is always one person who leaves first and quietly pays the full bill. She is idol. A senior that everyone looks up to. She stands behind the growth of everyone in the group. Hitomi Asano clenched her teeth, her shoulders trembling slightly because of the surging emotions in her heart. She raised her head, and there was no more perfection in her eyes, but a flame filled them instead. Senior, wait and see. Don't you hate me the most and want me to die? Then I will definitely stand on the Tokyo Dome and become the most shining idol in the island country. Let everyone know that my senior is an unknown underground idol and make you hate me to death. The oath was very passionate. If this were an anime, the BGM would have sounded at this point, triggering the emotional climax. But Ito Nobu just felt confused. He repeatedly read the description of, title, Hands of the Cooking God, to confirm that he did not see their Tartakai combat buff. Why does this guy look like he's ready to pick up a kitchen knife and declare war on the world after eating the dessert I made? Hey, you're Ito Nobu. Asano Hitomi said something but suddenly changed her mind and bowed. Thank you for your cooking. I figured out something to defeat a person and make her regret. You have to crush her without leaving any room for anything in the things she cares about the most. Oh. Ito Nobuyuki nodded blankly. Today is my fault. Asano Hitomi looked up at him. I originally invited you to watch my last live show, but I stood you up. I will definitely find a chance to make it up to you. Good. Ito Nobu felt like he was dreaming. How did this guy become polite? And not mean anymore? After saying this, Hitomi Asano took the initiative to tidy up the table and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Asano-san, there is something that I am very concerned about. Don't ask me why my temperament has changed so much. If you ask, I won't tell you. No, I don't want to ask about your personality. Whether you have a good or bad personality has nothing to do with me. And after you said that just now, I knew that the bad girl is back again. So what do you want to ask? I want to ask, Ito Nobu looked at the empty, spotless, and clean dining table. You ate all the dinner, what should I eat? I can't eat you. Gurgled Tilder. Suddenly there was a strange noise. Ito Nobuyuki covered his upper left abdomen and remembered what his physiology teacher had taught him about human anatomy. This was the stomach. My stomach is crying for help. The sound of running water in the kitchen stopped. Puff. But the laughter of a certain bad guy was heard. Asano Hitomi covered her mouth, shrank her neck, and shrugged her shoulders. The sound came out little by little from between her fingers like toothpaste. I cooked for you, sorry, ha 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 ha. She couldn't help it, so she raised her head and laughed out loud. The awkwardness in her body disappeared, and she returned to the disgusting aura that only voyeurs and bad girls have. Ito Shin's face was filled with black lines. You have eaten my meal and you still have the nerve to smile. If the meal you cook is not tasty enough, I will punish you. After the girl's unbridled laughter, the sound of cooking was heard in the kitchen. Ito Nobuyuki went to read a book to relieve his hunger. I sat down on the sofa, opened the book, and glanced out the window inadvertently. The rain stopped. Chapter 39 Become the idol you support. 1 o'clock in the night. The familiar feeling of suffocation came again, and two round and clear shapes came from my lower abdomen. Ito Nobuyuki woke up but did not open his eyes. He knew that the guy who had suddenly become very polite during dinner that night had returned to his true nature and climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Suddenly, I felt a cold touch on my left cheek, and the feeling of my 5 fingers touching me was very clear. It's bad enough that you climbed into my bed, but you also touched my face. Are you going too far? TSK, looking at it this way, his quite handsome Tilder, her tone was frivolous, just like a young lady going to a gigolo club to pick out a man to serve her. Not long after, their voice came again. I wonder how big the difference is between the body I see in the video and the real body. How about touching it? Her voice was pleasant, but it was the whisper of a witch. Ito Nobuyuki remembered what she had said before, I will look at your body twice every night before going to bed, and a chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He opened his eyes. I promise, if you take off my pajamas, I will strip you naked and force you to sleep here with me tonight. Asano Hitomi stared at him blankly, her hands on the collar of his pajamas, as if she would unbutton them at any second. The strange atmosphere in the air lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. Asano Hitami retracted her hand as if she had touched a live wire, her face flushed, and she looked around as if nothing had happened. Our tilde today's moon is so round tilde. It's not what you think. Asano Hitami said with a red face after realizing it belatedly. That's no reason for you to still be sitting on my waist and talking. Ito Nobuyuki felt a headache. This nasty stepsister couldn't just talk to him face to face normally, but had to climb into bed and attack him in the middle of the night. Asano Hitami hurriedly got out of bed, but in a hurry, she didn't notice that the quilt was wrapped around her feet, and she fell off the bed, having to hold onto the edge of the bed to get up. In a miserable state, Asano Hitami covered her red and swollen nose tip, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes due to the pain. It hurts. How stupid is he that he falls even when getting out of bed? Ito Nobu complained. He threw back the quilt, sat up, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and wanted to close the window. After the rain, not only is the moon brighter, but the temperature is also cooler. He put on his slippers and took the first step when he stepped on something soft and lost his balance. Asano Hitami happened to be standing next to him, and the two of them fell to the ground one after another like a pile of pyramids. From Asano Hitami's perspective, just as she opened her mouth to retort that she was not stupid, a hot chest pressed towards her. Next, the scene in front of my eyes changed. It was no longer a dark wall, but a face half illuminated by moonlight. A pair of warm big hands protected the back of my head, and I was not injured. Ito Nobuyuki looked at Asano Hitami, who was pressed under him, and felt that things were getting serious. I admit that I am as stupid as you. I can even fall down when I get out of bed. HMPH, I'm glad to know. Asano Hitami turned her head away, and the burning temperature spread from her face to her ears. This guy, why are you so close? It's so hot. Whose pink slippers are under my slippers? That, mine. Asano Hitami muttered softly, even if you fell because you stepped on my slippers. I'm sorry. Strange. It's so weird. The strange feeling he had felt during dinner reappeared on the girl beneath him. The bad woman in Ito Nobuyuki's mind would not apologize so easily. He stood up and dusted off his pajamas. What do you want from me so late at night? Come to my room and I'll tell you. Asano Hitami's eyes regained clarity and she stood up by supporting herself on the ground. Her face and ears were as red as ripe apples. Ito Nobuyuki wondered. What can't be said here? Some unimportant things. Asano Hitami put her hands behind her back and kicked the non-existent stones, pretending to be nonchalant. If you don't want to come, forget it. I won't force you. Of course I'll go, Ito Nobu said. I want to see what tricks you can play. The two walked out of the room together and went to the girl's boudoir, which was converted from the storage room next door. Ito Nobuyuki glanced at the entrance. The lights were still on and his father and Sayuri had not returned yet. By the way, is it really okay for a man and a woman, a stepbrother and a stepsister, to be alone in a room at 1 a.m? After he entered, Asano Hitami quickly locked the door, as if there was a ferocious beast outside. She leaned against the door, took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell violently like a beautifully shaped mountain peak. Seeing how nervous he was, Ito Nobuyuki suddenly remembered what his physiology teacher had taught him: women mostly breathe with their chests, while men breathe with their abdomens. I asked you to watch my last show yesterday, right? Then, yesterday morning, I suddenly told you not to come. Yes, in addition to the labels of a bad woman and a voyeur, you need to add a label of a dishonest person. Wrong, it's the girl. Asano Hitami took a deep breath and said slowly, so I have to make it up to you. You want to lie on the wall and let me hit you a few more times? I don't mind, but please don't make those weird noises like before. Bar. Wish. Asano Hitami pointed at the chair by the wall. Sit there. Ito Nobu did so. Close your eyes. Asano Hitami said again. Ito Shin closed his eyes. Rustling. The sound of undressing. He closed his eyes and said, if the price you're talking about is devoting yourself to me, then that's not necessary. I'm not interested in a bad woman like you. Ito Shin thought of the weird mechanic girl Sanai Yonakura. Silly and very cute, much better than Hitami Asano. TSK, I won't argue with you today. Asano Hitami's voice suddenly became very soft. Okay, open your eyes. Ito Shin opened his eyes. Asano Hitami turned on the light at the same time. Not ordinary incandescent lamps, but colorful lights. Ito Nobu looked around. There are balloons and ribbons on the walls, and cute dolls on the ground. The girl in front of me was wearing a pink performance costume with star pendants on the top and small wings decorated on the lining. She also had a cat hairpin on her head with a pink bow tied on it. What are you doing? Ito Nobuyuki was puzzled. I promised you a performance and I'll compensate you, said Hitomi Asano. Will the neighbors come to the door? Hey! Don't ruin the atmosphere like this. Asano Hitomi was a little annoyed, but still explained, the tenants upstairs have moved out, the grandmother downstairs went back to her hometown to accompany her children, and the grandmother from a circuser next door took the money from the Sumida group to date the grandfather and stayed out all night. Also, I laid sound insulation cotton on the wall several days ago, so it won't disturb the neighbors. That's very thoughtful, but why can I still hear the noise from your room through my wall? Stick it to your wall. The soundproofing cotton has just been used up. Oh. The next second, Ito Nobuyuki saw a complete roll of sound insulation cotton in the corner of the wall. Asano Hitomi strode up to him, held his face with both hands and turned him around to face her, and said seriously. This is a live show that belongs to you alone. You are my only audience. If it's just compensation, there's no need to go to this extent, right? I have a greater goal. Asano Hitomi's eyes burned with fire. I said at dinner that I want to go to the Tokyo Dome and become an idol supported by the entire island, including you. Let me be your fan. Ito Shin has never promoted any idol in his past life. That's impossible. I have never promoted an idol. That's great, I'll take your first time. Sorry, I still want to maintain my chastity, Yamidi no. Asshole. Can you please be obedient? I thought about it for a long time before making the decision to give you a live alone. Asano Hitomi found that whenever she talked to this guy, her anger would rise. Ito Nobu was silent for a moment and said, Okay, stop making trouble. I will watch your performance seriously. He respects people who can stick to something to the end. He has heard Asano Hitomi practicing singing and dancing in the middle of the night more than once. Hitomi Asano is undoubtedly a hard-working person. Very good. Asano Hitomi stepped back a few steps. I'll tell you a secret. Just now, I signed the contract with the Aribe agency. From now on, I will be an orthodox idol in the eyes of the public. There was a gleam in her eyes and her voice was full of longing for the future. This is my first performance as a legitimate idol. Even though you're the only audience member, I will definitely become the idol you support.